Hi there, my name is Phixfox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is the FHeroes edition, and I'm very excited to come to you here on a Tuesday. Not often do I get the opportunity to stream on a Tuesday, but with my work schedule this week, it just so happened that we could make this happen. And I'm very grateful for it because this affords me an opportunity to play a wonderful fan-made map. SandroThePeasantKiller is pretty well known in the Heroes of Might and Magic community, and we're going to be playing their map Rivals here today. We're going to get more into what that means exactly in just a moment or two, but I'm very excited to see all of the fan creations from the many wonderful minds that the Heroes of Might and Magic community brings to us here today. We've got a lot of people in the chat. Math Obsessed, hello there, Math Obsessed. Boreaser, hello, nice to have you there. Okay, we changed summertime this weekend, but I'm not for a few days off. Hello, Phixfox, nice to have you here, Boreaser. Thank you so much for being here. Bearded Man as well. Chat is already filling up in the best way possible. So with no further ado, let's take a look at this map that we got here for us today. This is going to come to us again from SandroThePeasantKiller, former Rivals34. Now, I don't really know much about this map, but the little indication here is that it is an XL map. It is 6 players, and this is kind of unique. We have to capture a specific town, and we have a certain time limit in which to do so. I'm pretty sure that we're going to need to get more information on exactly what our win and loss conditions are. Normal difficulty. It says, not long ago, these forgotten lands were abundant and wealthy, kept away from human debates and pointless conflicts, at least until now. We're going to have the opportunity to play as either blue necromancers, green sorceresses, red warlocks, yellow knights, orange barbarians, or purple wizards. I have to tell you that I really enjoy whenever a map maker does not simply leave these positions up to chance. For example, a knight can be exceptionally good on any map if you give them a Freeman's Foundry not too far away from them. That can make a big difference in how they play out. And so if we know that there's going to be knights in this yellow position, then you can craft the map according to whatever that faction might need for bonuses or disadvantages. And so looking forward to a very well done map here, especially with it being XL. There's going to be a lot of room to run. There's going to be a lot of room to have tons and tons of fun. We are not going to decide what we're going to pick as. We're going to let the dice roll decide as usual. So let's take a quick peek here and just see what we got going on. Looks like we're going to roll a 5. That means that we're going to be playing in the orange position right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be the orange barbarians that we're going to play as. And with no further ado, I think that we should go. Man, I keep saying the word no further ado. I really need to remove that from my lexicon because as soon as I say no further ado, as soon as I add any amount of ado, it feels pretty bad. Because, okay, you get it. Let's move on. Bearded Man does say, I also appreciate representation of all factions. Me too, because then every map can play differently depending on who's there, and then you know you're going to get a certain amount of balance between players and back and forth. So that's what I'm looking for. And there's the man himself, SandroThePeasantKiller at Real Phixfox. Hi man, how you doing, sir? I'm doing very good. We are playing your map, and I'm looking very much forward to it. Quick notes and hints about this map. The AI has been buffed, gaining a large amount of resources and gold income every week. There have been added more boats on the previous patches near the coasts of each continent for the poor and desperate players who desire to compensate their initial handicap, keeping in mind the waters are exceedingly rich. Good to know, good to know. The map was also filled up with a lot of decent artifacts. Find and select the best of them for the latest objectives in the game. Nevertheless, good luck with all of that and enjoy the storyline. And let's dive into that storyline now. Ah, you heard that right. A new land was discovered by the colonists of the Empire, large and fertile as the rumors say. It might be possible to find there even the legendary Heaven Fortress, as the mythical elders recite about in the eternal ballads and eulogies. But you can't linger for long, because sooner or later, the other nations will set in motion to claim the sacred realm for themselves. And so I believe that we need to find Heaven Fortress. That is probably our win condition there, that we need to find that. And I bet you don't want that to happen. No, I do not want them to get the prizes for me. I want to make sure that I am the supreme ruler of this XL map. Sandro says, holy, we're getting into this. So glad you decided to play it. Yeah, very happy to get into this. It's come very highly recommended by other people. It's nice when other people say that you're a good map maker and that you make nice maps. Bearded Man says, what's the longest thing on earth? The amount of ado that happens before people say without further ado. I'm very happy to say that you are 100% correct, and I am maybe the worst offender. We do have a follower. That's going to be HC Symbol. Nice to have you here in the chat. Pleasure to have you here. Always a pleasure to have new people make their acquaintance and go on and play some wonderful Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Folks, we start off with Hill Bastion. This is the goblin hut that we start off with no resources on this impossible difficulty. We're going to have a little bit of a struggle getting Hill Bastion up to snuff, and with Phineas having only 22 goblins, it might be a while before that does happen. He is a level 1 barbarian with 3 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, and 1 knowledge. He does have the advanced pathfinding, although currently, unless we go into the snowy terrain here, it might not be too much of a deal with our pathfinding. It might not avail us much. I see just the feet of some red dragons just north of our area. Perhaps we have to go in this direction. Perhaps we go in this direction to get to them. I'm hoping that they have some nice artifacts or resources that they're guarding. I do see what is looking like some rails here to the immediate right. That might be our ore mine. Of course, barbarians need an awful lot of ore, so that would be a welcome sight. And then this little crossroads here is kind of interesting. As many heroes as we can get are probably going to be the best thing for us. So tell you what, let's consider our path. If this is ore, we're going to find out very quickly. We're going to take one more step. This is our ore mine. We must pick that up immediately. Plus 2 ore per day. Can't go wrong with that. And I see gold and treasure in this direction. The road could be nice for us, but let's take just half a moment and try and claim both of these patches of gold. We're really hoping we can get a new hero as soon as possible, but on day 1 for 500 gold, that's not too bad to pick ourselves up a well. And so with that, we're going to go from month 1, week 1, day 1 onto day 2. Unlike your flimsy-mannered, ladylike enemies, our barbarian folk is passing through harsh times. Both the clan's economy, as much as your cousin's betrayal, have drastically weakened our tribe. I can't forgive him. If Siegfried chooses to join the Chinkle Steel men, then he chooses to die, you shouted. The revenge must be served. So, to get better, you started smashing violently a wooden carved figure in the shape of your traitors. Meanwhile, a scout arrived with the latest reports. It's possible the land all the nations are lusting for could be situated in the middle of the ocean. Moreover, another information yet reveals that several specific locations are hiding some unique and precious artifacts. That might solve both of your problems. I appreciate very much that the barbarian here so far is very much on brand. If there's a problem, smash it. That'll fix most of your problems. If it doesn't fix all your problems, you know it's going to at least do something for you. So very happy to see that our barbarians understand what it takes to be a real true barbarian. I've already come this far. I might as well just take a couple of steps here to see if there's anything extra. There is, and this is nifty. So we heard that there's going to be some treasure on the water. Maybe going through these Arc Magi earlier rather than later is going to be useful for us. But 20 to 50 Arc Magi, that seems like a lot to me. So we're going to have to wait and be very patient with that, I think. Let's see, Bearded Man says, the storytelling is awesome. Great job to the SandroThePeasantKiller. Absolutely. I agree so far. Sure, absolutely love that. Math Obsessed says that this is the worst start so far. This feels pretty bad, but we are getting our ore, which is going to be helpful again when we're going for the bridge and the pyramid. So we've got maybe the most important long-term investment going. We're going to wait for one more day so that way we can get another barbarian here. It's probably going to be Crag Hack, but until that time, we're just going to have to suffer. I'm not even going to build a building right now. We're just going to have to wait here for day 3. It's going to be plus 1,000 gold per day. Okay. I've seen better, I've seen worse. And since we are right here, again, we're right here. We might as well grab all of this. Lighthouse, sure. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that'll be useful later to not have to go north to grab that. And finally, we're going to grab our second hero. Feels really bad to have to wait 3 days to get a new hero, but that's where we are at. Do I purchase anything? No, I think that we have to carry on, get some troops. 1,000 gold is going to go towards the den, and then let's hope for some more gold here. It's going to be 1,000, and very nice to actually see a halfling hole. That could be exceedingly useful. A group of halflings with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? You better believe it, I sure do. 34 of these little tiny folk friends are going to help us move right along, I'm sure. Anytime you got ranged creatures to kind of counterbalance your other troops, it really changes the way that the fight goes, in my opinion. So you've got the wolves, and with them being 6 speed, they generally put themselves in a pretty tough spot where they're trying to be successful, they're trying to get down the battlefield, and do the best that they can with what little resources they have, right? with no backup, quickly their stacks are depleted. I hope that that doesn't happen, but if you have more shooters, that might obligate some other creatures to come and attack you. By the way, speaking of creatures coming to attack me, lots of iron golems, those 34 additional halflings, that might be enough. I think I want to take this like very, very quickly. I do want to get this +1 that we got from the treasure chest a little bit ago. I do want to pick that up and put that on my primary hero. Whichever hero is going to be my main hero, I want to do that soon. Here's a question for you. Is a third hero a good idea? Getting a wizard with the fast boars. I think that's actually not a bad decision, because there's still much of the map to be explored. We're gonna have to wait and see and find out in just a moment how good or bad of a decision this is as we pick up one wolf as well. Sandro does say, and the storyline is written differently for each faction. Very cool. So this has lots of replayability, which is always a fantastic thing. I'm always definitely for that. In case people want to replay it for more perspectives. Yes, very nice, very nice. We're gonna pick up the 2,000 gold here. I'm gonna leave Dawn right at the crossroads. In just a moment, she's gonna swing through and grab this observation tower, but it's gonna be Phineas that tries to. We'll see. We'll see how this works out, but I want to make sure that one of these heroes, I don't care who's my primary hero, other than that it's a barbarian, I want one of them to be my best hero, and I want them to go and get some nice stuff. Folks, we are criminally short on wood. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? Short on wood. Well, I probably should be traveling down this road quickly. This observation tower, I hope, is going to find me a sawmill. We will have to wait and see for another day. Okay, and then just because it looks like Dawn is going to have the most movement points, I'm going to send her just to here. I guess I could have been a little bit more on the road in the previous moment. We're going to do it just like this, and then it's going to be Phineas that tries to scout the area for me. Dawn is going to make sure that we get up to our friend Phineas, or rather Crag Hack. This is going to be the lucky rabbit's foot for the +1 on the luck. A traveling merchant offers you a rabbit's foot made of gleaming silver fur for safe passage. The merchant explains the charm will increase your luck in combat. Might as well pick up the stables. I know it's day 5, but we're pretty darn close. I think that we might as well. And then we're going to have just enough movement points to make this happen. I'm going to send everyone over but the one boar here for Dawn, and of course this +1 for the defense couldn't possibly hurt to have that. I don't know what the best tactic is going to be in order to make sure that these enemies don't accost us. Maybe I'd be best off using goblins, maybe saving the wolf and just doing a single stack here. That might be the best thing. In fact, doing that twice might truly be the best thing. So Dawn's going to hold on to these 6-speed creatures just for a moment. She's going to head on back for half a moment, and then folks, let's go attack these lots of iron golems. No guarantee that this fight is going to go well. No guarantee whatsoever. 43 of the halflings, 57 of the goblins, 4 of the orcs. It's definitely going to be the halflings that are my best stack. Let's see how this goes. It's going to be a glorious victory. We're going to be able to shoot these gentlemen down before they get into us. I don't know if it's worthwhile for me to try and make this fight go any better, but we're sure going to try. Single stacks of goblins are going to hopefully eat some retaliations. It's going to be 1 stack of 5 on the steel golems, and then 6, 5, 5, and instantly this is a problem. Now, it's kind of nice because I think that these steel golems are going to be obligated to go around because of this instance of good morale, but it does kind of feel bad because now these iron golems are a little bit closer to me than I would appreciate. This is my time to say, whoa, buddy, just back off. Give me some space. Give me some breathing room. But this terrain's been pretty okay for me. It's pretty okay. I don't know how this is gonna go, actually. Because the halflings, have you noticed, are doing pretty much minimum damage. I don't want to say absolutely minimum damage, but they're not doing exceptionally well. Oh no, that was not what I meant to do. Folks, misclicks do happen even in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Did you know? Did you know? And so unfortunately, we're gonna have to move goblin here, goblin here. That was a critical error. Oh my goodness, not good, not good. And the whole reason I have to sacrifice these single stacks, I wanted to make sure that the 57 goblins did not take that hit. That is not the way that you want to do it. Pretty soon, these orcs are gonna have to step up just to be friends for these halflings. It's going to be their job to actually defend. The damage is inconsequential. Really, it's going to come down to making sure that we can do much more with that just by defending. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. There's some damage I would leave on the table there. Let's do it like this. Let's spread the damage around. Have you noticed that the halflings are doing absolutely minimum damage? Oh my gosh. I could attack. I could attack. Let's see. If I step up here, this stack of 4 is going to go, and then the orcs can actually step in, and that'll actually take the retaliation from the stack of 5 here. This isn't what I want to do, but it should work. No, either way, these 5 golems are gonna get into me. Darn, I feel so bad. Not what I wanted. The losses are gonna be acceptable because it's a gold mine. Because it's a gold mine, the losses are acceptable, but early on, when you waste your single stacks like I just did, yeah, you know that things are not going according to plan. 16 of the goblins, 3 of the halflings, and we turn a glorious victory into just squeaking something out. But we'll take the 1,000 gold, we'll be happy with it, and we'll say to ourselves, look, let's just never do that again. And we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Have we had worse? I ask you. Sincerely, with all sincerity of heart, have we had worse? And I submit to you that yes, we have. So we'll find a way to carry forward with the worst of circumstances. I do want to share something real quick. Let me pull this up. This was actually something from Zents that Zents sent me today on one of my more recent videos. And I always appreciate Zents from the FHeroes2 team. He's just a quality individual. And this is what he wrote. He wrote, in my opinion, a good strategist does not plan for everything to go according to plan. And when, not if, unforeseen things happen, a true strategical mind is able to quickly reorganize and come up with a new plan according to what is the state of affairs. So in this regard, Month of the Plague, morale, luck, he didn't say it, but I'll say it, misclicks, they fit well into a strategy game. And for my dear friend Zents, yep, I completely agree with that, and I appreciate that very, very much. Okay, so thank you, SandroThePeasantKiller. We did pull through it nicely. I appreciate that. And we have definitely had worse. Remember the auto battle halfling holocaust? That was the worst. If you weren't there, it was in the playthrough for Colossal Caverns, and it was absolutely... it was the worst. You put on auto battle and you hope that the computer will take good care of you. Yeah, the computer did not take good care of me at all. And I lost something like 100 halflings or something wild. It was nutty. Occasionally I'm very, very sad to say that the AI will fail me, but that was actually for Heroes Might and Magic 2 Gold. That was not for the FHeroes2 AI. So just in case anybody's wondering, FHeroes2 AI still reigns supreme. I'm going to move over all these troops, and it's going to be, let's see, probably Crag Hack going into here. Do we need to attack anybody here? Probably not so much with our main force. There's a hill fort, folks. There's a hill fort. It is not too far away. We may never upgrade into Ogre Lords in our main castle. We may just always use the hill fort for our orcs and for our Ogre Lords. This is what I'm talking about. When you make a map for specific players, then you can actually make sure that you have what you need for a barbarian to win or a knight to win. Because there are advantages out there if you can find them. Because I know that this is on snow. I'm not going to love to go here with my wizard. I don't know. I don't think I really have a big fight for Crag Hack to deal with very soon. Maybe down here, Horde of Halflings, maybe over here. I'm going to come in here repeatedly for this windmill. If I can get there on, oh, never mind, Horde of Veteran Pikemen. Tell you what, these hordes of Veteran Pikemen are actually easier to take out for a boat than these Archmagi are. We should go there as soon as possible, actually. That's a pretty interesting opportunity. We should take that. Let's look real quick before we make any decisions. What do we need? We need wood. We knew that. There's a sawmill down here. Wood truly is the priority. Let's make sure we can get +2 wood per day. Maybe this will be just enough wood in order to carry on. And then we're gonna leave our bulk of our troops through the snow on a little bit of a trek. And we're gonna be happy to soldier on and soldier through. Okay. The patient, what about a week 3 plague? I could pack it in right away after that. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some bad luck. Some things are good luck, some things are bad luck. Bad luck does happen. Those things do happen. And at that point, you have a decision to make, as we all do. Do we soldier on or not? And I have to tell you that there's been times in my playthroughs where I'm pretty happy because it feels like struggling was the best thing for me. So I'm grateful when that does happen on occasion. Folks, with the gold mine, I don't feel bad about purchasing another hero here. And it's going to be, let's see, all the wolves. all the goblins. We're going to send Joe Josh down just so that way he can help collect more of these resources. Maybe one more hero's worth of resources will help. There's no purchases to make it home. Por qué why? Excuse me? We'll talk about that in a second. Lord Shadowing with the adventuring. Let's go adventuring in the chat. Lord Shadowing, pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And HC Symbol, the AI will fail me. An excellent band name to be sure. I love that idea. What a good first comment. I appreciate that from you very much. The AI will fail me. Yeah. Tell you what, my family, we used to have some band names that we would come up with occasionally, and I think that our favorite was Shotgun Wedding. Or closed casket wedding. That's what it was. Definitely for a punk rock band. I think that the AI will fail me should be like a techno, sort of in the vein of Daft Punk. That would be perfect. That'd be perfect. Lord Shadowing says the Linux version of FHeroes2 is just as stable, if not more, so than the Windows version. Oh, good to know. Very good to know. And Bearded Man says that's a bit too generous, I think. I wonder if we're about to lose all of this. I wonder if the AI is going to get this and we're not. Let's see. Lay down your eyes on the Forbidden Legacy, which awards first and foremost. There it is, to the computer. And so the computers are all going to get this amount of resources and we are going to suffer. So the difficulty is definitely ramping up. Obviously, the difficulty is ramping up. Folks, 9 wood. That was perfect here on day 7. That's going to be enough for us to get the adobe or the stick hut. Ogre Lords are super good. That's going to help us take out some serious fights. Serious fights. So no worries there. Happy for everything that's happened. Maybe, let's see. Maybe this lean to plus 4 crystal. Plus 1,500 gold. Not going to go for the elves anytime soon. Dawn. Let's see. Remember, I do want to get into here. It might be Phineas, actually. Tell you what, it's going to be Phineas. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have Phineas go back, ready to bring all these troops up. We're going to kind of hero chain this all the way down into here. So I want Dawn to be right about there, as far as she can go. And then Craghack is going to finish up the rest of this. Here, and I gotta read the sign. Every time there's a sign, I need to hear it. Northeast to Hill Bastion, good to know. And then we never did visit this obelisk. Let's grab that. And folks, that was a pretty successful week 1, except that the enemies are definitely way ahead of us monetarily, and we'll keep that in mind. The Warlock is having a real good time because gargoyle growth is up by 5. Early in the morning, an envoy from the Ox tribe landed in the seaport with some caravans. As the messenger entered in your chieftain pavilion, you woke up at once, ready to cut down the intruder with a sturdy blow by your cleaver. Fortunately, he tossed just in time a large bag filled with gold and jewels. For a moment, you both stared longingly, not longingly. The barbarians stared longingly at each other. No, there's no romance here. But they were very confused in their expression until the laugh bursted out, eventually noticing the good intention in the eyes of your unexpected guest, despite his grubby and hostile aspect, which almost drove the two of you into mutual killing. Finally, you got some help. Oh, good. So there is some help here. Oh, good. I better spend this immediately. If we get the help and then we don't spend it, I'm going to feel really pretty silly. So let's do that now. It's funny, though. We can't purchase a lot because we are missing the stick hut. Whoops. Do we want to buy the statue? I don't think so. 250 gold. We're getting the gold mine anyway, and bridges are expensive. Pyramids are expensive. I think that we're going to wait on any purchases for now. We might consider a new hero in just a moment, but for now, let's purchase everybody we possibly can here. It's going to be 10 of the ogres, 20 of the goblins, and 7 of these wolves. And let's do our hero chain like we had talked about just a moment ago. Down to here. Gonna just swap these armies right across. And we're doing this just so we can get over to this hill fort, and then back so we can get into the ship over here by these hordes of veteran pikemen. So it's gonna be obelisk here. It's gonna be nearby some water, maybe nearby some swamp. Interesting terrain there. I can't tell if that's snow or if that's something else. And then Joe Josh is going to help kind of suck up all of these extra resources. I'm guessing if I'm right about here, that Joe Josh can help Dawn get to here, to here, to here, and then from here up to here, and then we go. So this hero chain, it looks a little weird, but it should work out excellently, I do believe, if I do say so myself. Chris is in the chat. Hello, Chris. Nice to have you here. Hi, Real Phixfox. Just lurking while cooking dinner. I respect the lurk. At no point am I ever gonna like look at the list of who's currently on and say, "Hey, man, why aren't you talking?" That just seems rude to me. So if you ever see that happen, if you ever see me do that, just know that I've been kidnapped and there's now a sinister imposter in my place. So it's little things like that that let you know if the AI apocalypse is upon us. And right now, it certainly is not. And Boreas, yeah, hey, I did get the 1 gold. If you noticed, we got like 10,000 gold from that event that the computers get, and then we lost 9,999 of it. So we did net ourselves plus 1 gold, which is pretty nice. And now forever, my desire to have nice even numbers is going to be smashed because of this 601 in the gold. SandroThePeasantKiller says, yeah, had to buff the AI on this one because its macro decisions kind of suck on huge maps like this. I agree with that. There's times where just on a big map, there's too much going on. Any AI is going to struggle with that mightily. And so I don't take it in any kind of bad sort of way. Like, the AI does a pretty darn good job as far as I'm concerned, but I recognize that there's just some limitations in crafting the very most perfect AI, and that's just one of those things that, what can you do? You just got to give it a little bit of help, and then hope for the very, very best. Okay, here's the big swap. It's going to come on down. Whoa, no. There we go. Because we don't actually need the boars because we do have the 6-speed wolves as scouts, so it's probably going to be Phineas that hops into the water unless there's a sorceress. There's not. And so Craghack is immediately going to go and be a rabble rouser and defeat these hordes of veteran pikemen, and then Phineas is going to then hop into the boat on the next turn, I hope. We're going to see what the movement points look like in just 1 second. Skur says use the coin wisely. Hello, Skur. Nice to have you here. I just like toss it on my defeated opponent's corpse, and I say, buy yourself something nice. Yeah, that could be worthwhile. Boreaster says in 100 weeks you'll be okay. Oh, with the oh yeah, if there's another 1 coin, or if I have interest on that coin. Do we mean interest is going to accrue on that coin? I think that's a good idea. Hey, you got to count your pennies. That's how you be successful in life. That's what I've been told anyway, and I believe it very, very much so. We're on to day 3 of week 2. And let's make this big fight happen. It's not going to be the easiest fight we ever saw, but I anticipate that we're going to be very much successful. Let me make sure. Let's see. Wolves to the bottom, Ogre Lords to the top, and I actually want to put these orcs here. I think. Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a glorious victory, but obviously pretty heavy losses. Still, way better of a fight than if we were trying to deal with those archmages. That would be just too much. Oh no, and folks, look at this terrain. This is obviously not ideal for us. We're going to step the wolves up 1 step. And because these pikemen are coming in hot, and because it's just going to be a brawl with our 3 attack, 2 defense, and no extra bonuses except for this +1 on the luck, yeah, I think that we have to be smart about how we position this fight. So the veteran pikemen are going to be outspeeding our Ogre Lords anyway. Let's have the Ogre Lords step into right here and just kind of be this end cap to try and protect these peasants. But then the orcs clearly are not fast enough to get around 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. Yeah, halflings are going to take an absolute beating. Clearly not what I meant to. I didn't think about that correctly. That was clearly my mistake. Now what I could do is I could move the orcs up so that way there's 1 less bit of terrain for the halflings to step on. Then again, I could just. I don't want to lose the orcs needlessly. The damage is only 6 to 10 right now. They're really best for getting in the way. They're really best for just getting in the way. And these wolves are just in the worst spot. You can't attack, but you can pretty much be attacked. Should I just go out and do the most damage to these veteran pikemen as I can? I think I ought to. We're not going to be effective up here. It's just, again, it's going to be a brawl. It's going to be a brawl. So long as the goblins don't take the first hit, I think I'll be happiest. And then these Ogre Lords, these beefy 60 HP guys, are going to do the best they can with what they have. Okay, so wolves are going to clean up this fight down here. Let's try and work on this top stack. 3 to 4. With the good luck, that means that the halflings are going to get to go, which is really wonderful. We're going to kill 3 to 7 of these veteran pikemen. We didn't kill that many. We're going to kill maybe up to 1 to 4. We kill 2. It's about average, give or take. About average. And then, yeah, there's no reason for these wolves to step up. This is kind of muddy anyway. I can't see a very clear path forward for these wolves to do exceptionally well. And now the goblins are just getting bashed. Absolutely trashed. My word. There is, let's see, 40 halflings. I mean, we might use the goblins to kill this whole stack here. Let's kill 3 to 4 there. Because I just really want the halflings to get their chance to go. Yeah, because it's a free shot without any kind of retaliation. Plus the good luck, that decision immediately looks good. That decision immediately looks like I'm a genius. I'm not, but occasionally I will surprise you and I'll make you think that I know what I'm doing. Occasionally, I'll surprise you. And folks, against all odds, yeah, losing only a couple of ogres and being able to smash through these opponents, this turned into actually a really good fight. 2 ogres, 43 of the goblins, definitely could have done without losing that many, but the wolves did their job, the ogre lords did their job. That worked out just fine. I got no problems with that. And folks, oh, what a tough decision. What a tough decision. I'll let you all decide. I will let chat tell me what they want to see have happen here. Picking up the +1 defense, really nice, always good for a barbarian. We have the choice between the basic estates and the basic navigation. Now here's the deal, is that we know from the preamble texts that there's gonna be lots of water on this map, and this is potentially an opportunity to be 33% faster at sea. This might be the difference between Phineas getting in the water and Crag Hack getting in the water. I'm not so attached to Crag Hack yet that I feel like he is my primary hero. I can pivot very, very quickly here, not a problem. He's maybe 1 or 2 levels up. But then again, early estates here in week 2, that can add up over time. It's tough. It's tough. So I haven't looked at chat. I'm going to look at chat real quick and just see what everybody's starting to say here. Math Obsessed says navigation. Sandro the Peasant Killer says good fight. Well played. Appreciate it. Mushanki Pet. Hello, Mushanki Pet. Very nice to have you here. Oh boy, navigation is a blast on this map. Tell you what, barbarians have a little bit of an advantage there then. Happy to have that then. And welcome. Happy to have you in the chat. Navigation from HZ. Skur says Navi and jump in the boat. Bearded Man says you want to get a strong hero out there. Get navigation. Navigate. Man, everybody knows what is up. I tell you what, I kind of always planned on taking navigation, but it's really cool to have everybody agree in chat. When I say I've got a really smart chat, this is what I'm talking about. Roman agrees as well. Navigation on the main hero, definitely. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And so the only question that remains is this, is that do you want to leave your forces or do you want to send your troops out? Right now, if you're just sending a hero out to pick up free stuff, then it's fine. You can send those troops out. But this is my only main fighting force at the moment. It's going to take a while to get more forces. Is there something I need to defeat first? I think what I need to do before I hop into the boat, either with troops or without troops, is I have to decide if there's any major forces I need to defeat now. Here, not really. Here, not really. Looks like Joe Josh can grab some of this. And then Dawn really is going to have to scout into this area. A horde of halflings is not going to be fun to deal with. Gargoyles not fun to deal with, but doable. Gold. And so let's see what Dawn can spy with her beady little eye. What else is here? Rangers. Because if your army is at sea and you're attacked at home, you feel really bad. I just don't see a lot else I need to get. There's an opportunity here at the graveyard, opportunity here. I mean, there's opportunities, but we're gonna have more opportunities later. Tell you what, I don't want to send all the troops out there, but I'm not going to send nothing. I will send some troops so that way Crag Hack can maybe actually do some fighting while he's out there. Math Obsessed says I'd take the forces and I haven't played the map. Sandro says hello to Mushanki Pet, nice to have it there. And then I can't miss Lord Phixfox playing your map. So far so good. Okay, so let's just make sure we have this correct. We'll keep the orcs out there. 2-speed creatures, not the best. I'm gonna split ogres. We're gonna do half. We're gonna split the halflings and do half. I'll keep the orcs out there. I'll keep half of the goblins back in reserve, and I will keep half of the wolves. That way Crag Hack can still do something, because I don't know if there's gonna be something nice, like one big army I can defeat out on the water, and then if there's like level 2 creatures, this army should be able to do that. But mostly Crag Hack is just going to be out there. This is just me hedging my bet. This is not me being very, how do I say this, precise with what I want to do. This is me just being hedging my bet, cautious, trying to do 2 things at once. And sometimes when you try and do 2 things at once, you don't do either thing very well, and that can lead to some trouble. But for now, we'll stick with this. And we'll see where this gets us. Okay, and remember, there's more troops coming in Hill Bastion over time. Not to mention halflings and goblins and so on and so forth. Okay, cool. Lord Shadowwing says, lurking while I'm on some more of the serve safe manager training. Hey, so hopefully that interview process went well for you. Maybe this is something else, but whatever the case is, I'm happy to hear that you're doing some nice stuff out there. Well done. 1,500 gold, 5 of the wood. Did you notice? 5 of the wood, pretty good for us. We're gonna go for resources more than anything at the moment, even more than these artifacts. Plus 5 wood again, 1,500 gold, nice. Endless pouch of crystal, beautiful, absolutely stunning. And we are cruising through this area. Those extra 33% movement points are fantastic. Not to mention this early lighthouse we picked up. That is actually helping us out a bunch. It looks like Crag Hack is starting off with 2,500 movement points at sea. He's doing pretty good. The sorceresses are a little bit jealous. Not very jealous, but a little bit jealous. And it's not lost upon me that we have way more gold than we know what to do with. We might want to do something strange. And here's what I mean as I try and explore just a tiny bit. We may want to try and trade resources for the pyramid. What do we need? We've got the crystal. Marketplace. I don't know. We've got so much gold that it might be worthwhile to try and trade precious resources, even at a really bad clip, just in order to try and get up to the necessary requirement for Cyclopes. Week 2 Cyclopes, we got a couple days to make this happen. What would we need still? We need the ore. There is ore over here. If you want to go through lots of veteran pikemans, this is too hot to handle. Nothing over here as far as I can tell. Yeah, so really we might try and get into the ore and then trade, because with 3 ore now and we have to get up to 20, we have a couple days to do that. We might make something happen. We did just pick up some trolls, so let's see about that. Leaving a little bit of this army behind, pretty useful. If we had the full army, I'd feel exceptionally good about this, but as of right now, I just don't know, so I won't. We're gonna stop in and see the mermaid. We don't often see mermaids, but since we're here, we might as well. The magical, soothing beauty of the mermaids reaches you and your crew. Just for a moment, you forget your worries and bask in the beauty of the moment. The mermaid's charms bless you with increased luck for your next combat. They're so sweet, they're so nice. Nice little friends there. I'm probably going to go through the Whirlpool, but I do want to land, or I do want to walk over here just a little bit closer. I want to see what's over here. I'm wondering if this is another enemy's territory. It's an XL map, but I'm guessing that we're somewhat evenly spaced between ourselves and others. No guarantees one way or the other, but I'm just kind of guessing here on that. Oh, I guess Dawn's going to grab gold. I missed that previous moment. And then Joe Josh has got these troops. He's going to try and get back up to the front. Do I care if it's Joe Josh or do I care if it's Phineas? Not really. Both are level 1 heroes. And yeah, Veteran Pikemen, we are coming for you, my dears. My friends, we're coming for you. Probably going to get this Mage Guild. No, we need to save the ore for the pyramid. Man, we're probably going to trade really, really poorly if we end up doing this. Are there any troops here at home left? Orcs, trolls? Yeah, we better stop in. Better stop in. And now I'm trying to figure out what's the best splits here. I just don't think that 8 orcs is that good. The problem is I just don't have a lot of good stuff right now. Last time we had to defeat lots of veteran pikemen, we had 10 ogre lords that we started off with. This army is just not big enough. This army is just not big enough. But if we are going to have any hope of getting into the Cyclopes, we're just going to have to kind of buck up and do this, I think. Week 3 pyramid would still be pretty good, even if it's very costly, is kind of the unwritten or unspoken thing that we're saying there. Even if it's very costly, it would still be very, very good. And I definitely agree with that. Maybe... I mean, I got some additional forces. I could gather into the army here with another hero, and gold is not a problem. Tell you what, I could just upgrade the stick hut now. That is going to make my orcs a little bit better. And then maybe I end up leaving behind the wolves. 3 ranged creatures though, that's not ideal. Then you basically have goblins and ogre lords trying to fight this fight. We're gonna have to wait and see. But I still do want to fight this fight if at all possible. If, for some reason, I'm able to trade just with the resources I have and still make that happen, then we'll do that instead. Let's make sure that if we lose somebody, we lose orcs instead of halflings. Halflings are a little bit better at the moment than anybody else. And folks, Shipwreck Survivor, Elemental Ring, the cost of summoning spells are halved. It's kind of neat. I don't know how likely it is we're going to use that, but it's very neat. And can we land? We could land and take all this. We'll come back later and consider what to do. Another boat. So plenty of boats. +5 on the wood. Shrine of the Third Circle. This is sort of just a hop, skip, and a jump away from where we were before. If we're the first hero in the boat, we might be able to make a killing and just trade for gold. Gold for ore. It's not going to be pretty, but we can do that too. And folks, it's not going to happen. It's a cruel trick. It's a cruel trick. It's very cruel. But we do have an extra +1 gold now. Hey, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. The production you get from your ore mine will be enough to get the pyramid in week 3. It will be. It will be. I'm gonna find a way to trade anyway. There's so much wood out on the map. I think that I'm gonna be okay to continue on and trade for gold and wood. Let's see, wood here, gold there. And so yeah, I'm gonna make this happen. I want the Cyclops now because then that's gonna help me roll through all these other fights in just a moment or two. Don't love it. Do not love this though. Let's have Joe Josh step just out of the way. Phineas is gonna step out 1 step. We're gonna hire Thundax, who's gonna immediately upgrade these gentlemen. Send them over. 89 goblins, 3 attack, 1 defense. We are worse in every which way. I'm really laboring over this fight. That 1 gold will carry you, Sandro the Peasant Killer says. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, before I do something rash, let's go to the marketplace and just see what this looks like, because we got so much gold. We could trade up to 1 crystal or 5 crystal for 1 ore. We could do that. We can trade pretty much all this wood. The pyramid doesn't need any wood at all, and we don't really have any other things that wood is going to be useful for, except for maybe mage guilds. There's going to be more wood that we find. Let's just send it all. Let's do +7, and then gems. We have gems. Let's just do it like this. So folks, obviously we were gearing up for this big fight, and we're going to avoid that simply because the losses we would take would be so bad. We're going to get the pyramid now here at the end of week 2, and then we're going to roll in there tomorrow. We're going to have Phineas step just outside of range of these gentlemen right to here, and then as the rest of my heroes sort of congregate, it's going to be Thundax that's going to bring them up in just half of a moment. So I hate to give you this sense like, oh, Phixfox is going to do it. He's going to fight this crazy fight. And then I rethink of it at the last moment. Like, I think better of it. But truly, I think that that's the best play. And I try my best to not get stuck on any one strategy. And I try to be flexible. When there comes a better opportunity, it's best to be flexible. Even if that means that we don't do something exciting, that just means that we're playing smart. And that's okay. That's okay. In this particular day, everything went fine for a while. The economy keeps growing up. Your casual recruitment seems really efficient, as well as the castle walls stand strong and sturdy before your eminence, spreading out a soundly beam of brilliance and splendor. Unfortunately, though, one poor little thing might have slipped out through your fingers. The Ragnarok. The Ragnarok? Huh? What? Apparently the gloomy and terrible ancient beings supposedly revealed as gods, or at least pretended to be, have been awakened by somebody from their lovely but endless sleep. More worse than that, they're not looking happy at all. If no one will take soon the responsibility to defeat them by conquering their legendary and sacred stronghold, they might blast away the entire world. Your days are numbered. We haven't found out yet. Hold on. We haven't found out yet how many days we have. We have until month 5, week 4, day 7. So we do have to take the castle of Fonds Dives, and we only have until basically the end of, or the beginning of week 6, or month 6. So we're doing okay on time so far, but it's not lost upon me that we need to go. We need to move. We need to cruise on and not struggle. Okay, we did just lose 2 of the orcs there. Let's see where else this whirlpool might take us. Aha! 1,500 gold, flotsam, and all this other stuff. Good, very good. Okay, 8 halflings, probably not going to make it into this army in just a moment. Here and here and here. Dawn's going to step out and move these soldiers over. in exchange there. It's going to be Joe Josh. Oh, I can shift and then click on a hero, so that way I get the correct hero. That's a new thing. You can shift left click and it'll allow you to not have to search over here. You can just shift left click and it'll send you to the hero that you want to highlight, which is a really nice change. Like FHeroes2, and specifically I think it was Winnie Maru who came up with that requested change. That's just a good move all around. So good stuff, good stuff. We can purchase all 6 of the Cyclopes. We can purchase the Orc Chiefs. We're going to purchase Ogres, geez, probably not. Trolls, we've kind of already invested in the trolls. We've kind of invested in all these troops, and gold is not a problem. So I'm not going to worry about, I'm just not going to worry about upgrade costs later. We're going to make this happen. We might end up taking out the halflings. They're just not that good. They're okay. They're just not that good. They're fine. They're just not that good. Especially when you have 8 trolls and 23 orc chiefs ready to do damage. Yeah, that feels fine. Should I actually trade over ogres in exchange for the goblins? The damage isn't really what I'm going for here. Until I can get them upgraded, I think that's going to be an okay fight. Just for Phineas to do this at the moment anyway. So let's fight this fight finally. Glorious victory. Look at that, no losses. And it was actually just the bare minimum of troops necessary to kill. Like that was barely lots of pikemen. It was 7 of the ore, and then Joe Josh ought to... We really got to get into this area. The sword breaker for the +4, +1. I think it's +4 defense, +1 attack. That's super good. And as barbarians, we could probably take this dragon city exceptionally quickly. We just have to do it. Lots of orc chiefs. They might want to join us at some point. Do we want to go through the pack of swordsmen? Do we want to try and go through the graveyard? I don't know about that. I think we can defeat the swordsmen though. A pack? Easily we can defeat a pack actually. And then we'll grab this. I think I'm going to do something that you haven't seen me do for a moment. We don't need gold at the moment. Let's make Phineas our new primary hero. Let's give him the archery. Let's take all this treasure and the experience more than anything else. And maybe we should have done this a while ago, but it's not too late. It's never too late to make the right decision. Ore is still going to be a little bit low, but there's no other major purchases to do. Tell you what, let's make the investment on the statue. It's always a quality investment. And then Joe Josh is just kind of sitting here because there's nowhere we can go without killing enemies. We've gotten to the point as we pick up diplomacy. Ooh, this is tough. Barbarians really enjoy the ballistics. But diplomacy can be super good, especially if we have so much gold. We're going to go with diplomacy, folks. I'm not going to let you guys make this decision. We're going to do this one right now. And we're going to hope that just is a good decision for us later. We're not going to know until later. We come upon a conjurer who begs to accompany you and your army for a while for safety. You agree, and he offers as payment a copy of the Book of the Elements. So the effectiveness of all hero summoning spells is doubled. And we also have the elemental rings that halves the casting of all summoning spells. That seems like a pretty powerful sort of combination there. Seems pretty good. I don't know how likely it is that our barbarian friends are going to use it, but maybe we end up picking up a nice spell user later. Pretty soon, by the way, we're going to run out of artifact slots. It's going to be kind of a problem. HZ says it's my favorite kind of rock. Oh, HC, that was from a previous conversation and I didn't address it, and now I forget what the conversation was. Remind me, which is your favorite kind of rock? Are we talking like classic rock? I think that there was a different rock that we were discussing, but I completely forgot. Please excuse me. Sometimes I'm trying to keep track of a lot of different things and I just lose track. Bearded Man says, you wanted the Orc Chiefs anyway, true, and diplomacy will just make things easier. Yeah, I did want them to join me, and so that was kind of on my mind as I was going through this. Let's combine here, send the troops over. This is not the most exceptionally practical or efficient movement I've ever done. But I've got this issue where I've got too many heroes. I've got more heroes than I need. And because of that, I'm just in a weird spot. I'm in a weird spot because I've got too many heroes and nowhere for them to go. I'm gonna do this fight. It's not gonna be the funnest fight you ever saw, but with the archery, I think we're gonna be fine. We tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you want to search the graves? Yes, I do. Glorious victory. This is actually looking perfectly fine. I wanted to lose the ogres anyway a little bit because then I don't have to upgrade them, and then the orc chiefs That feels acceptable, so I'm going to do that. I'm just going to accept that. Basic wisdom. The elemental ring might actually be pretty good for us, folks. +1 attack skill and basic wisdom. Yeah, Phineas just became a powerhouse. My goodness. And the, oh my gosh, and the basic logistics. Vial of Mercury. We are doing awesome. Look at this. So first off, we're building a wonderful hero here. Phineas is the man, right? We got the +1 for the Mercury. We got the +1 for the crystal. Like we're doing good. There's no mines around here that would give us what we need except for over here. But just through artifacts, we're able to get what we need. And then just through, I mean, the wisdom and the, I mean, we got everything we need. Is there anything else we need? I submit to you that no, there's not. And we are doing great. And life feels great. Huh, good. Good. Sandro says, have to give you one important tip for that later objective of the map. It's important to stack as many stats as you can for the win. Not going to spoil it anymore, but this may be crucial for you to know. Okay, I appreciate that. And that doesn't feel like, it doesn't feel like bad advice ever. That just seems like some good quality general advice. So I appreciate that very much. We're going to get the Mage Guild level 1. And we're going to hope that by the time we get here, we can leave with Ogre Lords. That's one more day. Tomorrow we're gonna get even more. Yeah, you always want your heroes to be as strong as possible, but that's pretty worthwhile to note that the final big bad boss you have to defeat is gonna be very tough to deal with. And stats are gonna be the way that you can overcome that. Really good artifact. We're gonna probably stop in for that in just a moment or two. Being immune to blind as a barbarian is very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay. And again, I've got too many heroes and nowhere for them to go. Thundax is going here. Joe Josh is just waiting, hanging out. And then with all this wood, tell you what, we've got so much wood. Let's just pick up the Thieves Guild and see if we can get any information about our enemies. So folks, remember, we are playing as the orange barbarian. We've got purple with Ector. We've got yellow knights. We've got the red warlocks. We've got the blue necromancers. Green warlocks. One of these guys is warlocks and one of them just hired a warlock as their main hero. It looks like we're all on equal footing. And everybody but orange. Everybody's got 8 heroes except for me. Where are you going with your 8 heroes? We haven't seen anybody out on the water, and so you can't be that active, right? Like, I've got 4 heroes here and I feel like they're wasted. What are you guys doing with like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 heroes? Weird. Funny how everyone else has the same amount of heroes as you. Yeah, like I think that that's the AI doing what the AI does best, and I'm glad that they're doing that. But it's like, huh. Because I'm feeling the pinch. I'm feeling like I'm in a really cramped space. I wonder how they're feeling. I can only imagine how they're feeling on their little island. Okay, we've opened up another slot for us to take some nice quality troops. Minotaur Kings, sure. We got, it looks like 96 goblins down there. They're probably going to join in just a moment or two. But yeah, let's get this experience. Let's get this fight. And maybe actually we do want to go through the Archmagi soon. Maybe next week. So that way we can get another hero out onto the boat. We'll see about it. Did I purchase my spellbook? I did not. I gotta go back. I got busy thinking about other things and then I failed. Is it worth it to land? Is it worth it to land just so that way you can get additional movement points from the lighthouse? I don't know how many movement points you get from the lighthouse. Is it gonna be worth it to spend basically 5,000 movement points? I say 5,000 because it's gonna be the rest of this turn. Ooh, it's gonna be the rest of this turn, not to mention the rest of one whole turn loading or unloading out of the boat. For now, I'm gonna say no, because other heroes, other enemies can get into the water before I get the chance to claim those free resources. But it's on my radar about possible things to worry about. Dawn is just gonna stay in the snow and do nothing. Joe Josh is gonna stay right here. Thundax, yes, staying put. And except for these 2 weekly things to visit, we've now visited everything that we need to. And we're gonna press on through this pack of Minotaur Kings, which shouldn't be too big of a fight. 4 out of 13 for 6,500 gold. That's not the best. I don't want to pay that, and I kind of want the experience. I don't want to lose these Orc Chiefs, but I don't think I can stop it, so I'm just going to accept that. And then, I don't know, do I roll the dice and maybe get a really bad Witch's Hut here? I could get leadership or something. or you could get Eagle Eye. See, at this point, that was just clearly a bad decision. You're building like one of the best heroes you obviously ever could have built. Like perfect hero, fantastic, quality hero. And then you go and you have to ruin it by getting Eagle Eye. Yeah. Pretty good, pretty good. Bearded man, Eagle Eye. Hey, good use of the shocked emoji, by the way. For everybody, I really appreciate, I think it was Lord Shadowwing showed up and he used the Let's Go Adventuring chat emote. I really appreciate those emotes. Hopefully you guys enjoy them. I mean, I had really a lot of fun kind of putting those together. I still got ideas about more I'll do, and then I think I could just rotate them out and have new ones every now and again, and bring back some old classics, retire them for a short while, and then bring them back. Things like that. So yeah, I'm glad that you guys enjoy them and that they're worthwhile. As always, if you have any ideas about other emotes that you think would be fun or nifty to have, I'd always love to hear from you. So just let me know. Crag hacked the Barbarian. Wow. There's this little island here. I don't know if I should land. I'm going to get close just to try and scout out this section a little bit better. There's the sign. There's the tree. It looks like there's a windmill. But there might be something nice there. This gold mine. Landing could be good. Then again, there's still so much in the water. So I will carry on. I will wait for now. Math Obsessed says Eagle Eye Oats Farmer. Oats Farmer. Oats Farmer. Oats Farmer. Help me understand that. I need a little bit of help. Sometimes I'll surprise you and I'll know exactly what you're talking about, and sometimes I need a little bit of help. This is definitely one of those times. I do want to defeat these Archmagi. I think we're going to wait here until day 1. So we're going to do 2 days and then go from there. It's an emote from another channel. Oh, cool. Which channel is it? Who's got the Oats Farmer channel emote? I don't really know how emotes work. I don't know if you're able to use emotes on another person's Twitch or not. Just in case you're wondering, you can use the emotes I make anywhere you want to. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I've seen some people that they try and they say please don't use them other places, but I don't see why, just because you made an emote for your channel, why it should just stay on your channel. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I don't know. Maybe it's a branding thing, maybe it's a pride thing. Oh, Oats and Goats, he's streaming Super Metroid. I don't know that individual, but sounds good to me. I've never really played a lot of Super Metroid. Never was one of my games that was in my repertoire, but I always wish that I can enjoy the games as they were originally meant. The concern I have is that, am I going to appreciate these games if I don't have those nostalgia glasses like other people do when they first start up? Like, for example, people have told me that Might and Magic, that those games are so good. Will I appreciate Might and Magic as everybody hopes I will, or will I fall short just because I didn't have that enjoyment? Like I wasn't there, and so I don't get it, kind of a deal. I do worry about that sort of deal. We will see if that ever comes up, because I do think I need to play Might and Magic at some point. Just not sure when that'll be. Very sad, folks. We missed out on an opportunity. We don't have haste. Haste is probably my favorite level 1 spell for barbarians. I know that we have the basic wisdom, so we can go into more than that, but I really wish that we have that haste. That makes these Cyclopes exceedingly dangerous as we consider trying to take out these Archmages. I'm going to still fight this fight. I'm going to expect fairly heavy losses, but we're going to win. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. And then it's probably going to be this Joe Josh character is going to go back up north. He's going to take these goblins from Thundax, and we're going to see if we can get these into this big army up here before we go and attack these Archmages. Dawn is going to hit spacebar, +2 on the ore. Good. And the clock keeps ticking, folks. Clock keeps ticking. By the way, we are also not the only people here on these, on the Isles of the Sea. Okay, I think that we've established that we need to land here as soon as possible. We have a very unique opportunity. We see that Vesper is in the water. We could get back to this area, take all of our forces, and go defeat some Warlocks. They've got to be up here, right? And if your major forces are out in the water, this is just too good of a time. This is a clear instance where being able to scout effectively has helped us. We are coming up with some very nice and unique strategies that we otherwise might have missed out on simply because we're able to see what the enemy is doing. The enemy can't see what we're doing, and we know exactly where the enemy is. So this is good. This is very good. I'm trying to get back to my one little chunk here. I don't know how likely it is that we're going to be able to get back home. I don't know how likely it is we're going to get back home anytime soon. You got to get lucky. How many whirlpools are there here? We did it! Woo, mission accomplished. Well done. And then we have this level 2 Crag Hack versus the level 6 Phineas. Tell you what, we're still going to attack over here because I want to get this other hero in the water, but we're going to send forces through Hero Chain over to Crag Hack. He's going to land, and he's going to hope that Vesper goes in the Whirlpool and then can't get back. That's a good strategy. I'm not saying it's the best strategy you ever saw me use, but it's going to work out okay. Ooh, and he landed in this kind of weird spot. It's kind of a weird spot, but we should be okay still. He can still get back is my issue there. He can get back in time if he needs to. Wow. Really wish I was fighting veteran pikemen instead of archmages. Really wish. Okay, we could trolls are going to regenerate. There's no problems there. We could do 20 points of damage. That feels very inconsequential. We might be able to save one of our Cyclopes with the Cure Heal. You see why I would need the haste, though? We're going to take multiple turns to get down the battlefield now, whereas before we could have done just a little bit better, a little bit faster. We're going to kill, looks like 2 of the Archmages there. Goblins are coming. Here we come, boys. And then we'll kill all 3. Tell you what, let's try and do additional damage. Let's try and kill 2 to 3 there. We killed 2. Ouch. Stop it. Mom, the Archmages are punching me in the face. Well, that's very nice, sweetie. Now go play with your brother. I don't think that my mom ever said anything like that ever. So I don't want people to think that, oh man, Phixfox had a rough childhood. No, I really did not. I had a great childhood. But it feels like the right thing that I've heard people say before. Mom, he's punching me in the face. I think that we did worse in that fight. I think that we lost 1 additional Cyclopes than the AI said that we would. It's not great, but it is what it is. I'm going to take the archery over the wisdom. It's nice to have the wisdom for later, but for now, let's take the archery. And then, yeah, we lost some forces there. But again, if these dragons are in the water, few and few, I think that we're still going to do what we need to do. We're going to go back, and we're just going to make do with this extra hero that's going to be coming very, very quickly. Okay, it's going to be Thundax is going to help maybe for another hero relay in just a moment or two. I could hire... it's going to be 1 additional day. I don't think I can reach all the way. So I can go basically to here. I'll be out of movement points. Let's make sure Dawn can get to here. And then next turn, she should be able to get from here to Crag Hack. Let's do it like this. Let's go here. Just wait Crag Hack for 1 more day. And then maybe, because we lost some troops there, maybe we're going to rethink who our final army that we send is going to be. Halflings are probably not going to make it, but these 104 goblins and probably the wolves are going to go. Upgrades? Upgrade the war trolls? Tenor, we can do that. We're going to upgrade the war trolls on day 1, so we're going to stop in very, very briefly, and we'll have enough heroes to make that hero chain go pretty well. Did he not get back into the boat? That's excellent. Oh, he did not get back into the boat for whatever reason. Good, good, because I'm just worried about the timing of all this. Timing is a very important thing. Watch it count down as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock ticks life away. It's so unreal. Pop quiz, who sings that song? Okay, everybody here's It's Still My Best Bet. We're gonna end up leaving wolves behind. Probably doesn't feel the best, but it's gonna be okay. Big swap. And move it on over. Here. And here. From here to here. Swap. And then from here to here. And send them. It's going to be halflings out, and it's going to be wolves out. And then I'm also going to make sure that I unload artifacts that are not going to be pretty useful for me at the moment. So might as well keep all this. Heart of Fire, do I want to take double damage from cold? I think that there's more cold spells that are more easily and readily acceptable or accessible. So I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to leave the resource generating artifacts at home. I'm going to have Crag Hack keep the speculum, or rather the telescope. And then, yeah, we're just trying to hit this timing attack. Just trying to hit this timing attack. We can land. Can we make it? He's going to get into the boat, and then we're going to have to go from here to here before he can get back. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but this is what we've decided to do. This is what we've decided to do. Chris says, I'm currently playing Age of Wonders 3, and I'm eagerly awaiting for me to have the funds to buy the latest Age of Wonders 4 DLC, Giant Kings. Have you played any of the franchise, Real Phixfox? No, I haven't, but recently I actually had someone recommend Age of Wonders to me recently. It was funny because we had talked about it, you and I, not too long ago, and then someone else also mentioned it. So I guess that means that it's highly recommended, and I ought to consider doing that as soon as possible, which sounds good to me. Sandro the Peasant Killer, Mom, the Archmages are dicks. No problem. I'm going to smash them with a boulder. Go and play Call of Duty in your room after feeding the wolves. Yeah. Mom. That's exceptionally funny. I really appreciate that. Yeah. My mom never had to deal with that. She had to deal with a lot of stuff, but not that. And then why didn't he get back into the boat? Is he stupid? I mean, this is swamp terrain. I just don't see how it's possible that Vesper lost all of his movement points. I mean, he's got the Hydras. He's got the 2-speed Hydras, Bearded Man, so it's possible that he just totally ran out of movement points. That's kind of crazy, though, isn't it? It's kind of crazy. I'm not sure what to think about that. And then McFall says, hi, Phixfox in chat. Great to catch you on their stream. Welcome. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much. I want to ask, have you heard about Heroes Hour, an interesting Heroes-like game with real-time combat? I have not. So I'm going to have to take a look, and if you'd like, you can always join the Phixfox Discord. I have a section for requests. You can put that in the request section, and then I'm happy to take a look at it down the road. Unfortunately, there's lots of requests, and I can't guarantee when I'm going to get to those requests, but it's always worth a look. Folks, I thought that some amount of these war trolls were actually going to join me for free. They have not, and now I'm sad. I would not have fought these creatures if I thought that they weren't going to join me. Oh man, I'm so sad. I really thought that they would join me. And Math Obsessed is absolutely Linkin Park. Math Obsessed, let me ask you, how do you feel about the new singer from Linkin Park? Emily Armstrong? What do you think about new Linkin Park? Want to hear your opinion. I have my opinions, but want to hear what you got to say about it, because I assume that you're a longtime fan. Rise to Ruins in the chat. Hello, Fix. Hello, chat. Hello, Rise to Ruin. Very nice to have you here. We're playing some Heroes of Might and Magic. We are getting stomped just a tiny bit. Oof. Let's attack here. Oh, with the good luck. Oh, I hope we don't kill 2 or 4. Well, we did kill 4. Okay. Not great, but I mean, it's weird how getting good luck can sometimes not be the best thing for you. That felt like one of those times where getting good luck actually hurt a little bit more than I would have appreciated. And the hits just keep coming. Thankfully, we're going to get out of this fight, but man, I did not want to fight that fight. I really thought that with the diplomacy that these war trolls would have joined me. Oh, Crag Hack. I forgot that Crag Hack is only like a level 2 hero. Which is better, leadership or archery? I think that you have to take leadership, because getting any of these, goblins or ogres or cyclopes to get another attack, that is really valuable. Then again, we're about to attack a castle. But I don't know if my range damage is going to be that exceptional. I'm going to take the leadership here. I kind of want to go to this witch's hut. We're going to take the estates just because it's right there. And then we do still have to scurry. We have to go as fast as we can. I'm very slow here, but yeah, I still want to make this happen. It's day 4. This could be a mistake. Level 3 Crag Hack. We'll see if this is a mistake or not. And then, did I get in just in time for a Warlock Castle snipe? You might have. That's my hope. We're hoping that we can snipe this Warlock Castle. We don't have a whole lot going on over here. It's going to be Phineas that's going to go through these Orc Chiefs in just a moment. But I think I'm going to wait for one more day before he does that. So he's going to sit right about here. And then I'm going to set the rest of my heroes up so that we can hero chain one more time. From the main castle over to our friend, Mr. Phineas the Barbarian. So he's going to sit right about there. And right about here. Thundax is gonna have just the 6-speed wolves, and we're gonna be ready to go in just a moment. But yeah, that's really my hope, is that we can snipe this Warlock castle. Fighting those, oh geez, fighting those trolls though was not the play. That's not good. How did he know? How did he know? How did Vesper know that he was gonna end up right there? There are so many whirlpools all across the map, and you just get that lucky? And you show up at the exact right one that will get you closest to me? That's insane. That's crazy. How is he so lucky? It's times like that that if it was Heroes 2 Gold Edition, I would assume that they knew that they were going to get through with no problems, and that informed their decision making. I don't believe that happened here, because I have to believe it didn't happen there, but my word, that's not good. What a roll. What a roll. Jeez, goodness gracious. Math Obsessed says, haven't heard it. I'm an old dog. Yeah, no worries about there. New Lincoln Park. I don't want to be upset about it, but I'm definitely one of those people that I realize how much I really loved Mike Shinoda, but also I recognize that like Chester was like maybe the biggest part of the band I connected to. So it's tough. It's hard. How do you do Lincoln Park without Chester Bennington? That was just my 2 cents on the matter. And then Zapixo's in the chat. Hello, Zapixo. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. Hello, my dear Phixfox. Looks like those trolls have trolled you. Yes, they have. I am exceptionally trolled at the moment, and I feel like I have egg on my face. Just not the best. Folks, it's day 6. Day 7. Yeah, there's no way. We're gonna have to defend. We have to defend against Vesper. Oh, it's so bad. That's so bad. Do I go out of my way for Castor? He's going to be a very easy enemy, although he could lightning bolt me to death. He could lightning bolt me to death. Nothing else matters except for Stone Hall, but I mean, this could be an extra 500 experience. We're very close to another level. I'm going to fight this fight. I could take some losses. I don't. Enemy flees. Okay, that's just one less hero that I have to deal with at least. Barak. It's going to be a glorious victory. No issues with this fight, but let's see if we can get out of here just a little bit quicker. I'm hoping that the gargoyles come out to play, and then I can defeat them with my other troops. They don't, which is really the wise decision. Truly it is, so I don't feel too bad. Orc Chiefs are going to blast these orcs with full damage. There's troops here and here. I want to kill these gargoyles as soon as possible. I think if I kill all the range creatures, that the gargoyles are going to come out and fight, though. So let's kill range creatures first. Let's keep the Cyclops kind of in the middle of the fight so they can go here or here. Ogres, let's have them assume that they're going to be able to get out very quickly. Goblins do much of the same. And yeah, we're just going to take the damage from the castle walls and suffer. Suffering. Yeah. Okay, so at this point, we're just going to get out of this fight like this. It's not pretty. We're going to take one more castle shot, but I don't think that the gargoyles are going to stay behind. Barrier? Never mind. They just want to stay behind. What a good, smart, and wise AI. That's excellent. I'm sad because that's going to cost me more troops, but I'm happy because it's the right play from the AI. I thought that the AI was just going to come on out, but no, they're doing the right thing. They're staying, they're defending. Yeah, and that cost me a couple of extra troops. It did cost me one full extra Cyclops, actually. So yeah, good job from the AI. I did not expect that. My expectations were not met. Maybe that's one of those times you would see me playing the game differently, depending on whether or not I had up against an AI player or against a computer player. Excuse me, AI player or a real person. Steeson the other day on the FHeroes2 Discord said, hey, Phixfox, can't wait to play you in online play with FHeroes2 and can't wait to lose to you. And I was like, Steeson, just because I can beat the AI sometimes doesn't mean I can always smash a wily Steeson. So sometimes these things do happen. We have a weird situation here. I didn't even realize I didn't have the diplomacy on Crag Hack. I built up Phineas, and so then really attacking those war trolls was the absolute worst thing I could have done. I think I want the diplomacy just that way I can potentially get out of this situation. Although here in the swamp, being able to be even faster than Vesper could be a good idea. It's day 6. Is he going to be able to reach? That's really going to be the question. Is he going to be able to reach? We're going to have a 5th level mage guild with air elementals, berserker, resurrect, fireball, mass bless, etc., etc., etc. Hold on. hold on, I'm having a thought here. Level 7, level 4, 4, 4, 1, and 1, 8, 1, 1, and 2. Way better, plus the wisdom. Folks, we're going to fast travel. Yep, we're going to fast travel. I'm not here to tell you that this is a smart thing to do. In fact, I would consider this generally a dumb thing to do. But right now, we're going to do this thing because I think it's going to be the very best thing for me. We're going to take over these spells, or rather these artifacts here. We're going to leave behind all of our resource generating artifacts, all 3 of them. Yeah, and Phineas the Barbarian is going to fast travel over to this new area at the cost of 1 of these creatures. So we're going to attack, we're going to lose. Oh no, let's restart. And then our 6-speed wolves are going to give us the opportunity to run. We shall run away. And we're going to rehire in this castle. We are going to hold on to this castle. This is our best chance at winning this whole game. And so even though this looks silly, and even though this is not something I would recommend, this was the best way of doing this because Craghack was already in the boat. He was ready to go and land in 1 turn. We couldn't have really swapped places with Phineas, but now our best fighting force is going to be Phineas taking these troops to defend. And I don't make any... I don't feel too bad about that. It's still an okay force. Is it going to be enough to defend this fight? Maybe, maybe not. Let's get over these artifacts. +1 here, +1 here. Yeah, this is going to be okay. All those artifacts actually should go over. And then Craghack, well... let's actually see. Craghack is good enough as a hero over here, plus there's this boat. We're gonna let Craghack also fast travel. We're just gonna do a major swap. Again, this looks dumb. This looks silly, but this is gonna be exceptionally good for me, I believe. That observation tower was a nice pickup. I didn't expect that. Oh geez. So we got Alamar and Vesper. It's day 6, buddy. You gotta last. You've got to last. And then in a second, we're gonna rehire Craghack. Let's have Thundex just step outside. So we can do that in a moment. Everybody else is waiting. No issues. I could attack and get back. Let's actually do that. Free 500 experience. And there's no way Vesper can reach me. And we're going to call this a day. We're going to move on to the next thing. If there's no other purchases, left turret, right turret, moat. Let's go. Let's go, baby. This is either insanity or brilliance, and I can't decide which it is. Cannot decide which it is. Man, the AI. Yeah, no wonder. I'm guessing every enemy hero actually has their top tier creatures. If you're getting that much experience, like you gotta be, right? You gotta be. I'm gonna do something kind of silly again. I'm gonna hire Sir Gallant, and I'm gonna send him back. Let's see. He's not gonna be fast enough. Let's have him go just down here. That might be 1 extra step out of the way onto swamp terrain. I'm gonna hire another hero. It's gonna be Celia because we got so many resources. And we're gonna see if Celia can also distract some of these red heroes. Just take them 1 day out of the way there. Craghack is gonna go to right here. So you gotta go a couple steps out of your way here, a couple steps out of your way here, a couple steps out of your way here. This is me abusing the AI just because I know how the AI plays. Although, just watch how at the end of all this, I'm going to have 8 heroes and no castle. The AI is going to be like, what are you doing? Stop. Okay. Sorry. I don't think this is going to be enough. I think we're going to get attacked, but we're going to find a way to carry on anyway. The only hero we need to make sure that we have run away is Craghack. I think that we should be fine to run. There's no other forces here. There's nothing else that can help us defend. We're going to call that a day, and we're going to get caught up on chat as we see what the AI does. Let's see, Zapixo said, I hope you're doing well. I have to admit I'm really impressed by the tenacity you have in making such incredibly dense and massive maps. For Sandro the Peasant Killer, yeah, it takes a lot of effort for a map maker to make an XL map that is beautiful and looks so good. That's good. That's good. Let's keep going on this. And so, yeah, we're going to have to just kind of check and see how this goes. But Zapixo is doing a great job. of letting Sandro the Peasant Killer understand that this is a good map. We're going to fight this fight ourselves because there's still one more enemy after this, and I don't know how many dragons the other enemy has, but we need to make sure that we're fighting this fight as best as possible. Bearded Man and Math Obsessed both saying the luck on this guy. How is he so lucky? That was when the enemy came through the Whirlpool and got us. And then Sandro the Peasant Killer as well. Holy, what a damn luck on the Whirlpool he got there. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Rice Ruin saying about Linkin Park, I'm pretty mixed on their new vocalist, but man, she rocked a good 16-second scream in Heavy as the Crown. I choose to believe that it was in respect to Chester. I think that she is trying to do the right thing by respecting Chester, and like, you got to eventually move on. Like, you have to move on at some point. You can't just, you got to move on, right? We've got to move on, but it's never not going to make me sad. And there's nothing else I can say about that. Yeah, just don't want to be sad anymore about Chester. That was pretty bad, but these Ogre Lords should do tons of damage to these dragons here. Good morale, twice. And then, do we kill one full stack here? Let's take this retaliation. Couple goes down there, and then we got dragons to kill. We kill a couple here. One of my all-time favorite, geez, look at that luck. That was pretty lucky. Jeez, this is not ideal. We can't even kill one of these black dragons. What happened? This fight went way worse. This fight went way worse. Oh my goodness. Even with the bless, I guess that the bless is already worn off, but my goodness, Dragon Slayer? Try and get some extra attack skill going here? Jeez. Can we do 69 points of damage? No. Jeez, look at the margins. Maybe the turrets, left turret or right turret's gonna help us out here. Please kill that dragon. Please stop hitting the hydras. Please. If I attack right here, I think that the black dragons will kill the dragon. Okay, that's good. How did I fight this fight so much worse? Folks, what happened? How did I fight this fight so much worse? The first time we win the fight, the AI fights the fight better than me. And this time we're just gonna lose. Like, we can't win. 186 HP? I don't think we can win. Stay alive, don't attack. What happened? Devastation, devastation. We can't stay. We can't stay. Black Dragon killed 4 Orc Chiefs. It's highly likely you're gonna kill all of them this time. What in the world? How much damage happened here? Mintar Kings are doing 90 points of damage. I'm devastated. How did we do worse in this fight even after we got one full round of Mass Bless off? I think that because we did the Mass Bless, it changed everything. And so I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to accept my loss here. I'm going to run, but let me show you what I mean by this. Okay. Yeah, and there's 3 black dragons coming up. So even if we win this fight, I think that we're still going to lose. But I got to show you what I mean. And that's going to involve me using the AI, or rather the autosave here. Yeah, there's so many movement points. Tell you what, if we had accepted that though, we would have had the castle on day 1, then we're fine. No, it would not have been fine because it's Month of the Plague anyway. Wild, wild. Let me show you what I mean in 1 second. Okay, Math Obsessed says, oh, elementals, eh. Bearded Man says, woohoo, excited for the fast travel. Absolutely, Pixo, nice, poor man, yep. Split the orcs and run. Probably should have. And then what was the song with the new vocalist you showed me? Phixfox Wife says, I think it was, hello, Phixfox Wife. Nice to have you here. It was the, emptiness machine. So yeah, it's funny how the towers are always hitting the damn hydras. Math Obsessed, I hope you can hear the vitriol in my voice. It's funny how the towers are always hitting the damn hydras. Yeah, 75 HP, 2 speed. Ugh, horrible. Let's see. I don't know how to say your name. Genki Chomp, Rivals34. I see what they did there. Yeah. Let's see. Is that like Rule 34? I'm aware of what that is. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Sandro the Peasant Killer. It's his map. It might be because he got a bunch of that early morale turns. Yeah, Sandro Peasant Killer. So yeah, that's gonna be what that is. It's always so luckily the computer's got the good instance there. Math Obsessed with the lulls, and then Wow Plague. That's amazing. That's exactly what I meant. Yeah. So the luck is crazy. Okay. Just for science, let me show you this, folks. Let me show you this. We're gonna reload that autosave there, and we're gonna just hit in turn. And so let me just show you what I mean. It's gonna be a glorious victory. So we're gonna hit restart, and rather than me hitting the mass bless, we're just gonna show you what this is supposed to look like. So this is so far what the AI is supposed to do. And if I just hit autosave or auto combat, yeah, no good morale there, or I didn't get good morale there. I could have maybe I just fought this fight completely horribly. Maybe I just fought this fight completely wrong. No, you see, instance of good luck on the goblins, good luck and good morale on your big stack of goblins. Good morale there. And the dragons ended up getting, the black dragons got good morale once or twice. And so if the morale changes because you interrupt the flow of the way that the AI works and like the way that the morale and the luck are going to take place in this game, then absolutely you lose this fight. But early on, one or two changes is a big difference. There was a good conversation I had. I believe it was with X Chemo. Who was it? I'm gonna have to look it up. But let me pull this up real quick, just for my edification, as that's going. Let's see, Reddit, and it was let's see, Roland campaign FHeroes2. Any advice on the battle final justice? Yeah, and so it was from Zelnod. And so it was 2024. Zelnod was saying, hey, I've got 5 black dragons, 4 red dragons. And they showed the battle from their perspective, and they just were trying to find a way that they could win this final battle, so that way they could speed run the end of the Roland campaign as you're defeating Archibald in his castle. And the thing about it is that with the forces he had possible, if you run it through the battle simulator like 100 times, you're going to win 2 out of the 100 times. It was possible for him from that position to win 2 out of 104 times, but it depended on, like, in order for that to happen, his black dragon stack had to get good morale on the first instance and the third and the fourth, and that was enough for him to win the fight. But morale is that big of a deal, right? It's that big of a deal. And so in this instance, we see just that one little change where we were winning the fight with the auto combat, and then you mix things up, then you have an awesome, got a big problem. It's not going to be enough to win this fight. This might actually be enough to win the game with the Holy Hammer for the +5 and the Holy Pendant, Statesman's Quill. That +5 attack actually might be enough. This game is stupid. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. You are kidding me. What in tarnation? So this fight is already won according to the auto battler. Like, if we just hit auto and we hit auto combat, we're gonna win this scenario, or we're gonna win this game here. That's insane. That is crazy. We're gonna win by the skin of our teeth. That is nuts. I am reminded, folks, I am reminded of the time from my Ghost Planet playthrough where I had to just watch the AI play it a couple of times to win the fight, to see how it goes. Notice that we have exactly 1 Ogre Lord left. We have 1 Ogre Lord left. And I had to watch in the Ghost Planet playthrough how the AI kind of fought that fight in order to produce a victory. I feel the same level of wonder and awe now that I did then. Because there's no way that you should win both of these fights like this. But we have. What is going on? So, even with Month of the Plague, we're still fine. I tell you what, though, folks, this feels gross. This feels gross. Look, and here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. It's Month of the Plague. There's no forces here, but there's multiple heroes. I can always make sure that I hold on to this castle for another week. Yeah. But I've lost, right? Like, I've absolutely lost. Because I fought the fight wrong and the morale and the luck didn't turn out. But we just saw an absolute gauntlet of RNG. And in this current moment, we have come through. I don't know. Can I win this scenario? If I go back and I don't accept the auto combat twice in a row, is it possible for me to win? If I don't get this castle, they're going to be pumping out black dragons again and again and again and again and again. Is it possible for me to win from this position? I think I have to try. Like, clearly we've done it and we can stay right here and we could continue on the scenario, but it feels icky to me. It feels gross. It feels gross. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I have to fight the fight myself. I have to fight the fights myself. If I can fight the fights myself and I can win, then okay. But if I can't, that feels like it's on me. So I'm going to fight these fights one more time. And if I'm able to get through this, great. And if I can't, so be it. This is crazy. I can't believe I'm doing this, but my pride just says I shouldn't do it like this. Okay, so there's good luck there. You attack here. Attack. And then I think you attack here. Get the good luck. You're going to get the good morale. And now I think that we've got enough instances of good vibes that from here with the bless, I should actually be able to get out of the scenario pretty well. So do I attack this red dragon or do I go down and work on this black dragon? Black dragon's already lost his retaliation. You're going to kill them with these ogre lords in a second. Tell you what, let's just kill this one red dragon. We've already deviated in a major way, but even the deviation, look at that. Even the deviation ended up being even better for us than it did last time. That's different, and that hurts us. The margin for error is so small. It is so small. That's crazy. Let's see, I could... Tell you what, I think I actually want to Disrupting Ray the Hydras, just so that way the AI can get through them a little bit quicker. I'm going to take this retaliation here. Ogre Lords are going to have to deal with what they can in just a moment. Keep the Griffins... Kill the Griffins, keep the Ogre Lords alive. Insane. Now that especially now that I know how this fight is turning out, I'm very glad that we're fighting this fight again, just so that way I can feel good about surviving the gauntlet. But man, this is just weird in every which way. Every which way, this is just so strange. Huh. Okay, maybe the black dragons are gonna roast their own minotaurs? No, I guess not. 17 HP, do you want to kill the one black dragon? Or do you just want to start working on these guys? I think the Orc Chiefs can actually do 17 points damage. Can they? That's a good question, actually. I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to take the damage from the Black Dragon. I'm going to risk it, though. Got him. Okay. All right, whatever. And we're going to go into the next fight with 27, 5, and 6. I think that's actually better than it was last time. Not by a lot, but by a little bit. Crazy. Glorious Victory, Holy Hammer, Holy Pendant, Statesman's Quill, and then we still have to fight this guy. We're gonna take the logistics and the deal there, and now it says we're gonna lose here. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. I'm so lost. No Berserker comes out this time. That's very interesting. You would think that the Berserker would come out and you'd have to deal with them. Can I guarantee that the turrets are gonna fire on these black dragons again, or are they gonna try and kill the Hydras once more? Don't know the answer. Gonna kill one black dragon here. Crazy. So we're fighting this fight better, but now we're gonna lose this time because now they're using Resurrect. I mean, the sheer gauntlet of RNG. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Just the sheer amount of RNG that goes into that fight. Huh. Usually when I stream, I'm trying to stream for your entertainment. Right now, I'm streaming for my edification. Like, I'm trying to get better at Heroes of Might and Magic by playing these through to see how this goes. But that's just wild. Everything that just happened is so very, very much wild. There's no sense in backdooring. The enemy's left this castle undefended. There's no sense in sending somebody in to defend. Maybe there is. Maybe there is. What if I do this? Boop. It's mine now. There's no creatures I can take. I can't reinforce, and I can't dismiss while I'm here. Huh, very strange. Anyway, okay, let me get back on chat just so that way we can get caught up on the same way. Most doomed snipe ever, month of the get out of my game, Rise to Ruin says, yeah, 100%, 100%. And Ginkachomp, yep, correct pronunciation, wonderful, perfect. SandroThePeasantKiller, holy, the AI is such a racist, turning better the auto fight, but punishing the manual way of lucky RNG, dang. Pixo says, wow, amazing outcome, really. Phixfox wife, yeah, it is serious, it is serious. Ginkachomp, to be honest, I hope Olden Era will have less randomness. You know, RNG does have a place in any game, even RNG does have a place in some games. Pretty much every game, I think, has to have some element of RNG, because how are you going to have those cool epic comebacks? I don't know. There's some games, for example, chess. I always talk about chess. Chess isn't really random, right? It's all about skill, but man, I don't know. I like a certain element of randomness, because then you have to make do with whatever you have at your disposal. Like right now, this is me trying to make do with what I have. And so right now it's going to be what? Just splitting up these creatures and hoping for the best. Yeah, that's going to be something. Maybe pulling Crag Hack up. We're going to continue on from this point, by the way. I've determined that it's not worth my pride to do it any other way. Even if this means that we're going to lose like a lot, I'd still prefer to lose and die on my feet than anything else. Hold on, let's do it like this. And there, send the troops over. Then Celia should be able to reach. Send them on over. Here and here. Prefer not to take the undead just because of the morale penalty. And then let's see if maybe we can defend with Sir Gallant the Knight. Let's give Sir Gallant the Knight a spellbook. Dragon Slayer, Disrupting Ray, sure, why not? And let's see if we can hold on to our socks. But randomness, like there needs to be some amount of randomness. I do like some amount of randomness, but I hear what you're saying. That feels like a lot of randomness there. Mushanki Pet says RNG can be like that sometimes. Everything will always happen the same way if you do the exact same moves. Just attacking from a different tile, for example, might completely change the morale and luck outcomes for the rest of the fight, which we just saw there. So technically you can grind fights until you get a good outcome. Totally true. You can get that 0.01% chance of winning, which is not something I tend to do, and it's not something I would prefer to do myself as well. So let's see. Zapixo, you and Mushanki Pet, you guys absolutely know each other for sure. Trenlo says, well done. Aha, it's still gonna be a loss. Second fight doesn't look winnable though. It was amazing that it was winnable the first time, but not this time. Amazing how the RNG really is in this game. Should have surrendered the second fight to keep the artifacts. I absolutely should have. The hope is now that Alamar is going to turn those all back over to me, but there's no guarantee. There's really no guarantee. And Crag Hack is probably going to go down without a fight if this doesn't work out well. So this might be the end of the scenario if this doesn't go according to plan. We will see. RNG makes the game fun and epic, I think. You need some RNG sometimes. No RNG would make the game stale. Zapixo and Mushanki Pet say. It's like everything else, it just needs to be balanced correctly. I definitely agree. Folks, if we can hold on to this moment, we're going to be able to continue. If not, we might just be at the end of our rope here. So number one, Celia's going to abandon the cause. Are we able to waste spell points? Are we able to send like a magic arrow out and kill somebody? Looks like no. Yeah, and this is just not going to work. When you have resurrection, it's just too much to deal with. It's too much to deal with. Okay. Well, that's going to be that. Immediately, we're just absolutely overwhelmed. 48 peasants are looking down the snout of a dragon and just wishing that they were anywhere but here. You did the best you could with what you had, my gentlemen. You did the best you could with what you had. Real Phixfox, shouldn't feel bad about him, especially since he's got so many shameless RNG rolls since the instant Whirlpool Lucky Travel. I guess so. I guess so. Obviously, though, at this point, the autosave has been saved over. So we're not going to go back. We can't go back. Really, we're meant to do the best we can from here on out. We're not going to be able to... I think we're not going to be able to win the scenario from this point, though. And that's okay, because I would prefer to take my losses where I can, and we're only about an hour and a half into this stream, and so an hour and a half of lost time, quote unquote lost time, feels bad, but it's been a while since I really stuck to my guns and my commitment to not abuse the autosave. I built up a lot of goodwill, I think, where people understand that Phixfox will absolutely not abuse the autosave. And so then I've used that to occasionally grease the wheels of justice, as it were, and continue on for the enjoyment of everybody else. I think that this is one of those times I can reaffirm to all of you my commitment to not use the autosave, accept my loss, and then continue on from there, because I think at this point there's no way that I could overcome this enemy. They're going to get more dragons I'll be able to deal with. I wasn't going to have enough reinforcements. I don't think I would have been able to get out of the scenario. That was really my opportunity to do well, and so I am going to actually go and restart this game. You don't see me do that often anymore, but I think it's time that I reaffirmed again my desire to make sure that I am not abusing the autosave. So hopefully this is seen as an acceptance of my loss and a desire to do better. So here we go. Shouldn't feel bad. GG's. Yep. So game 1 is in the books, and that was a GG. Roman Arsage, let's see, I made such luck grinds in the original Heroes 2, no idea how RNG works now, but sometimes such hacks are part of the game. It is the same amount of luck grinds, so it's the same process, just with FHeroes2. Folks, we had a follow a while back, and I didn't actually mention that. It was Titans Gladius. That was 10 minutes ago. Titans Gladius, I sincerely apologize. We were in the thick of things when you did your follow, and so I apologize for not shouting you out there. Thank you so much for the follow, Titans Gladius. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. As you can tell, we're up, we're down, we're having wins, we're having losses, and that's part of what makes this so very fun. But folks, look at this. We have Phineas the Barbarian. He's back. My friend and yours, Phineas the Barbarian, ready to have a real good time. Okay, knowing what we know now, do we fight this fight? Do we play this game any differently? I think that we do. I think that we're going to be wiser, smarter, faster, all these things. I think we might be able to get here gold and treasure. 1,500, that should be enough to pick up a new hero. Wonderful. And instantly, we're going to have 2 heroes by the end of day 1, as opposed to 2 heroes by the end of day 3. So we're doing way better now than we were before. We're going to pick up this ore, and it looks like, wow, there's much more gold here than there was the last time. So we're doing good. The only thing that I hate about this is that we're not going to be able to pick up a well here on day 1. But overall, it's still going to be much better for us. So we're going to carry on, push through here. It's going to be the gold. And look at this. This is dwarves now instead of veteran pikemen. Very strange. Magi guard here. This time it's steel golems that guard the boat. Interesting. And then, I don't know. Things are different enough. I feel like we're going to do it like this. We're going to get another hero. Let's make it the sorceress, Troyan, just so that way she can get into the boat if needs be. She's going to save all of her troops here at home. Save for the one sprite. Yeah, because I want the sprites to go with Crag Hack. That might help me deal with some flying enemies in just a moment or two. We're going to pick up gold here. And observation tower in a moment. Phineas. Halflings. Campfire. Goblins. Medal of Courage. I like that. And this time it's going to be Rangers instead of the Steel Golems for this gold mine. That's kind of a big deal. That's a big difference from playthrough to playthrough. We're going to have the den, and thankfully we already mentioned we do have these sprites. So we're going to take that fight anyway, but it's not going to be the same fight as it was last time. We're going to be freeing a virtuous maiden from the clutches of an evil overlord, and we are granted the Medal of Valor by the King's Herald. So +1 to the morale. It's going to be very useful for us. I don't really care if it's going to be Crag Hack. It's funny that it's the 2 same heroes as before. I don't know if it's going to be Crag Hack or Phineas. It's going to be my primary hero. I don't want to say I don't care, because I do, but pretty interesting to see the differences in this map. Trunk of gold here, Seeing Eye Pendant, pluses all around, and it's going to be boars guarding this boat. Oh, we're going to go through boars very quickly. In fact, we might even go through boars before we go through rangers. Interesting. Okay, picking up 5, a couple resources here. And then, yeah, as I'm sliding on through, I'm going to have Phineas be ready to attack these rangers from this position. And then I think Crag Hack can maybe reach, and Phineas can take our gold mine. Here it's going to be on day 4. So already, though, we are going much faster than we were before. Let's pick up the well. Always a critically important purchase. And before I do anything else, I do want to purchase these troops, especially the wolves, but everybody else is going to be useful. On to day 4. In we go. Down we go. And do we want to purchase anything else here before we go? I don't think so. I think that's it for the day. Garbage heap. Goblins are not a terrible unit. It's not my favorite as far as all-time best units. I think halflings are my all-time favorite unit to have the orchard for the +8 per day, but still, it's pretty darn good. And then remember, we're really going to be using these sprites to get into these rangers. Do I want to leave the goblins behind? I don't know. Because if I do it like this, I don't think that the sprites are going to hold up very well. I think you're going to want the support from the 73 goblins just to make sure we win this fight. So let's do that now. Glorious victory. Yeah, you're definitely glad you brought the goblins here. Let's see if we can make this go any better. Let's see. Rice says, GG, what matters is that we're having a good time. I'm having a good time. Oh yeah, if it sounds or feels like I'm actually like upset about what happened, I'm not, right? I'm really not. Like, the game is fun for a lot of reasons. I've got no regrets about what we just saw happen there. Truly, I don't. I have no regrets at all. So, just happy to enjoy this wonderful game with some very high quality individuals such as yourselves. I think I can kill one full stack. 1 to 3. Maybe I kill 3. I do kill 3. Nice. And then I'm gonna kill 2 to 3 here, hoping that the wolves can deal with this whole top stack. Perfect. Perfect. And then the sprite should last for one more turn. Goblins are gonna get in just a moment. 4. Yeah, let's stay on this stack. And do we get to attack the rangers before they get to go again? We do not. Do we kill 1 to 3 again? We do. Very wonderful. And then let's see, stack of 3. Wolf is gonna do some damage, take the retaliation there, and goblins are gonna finish off this fight. And so us fighting that fight, we were able to tactically do just a tiny bit better, I think. Saved 2 sprites, saved a wolf, saved a fistful of goblins. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, SandroThePeasantKiller, I forgot to tell you, you could try to restart from a different position in case you would like to see more starting viewpoints of the map. I didn't even think about that, but given where we're at right now, I think I'm happy. Like, I really like the map, and I do want to see us see how the map differs just from RNG playthrough to playthrough. We've already seen a different start with the gold. We've seen a different start with artifacts, so it doesn't hurt my feelings to do my best to win from here. Ooh, it's a horde of boars. Maybe I'm not happy with that fight. Maybe not. We shall see. Let's see. We got other troops down here. It's not quite a new week. Do we need the ore? What are we going to need? We're going to need the adobe, that's for sure. Looking for wood. 10 wood? Where's wood? Probably some wood in the campfire. I mean, what else are you setting on fire, after all? But I don't see any other additional wood. So for now, I'm just going to send Phineas, my main hero. He's just going to go over in this direction. Pick up all this. And we're going to have to come back for the boars later. I could grab another hero probably soon, now that we have the gold mine. I'm going to take the experience here. I'm going to make Phineas my main hero. Last time I think that we saw that I had way too much gold. And so let's just go in this direction like so. We're going to pick up the ore, we're going to pick up the experience, and we might as well grab this obelisk here. And then Phineas, here on day 5, he's going to get a little bit closer back to Hill Bastion. SandroThePeasantKiller, maybe you can tell me this. This looks to be quite similar to the previous puzzle map. Is the ultimate artifact in the same spot every time? That would be interesting for me to know. Maybe you don't want to spoil it, but that's a question that's on my mind. If you feel so inclined, I'm interested to know what your thoughts are on that. Okay. Crag Hack is going to go back. He's going to just leave these troops behind. We got no goblins or anything else we can take. Let's do the stick hut though. And then hopefully he can actually get these orc chiefs upgraded in just a moment or two. And then Zapixo says, my dear Phixfox and everyone in the chat, I have to go now. I'm genuinely amazed by your resilience and endurance. You're a true hero. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Good night to everyone, and thank you for these great moments. Bye. See you soon. Goodbye, Zapixo. Have a wonderful evening, my good sir. Math Obsessed says, last time was a fluke because of bad luck with Eagle Eye. I should have known. I should have known that the playthrough was doomed when the Eagle Eye showed up and ruined my plans. I like the way you think. I appreciate that very much. Let's see. Still getting gold, still getting all these other opportunities here. I wonder, hold on. It's gonna be day 6. Just a moment there. I can get to this water wheel before the end of the new week. I guess I do have 8 orcs here. I could also upgrade. We're not going to get up to the Adobe, are we? Stay 6. Yeah, I needed a little bit more wood, and unless we find some right here or right here, we're just not going to get there. Any other purchases to make? I could get the statue. I think I'm gonna get the statue. I don't think ore is gonna be as hard to find in this playthrough as the other one. It looks like we've hit more clumps of ore. So we're gonna move on from here. Here's our +1 gold. Hey! +1 gold. Wow, +1 gold. Couldn't ask for any better. And it's gonna be Crag Hack that hops into this area. Phineas to here. And maybe the lean-to. 4 gems. What's a guy got to do to get some wood around here? Huh. Okay, and I think I'm actually just going to stay here with Troyan. She'll pick up the 1,000 gold tomorrow, and then we'll all carry on to the front. Our hero chain isn't as good this time as it was in previous instances, but it'll be all right. Halflings, I'm not going to worry about those. No purchases to make. Day 7. We did not get up to the ogres, which is kind of a problem. But we did just pick up tons of extra resources there. Still no wood, but we'll grab what we need in a moment or two. Very interesting just the differences in playthroughs from point A to point B. Huh. And really, when we talk about what makes Heroes of Might and Magic great, I think that the replayability is a big part of it. And I'm very happy that this scenario has a lot of that replayability that we've kind of talked about. Basic wisdom, wonderful. Because I feel like this is a different playthrough this time than it was the first time. Like, obviously it is, but it especially feels different in a really nice sort of way. So I don't have any regrets about the way that we're doing this kind of playthrough. This feels good to me. It's just very nice to know that Heroes of Might and Magic as a whole is traditionally full of replayability, because that's what we all like to enjoy, I think. We're gonna move over just like so. The 2 sprites are not gonna be very useful. We're gonna head back. Yeah, and I just want to get into the boat as quickly as I can. So Troyan's gonna go here and then up, hoping to meet Phineas there in just a moment. It's only boars, but that's not an opponent that I would wish to underestimate. When it's a horde of them, they can do some damage. They truly can. We've got plenty of gold. I don't think that upgrading my troops is going to be any amount of problem for me. And the halflings aren't nearly so powerful this game as they were in previous instances. Dwarves are not super good. Wolves or the ogres. Against boars, I think that the 2-speed ogres are not going to be nearly as effective in this upcoming fight as the 9 wolves will be. So we're going to do it just like this. Head on over. Hopefully it's not more than a horde. I'm hoping it's just about at 50. More than 50, it'd be a little bit more than I'd want to deal with. Okay, and there's nothing else to grab that's free. Nothing else is loose. And so we're going to continue on back. And then it's hopefully going to be Crag Hack that pulls those ogres into Ogre Lords. Let's see. No, the ultimate artifact is always stuck in the same place. Okay, good to know. I appreciate that very much. So it's always in the same place. And it didn't really help us, that little chunk of knowledge, because the obelisks, we didn't find enough of those to really matter. So I don't feel bad about knowing that bit of information. But also that troll donations with the 1 gold from the computer has different dedication messages each time it occurs. Oh, I was clicking right through it. I apologize. Sorry for clicking right through it. Yeah, I'm always interested to know what fun stuff people have. So yeah, please don't let me click through those again in the future. Each new donation message, I feel bad whenever the map designer is like, oh man, they didn't stop to notice my crafty little bit of interesting lore. So hopefully I won't click through that again in the near future. Let's do it like this. Let's go, let's see. Do I want the 24 goblins plus the extra hero? I don't think I need another hero. Last time we saw that it wasn't as critically important. So we're gonna roll with 3 heroes this time instead of 4. I'm gonna have Troyan defeat nobody. She's gonna hopefully just slide into the boat in just a moment or two. And this is gonna be a glorious experience. Glorious victory. And so it'll be like a month 1, week 2, day 6 foray into the water. That feels okay. Let's do it like this. Let's go wolves to there, so that way the boars can't attack on the first instance. And goblins are going to go forth and do damage. Looks like the orc chiefs are going to take the majority of the attention here. We kill one full stack of boars there. I wish I could mouse over the turn order to highlight which boar is going to go when. I should have kept track. I didn't. I just wasn't paying attention. And I should have been. We're going to kill 4 to 5 here. Because I don't know which boars are going to get to go first, I'm going to try and kill as many boars as I can. 2 to 3. But I'm going to try and even out the stacks a little bit. There. And now we got 1 there. I do want the orc chiefs to take their turn. I'm going to hope that this boar is going to go next. They do. And then this boar just is killing wolves. Okay. 1 full stack. And that went pretty well. 10 and 2. That went exceptionally well. We're going to pick up the pathfinding for the +1 defense. And Phineas the Barbarian's up to level 4 with 3 attack, 4 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge. I'm okay with the way he's going, especially again because he does have himself plenty of that basic wisdom. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. I'm going to just grab the gold here for now. We're not going to send any troops out onto the high seas. We're going to keep everybody here. We're going to try and push for this Dragon City in this playthrough. The chunk of gold plus the Dragon City I think is going to be exceptionally useful. The biggest thing that I'm going to be missing is that last time I had crystals, mercury, and gems from resource generating artifacts. I hope that we can get something similar to that again. I kind of doubt that we will. We'll have to wait and see. Day 5, there's no way, right? There's no way we're going to get a pyramid here on week 2. We're just too far behind. This time we're too far behind on ore again. Oh no. I shouldn't have gotten the statue. There's ore over here. Okay, what if I do this? Can Phineas reach to here? Almost. He can go to there. Set up a hero chain from there to there. I just want to get the ore before the end of the day. I'm going to hire Atlas. Yeah, we're going to hire Atlas. We're going to take all these troops just in case any of them do turn out to be useful. I know that Crag Hack was going south to try and turn those ogres into ogre lords. But I'd really like to get here by the end of the week. I can maybe even go through the dwarves, pick up ore here, and then pick up ore here. I think I can do that. So on to a new day. Oh, and there's a patch of ore here. So actually, we're going to make this work exceptionally well. We're going to have just enough movement points to do this and do that. Perfect. +9. So yeah, oh, never mind. We don't actually need to do this big convoluted hero chain, actually. I thought that we would have to. It looks like we don't have to. Good, good. Lord Shadowwing is back. Wonderful, wonderful. And then Sandro the Peasant Killer. No worries, just as a side fun fact. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. And Math Obsessed. I dodged the eagle eye this time. I did. I almost misclicked. That would have been the worst time for a misclick. As I've said before, these things do happen. Because these troops are going to be experienced for me, I am going to have Phineas go kind of the long way to clear all this out. But I do want to send him south soon after that. So let's grab Goblin Hut here. Halflings, just because. Let's meet up, and then it's going to be Atlas that takes orcs and ogres down south to here. Okay, no other purchases to make. We are blessed. Bless you, computer. I saw that. I read that time. Bless you, Mr. Computer. It's not for me. It's just for the computer. And then we're going to have Crag Hack just step out of the way as Phineas drives by. Do our little deal here. Move troops over. Sprites, halflings, and battle dwarves do not get to come along, but Crag Hack is going to be ready to send troops out to the front here on day 7. So Phineas is going to go. We should have enough for the pyramid. Lovely, lovely. Plus the crystal, we're doing just fine. This is not the same playthrough we had last time, but this is still going to work out okay. By the way, as far as maps that have tons of replayability, what is your favorite and most replayable map that you know of in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? I'll also open this up to Heroes of Might and Magic 3 or 4 or beyond. Maybe it's your favorite map that you can just play again and again and again. Which map has the most replayability? Like balance-wise, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into whether a map is replayable. And so part of that is balance from faction to faction. Part of that is Bone Dragon growth +5. Part of that is finding opportunities regardless of where you're going, and like how you can play. Like if there's only one strategy, kind of like with trying to get the high score on Pyramid, for example, if there's only one strategy, that doesn't feel particularly good to anybody. So you got to have multiple avenues of strategy. You've got to have a lot of adventuring, a lot of randomness, I think. But these are my thoughts. What are your thoughts about what makes for a really good replayable map? We are into the point where we've got sprites, halflings, goblins. I think ogres are going to be the ones that stay behind as we do this big resupply. Boom. And it's going to be orcs that come back. And we'll carry on like so. It looks like Mushanki Pet says, I personally really like Grim Reaper. Is Grim Reaper the one that... I think that someone did Grim Reaper for a Phixfox shoutcast. No, I'm thinking of King of Death. I think it was King of Death that has some really wild stuff, like a major enemy you can't stop. It looks like to you, Grim Reaper it's an XL map. Each faction is very different, side quests, and there's a powerful final boss. Okay, so there's side quests. I think that hearing that there's side quests is a massive deal to me personally, because then I'm aware of again, some of those different strategies and tactics, and it feels really good to be able to get through a fight, through a game, and at the end of it, have seen all the different artifacts my heroes collected and the way that they've been built up, and see how high I can get those stats. So those side quests can really provide some intrigue while you're still working towards that late game sort of end goal. So I like that idea of having those kinds of side quests. I really do. Diplomacy or navigation? Diplomacy or navigation? For your main hero, I think that we've seen that navigation could be exceedingly useful. There is a boat. Until I can explore this Dragon City a bit more, I think that the navigation, we might just hop into the boat, have 2 heroes in the boat, and then just hope that these heroes can do the best they can here on land. That's a worthwhile strategy, I believe. I think that that's a worthwhile strategy. Folks, something amazing just happened. A retired captain living on a refurbished fishing platform offers to sell you maps of the sea he made in his younger days. For 1,000 gold, do you wish to buy the maps? I do. Oh my goodness. Yep, 2 heroes in the water. 3 heroes if we can manage it. Oh my goodness. There's gonna be like a Battle Garb of Andrin in a Shipwreck Survivor. There has to be. There has to be. Wow, that's beautiful. Beautiful. And we're gonna get to know if there's an enemy in the water that we need to avoid. So that's great. That's perfect. Phixfox wife says, P.S. I guess I pocket dialed you, so you might have a weird voicemail. Should we listen to my dear sweet Phixfox wife's weird voicemail? Should we? No, we're not going to. Just in case it's something weird. You should never share weird things if you don't know what the weird things are. But we'll keep that for later, my dear sweet wife. Mushanki Pet says, it's the one with a powerful necromancer and a volcano in the middle, and you play as one of the 5 allied factions surrounding it. Okay. Is this supposed to be played as a multiplayer sort of map, Mushanki Pet? Like, is it meant to be played with friends, like co-op sort of campaign? I'd be very interested in seeing something like that played, and it sounds like it lends itself fairly well to that co-op experience. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was HC. Somebody did. Who was it? HC, Zapixo, Mushan. Ginkachomp mentioned earlier that they were hoping about Olden Era and RNG and what RNG would look like in there. I'm hoping that Olden Era does lend itself well to kind of more co-op campaigns. I think that would be exceptionally cool. I think that'd be really fun, and I think that that'd be just like awesome if they could make that happen. I don't know what the likelihood of that is or is not, but I'd like to see it anyway. View artifacts. We don't have a spell book, so it really doesn't matter. Let's hire another hero now. It's going to be Charity. Sure, why not? Gonna hire Charity, and we're gonna send her out onto the water with the skeletons and the sprites. And she's gonna start making some waves for me. Kind of getting rid of the value of Phineas with his navigation, but I think that we've seen enough water here. I think that it's gonna be pretty obvious that later we're gonna be on the boat. One way or the other, we're gonna get onto the boat. I think that at this point, I've got so much wood, I should try and ignore Flotsam just a tiny bit. If it's right in my way, I'll grab it, but there's enough other things that I don't need to waste my time per se. Water wheel here. Going back. And I do still need to get that Warlock castle. That kind of is my priority. I say kind of. Is that really my priority? Is it kind of your priority, or is it really your priority? I think it should be my priority. I really think it should be my priority. Maybe Charity actually doesn't get into the boat, because pretty soon we can end up here with all the Cyclopes and resupply one more time, land, and then go do something nifty. I really like that strategy, but I just don't know where the enemies are at this time. But because I have the Magellans maps, I can tell if they get into the water. We'll see. I'm going to attack these mages. The losses seem fine to me. I'm going to take the experience once, take the basic logistics, and we're going to get into the boat. I think because of logistics, I should be able to go here and then back now. Charity's going to be ready to grab this. Graveyard. Charity could probably defeat those. No, we're just going to have Phineas do it. But really, we're just going to try and get through all of this, because as Trenlow said, that's a lot of money. There's a lot of money in the water. And I want to have heroes in the water, but there's only 2 boats that I have access to, and I can't buy more. So until I can do more, I'm just going to have to do what I can here. Unique opportunity, Charity should offload some of these artifacts as Troyan sails by. Who knows when we're going to meet up again. Horde of Centaurs, we'll come back for that later. Goldmine here, we should get that. We should get this Dragon City. You see what I'm saying? We got things to do. We really do. But what is going to be ideal? I cannot say. I'm going to spend the ore to get into these adobe here, because I don't want to have to keep on going down to the fort every single time. Joe Josh is in the water here for yellow, which is a little bit interesting to me. I'm going to grab Arm of the Martyr. Tell you what, Troyan, you can just keep that. I don't want it. Although I am going to send it over just so that way I can give her more artifacts for later. What do we want to take? We want to take here and here, here and here. Feels pretty good. Yeah, we're going to spend one more day out of the water as we pick up the basic leadership, which is really nice. We're going to defeat these enemies here in the graveyard. 21 of the goblins seems fine to me. Archery, Statesman's Quill. So we have the diplomacy and the... Do we have the diplomacy? I guess we don't have diplomacy here. I don't think we're going to go for diplomacy in this game. It didn't work out as well as I would have hoped last time, which is fine, but I'd like to see the Statesman's Quill be useful all the same. It could be played co-op, Mushan Kipet says, about the map Grim Reaper. I would like to do that. If people are interested in playing co-op games for Heroes 2, I'd be interested in doing that. I just don't know the best way of doing that until FHeroes2 gets their online servers up. By the way, no rush. They've got tons of other projects that they're working on. It's on the list of things to do, but it's not the #1 just yet. So eventually we'll get there, but I'm not here to rush them on that. I don't know if, for example, you could use Game Ranger. A very low-tech option is you could just save the map and send the save file from person to person and then have them take their turn. Like, you could do that, but there's some logistical problems there as well. So, you know, you could if you wanted to. But I'll be very excited when we're able to play co-op online together. That'll be a really nice time. We're getting so much stuff here. I'm really... Man, should I land over here? Interesting. Chris says, catch you next time. I gotta go to bed. Get ready over there in the UK. Sir, have a wonderful night. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so very much. Math Obsessed is asking if we should leave the quill. I kind of like the quill since I don't have the diplomacy. Being able to surrender at any point for basically free, I kind of like the quill. I would say it's like a solid B tier sort of an item. It's not A tier, it's not S tier, but I think it's at least in the B tier area. For now. I think these artifacts are all pretty useless for me at the moment, but yeah, I think I'm going to keep the quill. It's the right question to ask though, I think. Truly I do. So we're in the water. Going for probably this Whirlpool because we want to end up over here somehow. Hopefully we don't lose all of our troops as we do that. Gonna leave the wolves there for now. And then Crag Hack. Mr. Hack. It's gonna settle in. No other purchases. And there's only one other enemy in the water soaking up all this resources. Cheers for our beloved computer. It hurts so much. I'm sure I did something to deserve that amount of pain. I'm sure I did. This is close, but no cigar. We don't want to defeat these bone dragons or whatever's there on the map. I don't know, maybe that's a really good hero. Should I? I'm close enough to this hero. I'm just gonna pick up the extras right here in the water as I try and make my way back here. It seems good to me to try my best to just avoid giving over such nice items. Gold, nothing. Medal of Distinction. Okay, our morale is stupendous. And so as I'm sailing around, I'm going to try and get into these islands a little bit and just see what's available for us, because I don't quite know. Mushan Keepet says, sorry Fix, this might be on me. I steamrolled the AI when I did this map, so Sandro thought he had to buff them. It doesn't surprise me that you steamrolled them. When an excellent player does exceptionally well on a map, I think that that's the natural reaction for the map maker to take, where they try to improve the map. So yeah, don't feel bad about that at all. I'm good for that, 100%. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate, I think it was, who was it? Whose map did I do? It was Ogre Lord Growth +5, by the way, which is excellent. Who did the map? Hold on, I got to look at this up real quick. Who did the map? Aventera. Oh, I know your name. I'm so sorry for forgetting your name at the moment. Whose map was Aventera's? I'm looking in the FHeroes2 Discord real quick so I can figure this out. Aventera was done by Arcane Hymn. Yeah, that's who it was. It was Arcane Hymn. I was really happy to be able to kind of test play that map a little bit. I really enjoy the process of iterating on a map and trying to make it even better. It's got to be one of the fun parts for a map maker, where you do something as best as you can and then you just see what a real player will do with it, because you can only game plan for so much, right? There's only so much you can do to ensure that the map is airtight and not going to be broken, because players are very squirrely. Players are very much able to use their good little brains to make nifty things happen that were unexpected. And so, yeah, I hope that trying to let Mushanki Pet break your map actually was fun for you, Sandro, the Peasant Killer, because I imagine it probably was. Math Obsessed says, food morale for Cyclops is very useful, yeah? Food morale? Are you saying I should take boars with me so that way I can have a steady supply of pork? It was fun nonetheless, yes, yes. And then Mushanki Pet, Sandro the Peasant Killer says to him, yes, that was when I got really disappointed about the AI's performance. Might have overbuffed it a little bit though. We'll see. So far so good. Lord Shadowing says, by the way, I was reading some of the recent changes to the VCMI, and they have made some pretty major upgrades in the game AI. How do you mean? I know that we've talked about wanting to do VCMI at some point. Lord Shadowing, what kind of changes have they made recently? We do lose a couple wolves there. Boop, Evil Eye. Is this my hero? Troyan is like so close to me. Does she have any good artifacts I want to pick up? +2? I'm gonna go pick that up real quick. 4-leaf clover, I'll keep it for now. But I'm gonna offload this, pick up the +2. I don't even have a spell book. Yeah, but I might get a spell book. Is that worth it to keep? Probably not. By the way, we got the leadership and we got morale everywhere. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to hold on to the +2 for now. Maybe that's a bad decision. We'll see. And then Musham Keepet says, yep, playtests on my maps were really useful too. Someone tested my second map and finished it in about half the time I did. I was baffled. Well, and I'm sure it's because it's like your baby, right? When it's your map, you have in your mind very much the way that it quote unquote should play out. And then somebody else takes it and just kind of turns that on their head. And that's not a bad thing, really. That's, again, part of the collaborative process that's probably so enjoyable to these wonderful map makers such as yourselves. Okay, folks, we've done it. It's day 2, and I've started to go into this direction with Crag Hack, or rather Atlas. We can get there in 3 turns. We can get there in less because of charity. I was heading south with Atlas because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to reach this area very quickly with Phineas. I do want to land. I do want to take out dragons before they become too big of an issue to deal with. So I'm going to hope that they've gone somewhere else. I'm going to hope that my Cyclops armies are going to be able to overwhelm them. No guarantees, but level 9 with 9 attack, 6 defense, 3 spell power, 1 knowledge, no spell book, and the advanced archery and the basic leadership. I'm going to hope that I can land and take some more Warlocks away from a winning position. A Bath Obsessed, it was good moral, not good morale, but bears are even a better idea. Gotcha. Oh, boars are even a better idea. Lovely. I mean, anything to keep your best troop happy, and if that just means that they need to eat some of your other lower level troops, that seems fair to me. That seems way fair to me. There's some troops, Warcraft 3, they've got the Destroyer, for example. There's some units in some other games that they have to be fed by some of your other troops, either by sacrificing their mana or by sacrificing some other stat. And it's kind of a weird thing to play with, where some of your units are built to just feed off of your lower level troops. I don't quite know how I feel about it. I guess it's fine, but sometimes I wonder if it's really the best thing. Oh, no. We're short by 1 day. Well, this timing attack is going to be a little bit different than I thought it would be, but we're going to soldier on with that anyway. And so maybe the Cyclops could get a buff. Maybe you can buff your Cyclops by allowing them to use other lower level troops. If you sacrifice a couple of peasants to them before an upcoming fight, maybe they should get a stat buff. Who knows? That could be worthwhile. That could be worthwhile. It'd be fun to play with at least. How about that? Okay, there's no troops here. On to a new day. And still kind of hoping that the Warlocks hop into the boat. Charity is going to finally do this big swap. No other changes here. It's got to be the Ogre Lords over the Wolves. Oh, and the Trolls. That's a bit of a miss. Do you want the War Trolls? I think you want the 8 Trolls instead of the War Trolls. Nah, but then you can actually get them upgraded, finally. So we're going to do it just like this. And I'll hope that this works out okay. 47 of the Orc Chiefs. Really, it's going to come down to the Cyclops and the Ogre Lords and doing damage to some big scary dragons. Okay, and we're going to try this strategy again. I think it's going to be worthwhile. But this time we don't really have much as far as intel. We don't have the scouting to know where the enemy's positions are. And that kind of hurts us a bit. I wish it would be a little bit different than that, but... Oh, Endless Bag of Gold. Okay, did you notice? We picked up the True Compass of Mobility and the Endless Bag of Gold. We are officially out of resource or artifact slots. Let's see if we can find a nearby Whirlpool so we can use that to get back home. Is there one closer? I don't think so. So Troyan's got to go back. Charity's going to sit here, and it's going to be Crag Hack that sits here, just so that way we can onload or offload troops as necessary. And then, yeah, Atlas will go back, ready to maybe take this upcoming bit of troops. Charity needs to give over the Cyclops, or the Trolls. Looks like there's a yellow player in the water to the southwest. There's a new enemy player that's hopped into the boat somewhere in this area, and then we just saw a purple player, Dimension Door, onto the Isles of the Sea, but I missed out on exactly where that was. It's going to be a bit interesting to have to play around with that. Once an enemy uses Dimension Door and you're the barbarians, you're feeling like it's a big party or like a big club and you're not in it. All the magic users are having a party. Just fast traveling wherever they want to go. And meanwhile, you're the one who's stuck at home. Lord Shadowing says, so far, this is what I found. Adventure Map AI, the Null Killer AI, has been greatly improved. This is for VCMI. And some improvements have also been made in the Combat AI. Expect even more Adventure Map AI improvements in the upcoming 1.6x releases. Very interesting. Very interesting. Anytime you can improve the Adventure Map AI, that's going to positively impact every single other facet of any Heroes Might and Magic game. So I like the idea of that. I like the sound of that. Having not experienced what that is for myself, I can't really say I know, but yeah, very exciting to kind of hear what these other Heroes of Might and Magic projects are doing to make the games go exceptionally well. We do have the ballistics, so this fight should go better than it otherwise would. Vesper's not tried to attack us. I'm gotta hope that there's only a couple of weeks worth of dragons here. We're here for this reason. We're here to fight. Should we accept this victory? Maybe we should, after everything that we've seen so far. Oh my gosh. So we are back. It only took us 45 minutes to get back to here. Yeah, but we're back. We're back. With no spellbook, by the way. Being blinded is absolutely the worst thing that could happen to us. Oh my gosh. We could kill 4 to 5 of these griffins. Black dragons, I think they're going to get attacked by the Ogre Lords in just a second. Let's try and kill the griffins. We killed most of them. They die on the retaliation. And so goblins are going to get sacrificed to the 3 dragon killing machine. We're kind of setting ourselves up for this double hex attack here, which isn't great, but I did want to get the damage off more than anything. And actually, because of the blind, yeah, we're going to end up getting blind locked, but that's not going to hurt my feelings too bad, because eventually you're going to have to unblind me, and when you do, I'm going to have a real good time. Goblins are actually better off killing this one Minotaur. Yeah, I think so. And we're going to lose all these peripheral troops. We just can't help it. But now the AI is going to be obligated to blind and attack, blind and attack. That's not good. That's not good. I can't even check to see how many spell points Vesper has. Okay, so he's out of spell points, finally. There's 2 more turns on this blind. Not great, but we're going to get out of this fight eventually. I don't think that there was a way I could have woken up my own troops. That'll work. But I'd like to let the Orc Chief start to defeat these Hydras from afar. 40 HP here. We're going to kill the Black Dragons. 1 good shot here. It's going to have to be 1 more shot. 75 HP. We're going to take 1 more round of turret shots. No, maybe not. And we're going to get out of this fight with 5 of the War Trolls down, all the Goblins, 12 of the Ogre Lords, 1 of the Cyclopes, and 27 of these Orc Chieftains. 2,600 experience, pretty darn good. We'll take the leadership. And it's day 6. We just have to survive for 2 more turns. That's it. We just have to survive for 2 more turns. That's nothing. That's nothing. We can do that. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be dangerous is what it is. We're going to send Thundax out to scout just to see what's coming. It looks like Wilfrey's not too far away, but we just have to last for 2 more days. We just have to survive for 2 more days. With 9 Cyclopes, I think we can do it. We're going to get the dragons. We're going to get the Month of the Plague because our luck is just that bad right now. And then after we get through that instance of bad luck, then we're going to win the game. Okay. This is as good of a start or better than we had the previous time. This is fine. This is fine. It cost us a little bit of a time in order to get back to this point, but ultimately it's okay. It could have been worse. Could have been worse. Troyan does have this True Compass of Mobility, by the way. I think I'm actually going to keep that on her. As much work as she's doing, trying to make sure that I can get these resources in the water, I think that she's a worthwhile candidate to hold on to that. So I'm going to let her do that. Charity's going to finally take some more artifacts. Let's see. Just take everything, and then the only thing I'm going to send back is this True Compass. I wish I could just delete artifacts somehow. Can't be done, but I wish I could. This could be useful for the telescope. Anything else here that could be useful? That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're going to leave the rest of these artifacts over here, and Charity's going to go and offload those to somebody else while Troyan goes back into the fray. Lord Shadowing says, game no longer requires local network connection for single-player games. Again, this is for VCMI. So wait, it did before? It required local network. Oh, okay. Wait, so can you just play it online now with VCMI, or is this like a hot seat thing through like a LAN connection? Did I just date myself by talking about a LAN connection? It's been a long time since I ever thought about doing a LAN party with somebody, but just so I understand you. And then Lord Shadowing says, another bug fix. Pressing Q during hero exchange will now swap both army and artifacts and will no longer trigger a quest log. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we'll no longer do a quest log. Huh. I'm always interested to see what bugs show up from game to game. Because some games are being held together by duct tape. And I'm not a programmer, right? I don't know what the coding is like from game to game, but I do recognize that some games could be doing a little bit better with their coding than others. When you have to change something and you break the entire game by changing the color palette on something, yeah, that just feels less than ideal. Atlas is going to set out in one day. He's going to upgrade the trolls and he's going to go from there. But I mean, okay, so what's the meme? Using Stack Overflow for your code? Nobody here that I know would be doing that, right? None of my wonderful programmer friends. Hope not, think not. But then again, if it's all about saving time and using AI maybe to help your coding process work, I don't think it's necessarily bad to use tools. All you're doing is using a tool to help things go well. And Stack Overflow is probably similar when it comes down to coding, even if it's just, you know, even if it's just one small thing to borrow somebody else's work so that way you can save a lot of time, even if you don't really know how it works. Okay, we're gonna move on to day one here. Okay, I'm way behind on chat, my apologies. SandroThePeasantKiller says to Mushanki Pet, LOL. Nonetheless, I'm grateful you did it though, breaking his map, so I could see many ways to improve it further. Wonderful. Math Obsessed says the book though, the book of the summoning elements, I think that we picked that up not once but twice, so we're back to there. Trenlo says block the road perhaps. It looks like our enemy actually went in this direction with his 3 black dragons, so I don't think he can get Thundax and get back to the castle, but that wasn't a bad thought to hire multiple heroes so that way you could keep them from the road. But it looks like they're going to opt to stay away from the castle. We're going to get dragons here unless there's Month of the Plague, which is highly possible. We've seen that. It's not. And then we should overwhelm Wilfrey. We've claimed this area, and from then we're just going to get better and better and better. But Trenlo, it was the right idea, and I think you saw me do that in the previous playthrough as well. So it was definitely the right idea. I don't know if any of these other troops, probably the gargoyles. We're going to take the gargoyles with us. Only 4 of them, because sometimes I use gargoyles to bait out some big scary attacks. Whoa, hold on. Vesper, probably going to pick him up in a moment. And this should do it, folks. This should be killing red. We don't really want this enemy to flee if we can help it. We're going to see if we can or can't keep that from happening. Aha. So we've got Curse, Holy Word, Dispel, Animate Dead, Disrupting Ray. Not a lot of good spells. I'm gonna try and kill this bottom stack of griffins here. I don't want to use the 4 gargoyles to try and roast the Minotaur Kings. Nah, clearly that was a mistake. The whole reason why you put the gargoyles here is so that way you can take the retaliation off of their black dragons first. So clearly that was a waste of my time. The damage from the 4 gargoyles, that's not what you're doing that for. You're doing that to attack the black dragons so they retaliate, kill some of their Minotaur Kings, and then when I attack their black dragons with my black dragons, I don't need any retaliation. So clearly that was an error on my part. Thankfully though, with 1 attack, 1 defense, 5 spell power, 4 knowledge, Phineas the Barbarian is outclassing Wilfrey like there's no tomorrow. 9 attack, 7 defense, we're doing just fine. We do have the Dispel magic. I'm going to cast that. There is a, what do you call it? A Xanadu not far away. And so it's possible that we're going to be able to help ourselves out and pick up +1 spell power very quickly. Damage, damage. Again, the whole goal right now is to get out of this fight without letting the enemy run. I'm going to wait on this Dispel. Let's spread the damage a little bit here. And then last turn, let's do our Dispel one more time. I think we're going to wait on the Dispel actually for the next turn. Yeah, we're going to wait on the Dispel for the next turn. Six speed, 5 speed. Let's kill here. Okay, and now we've baited the enemy into getting dead because our Cyclops are going to finish them off right here. Cool. Okay. So Glorious Victory, 2,000 experience. That's going to be the Sailor's Astrolabe of Mobility. Not a great artifact, but we'll take it. Barbarians with their high attack skill and the luck is always just a match made in heaven. For our final skill, we're going to take the luck. And so it's going to be Phineas as level 11, Pathfinding, Archery, Wisdom, Navigation, Ballistics, Logistics, Leadership, and Luck. That is a good mix. I am happy for that. No question about that. And then Mushanki Pet says, all this wood at the sea is such a blessing for my playthrough since I was playing as the Knights. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's way more than we could even use. We got wood to burn, which is probably the way that most people would actually get rid of an excess pile of wood. Probably would just burn it down. We got +3 attack here, spiked shield. We're getting some good stuff here. Troyan is finally really paying for herself. And then Math Obsessed, everybody is using AI now instead of Stacker Overflow. Okay, but I was right that Stack Overflow was really like a thing. I don't really know. I don't pretend to be a programmer, but yeah, it's just like the little memes I hear there. But is ChatGPT? Does ChatGPT do a pretty good job of it, though, is the question. I asked that on the FHeroes2 Discord if people felt like their jobs were in danger. My programmer friends, if they felt like they were at risk of losing their jobs because of ChatGPT, and everybody seemed to think that, no, we're fine. We're not worried about it, which I'm very happy to hear. I don't want people to just be replaced. And can you really replace a person that's high quality and does good work the first time? I think probably not, which I'm happy for. So little things like this are the things I think about, because I do believe that technology in general it's not like the worst thing to ever happen. I know some people hate technology and all of its many forms. I'm a big fan of technology. I think that there's a lot of good applications and uses, and I think that humanity is going to advance quicker than we ever could have before because of the technology that we have at our hands. But I understand the people that are scared of the change and what might happen. One of the places that I've mentioned in other places that AI could be extremely useful, and it's kind of intriguing to me, is with things like mapping the human genome. And so using computers to help us accelerate our advances in medicine, I think that that would be probably the #1 place that we could see some crazy advantages. And I think that a lot of people are seeing the same thing that I am, and they're saying to themselves, look, we could get to the point where the AI increases medicine, and so that the average lifespan is upwards of 80 years. They're saying that if you can just make it for the next 30 years, if you're alive in the next 30 years, they might even be able to find a way to reverse aging. Now, who knows if that's possible? Who knows if that's the kind of thing that could be available to everybody, you know, but things that people say, and not always do I pay attention, but it's an interesting thought. Then again, these might be the same people that said, hey, in just a little while, we're going to be able to get ourselves into teleporter devices. It's funny the things that we have been able to advance technologically with, just like looking at movies and Star Trek and trying to replicate that information and replicate that technology. Some things we are able to do and some things we're just not. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to use the 16 wolves here. I think they're going to be just a little bit better than the goblins, and I'm going to just check to see if there's any artifacts that could be useful here. Definitely, for sure. Immune to dispel magic. Right now it doesn't matter to me because I don't have a spell book, so okay. Very good. And you're staying put. We got another hero into the water. It's going to be Flint getting into the water, and then Vesper is here to sit. Make sure this windmill never runs dry. And then also wait for Troyan to drop off additional artifacts as she goes sailing. Lord Shadowwing says VCMI does have an online lobby system for online play. Oh, very cool. Very cool. I think that that's just like a natural progression. I was amazed, though. I have to tell you, I was amazed at how many people specifically said that they are not interested in doing Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era online. They just want to do the single player campaigns, which I completely respect. For 25 plus years, Heroes of Might and Magic was only like player versus player in the hot seat mode with your closest friends, or it was single player maps and scenarios and campaigns. But I also think that, I mean, there's definitely an audience out there. I think that Horn of the Abyss has proven that. VCMI having an online lobby, I think that that's been proven as well. So yeah, I'd like to see I'd like to see people enjoy the game in whatever way makes the most sense to them, but I'm hoping that the olden era devs can do both equally well, provide an online engaging experience, and make sure that they don't neglect the single player campaign. Because I would identify myself as a single player as my preference. That's definitely what I prefer when I'm playing, that's for sure. Okay, we've wandered into Marblebury. I think that we can defeat Brock. 3 black dragons against your few dragons. I think we got this. But it's a little bit scary. The biggest thing that's scaring me right now is I'm worried about running into the wrong enemy on the high seas. I can see that being a pretty big issue. And because we traveled by boat, we were able to bypass going through all of this. That might have been a mistake, but it's where we're at now. We could have always traveled in this direction. Interesting that barbarians and warlocks are right next to each other, because you got the late game army against the early game powerhouse. Kind of interesting the way that SandroThePeasantKiller designed the map in that regard. I like it. I really like it. But it's definitely interesting because some people might not consider that to be, they just might not consider that if they're making the map for themselves. I just realized Troyan needs more than one sprite, because if she gets attacked, she just loses immediately, right? Maybe she's going to take these gargoyles so that way she can stay alive a little bit more. But yeah, SandroThePeasantKiller, we're definitely doing much better this time. And we're cruising through the map much quicker. And what changed? I can't really tell you what changed. I don't know what's different about this playthrough than the other one. I think that it sure helped getting that early additional hero. I don't want to fight this fight. I don't know I'm doing this. I think that getting that additional early hero actually did help out a lot. Knowing where we were going, that certainly helped out a lot. And now that we've got our foothold with the red warlocks, I think that we're going to be doing a-okay. You come upon a very old woman, long blind from cataracts and dying alone. You tend to her final needs and promise a proper burial. Grateful, she gives you a magic pendant emblazoned with a stylized eye. It lets you see with your eyes closed. That's going to be the ability to prevent blinds onto us, which is going to be wonderful. 700 experience there. Remember, this is Atlas, only level 4. We're trying to get him up in stats. I think we can take this abandoned mine, and I think it's worth the risk for the 1,000 gold. There's no goblins nearby, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue there. Might as well pick up this. Let's hope the charity doesn't get snatched by some rogues. In reward for helping his cart out of the ditch, a traveling potion salesman gives you a magic gold watch. Unbeknownst to him, the watch really is magical. It was a gift. One way or the other, whether it's magical or not, it was a nice gift, and I really appreciate that from him. Okay, folks, we got Zam, the Necromancer, Blue Necromancer. By the way, it was Month of the Bone Dragon for +5 Bone Dragons not too long ago. So, a little bit scary. He could have a bunch more Bone Dragons than we really want to fight. Are there Bone Dragons here? This time it's Titans. I wonder who's in this prison. SandroThePeasantKiller, who have you left in this prison for me? Are they very exciting? Are they very fun? Is it a level 1 hero with no troops? Is it someone special? Is this my cousin who betrayed me? That would be interesting. Whoever it is, I'm very excited to find out. But keep your secrets. I will divulge them very soon. Oh no, Flint is gonna have to run away. Flint might just die here. Yep, I didn't even get the chance to have him run. I didn't see that there was an enemy out there. Whoops. I think Flint picked up the Witch's Brooch for the +3. I don't know what else he picked up, but we lost at least that artifact. That's kind of bad. Enemy has surrendered. I don't think I can prevent them from surrendering. I just want to see if I can not lose the Cyclops, though. This is going to be Sir Gallant, 3 attack, 4 defense. That's not going to help you against my Black Dragons, though. 9 to 20. And we're just going to stay blinded. I just want the dragons to do the most damage that they can. Let's kill all the archers. Oof. And I like the positioning from these creatures. They made sure that I couldn't get the centaurs. Surprise though, I found a way because of this. And there's the damage that comes out. Very sad. It's day 5. Is it possible for me to get up to the green tower? It's possible. Let's actually push and let's see if we can make that happen. We got 29 sulfur. We can make this happen. We're going to pick up green dragons in this area very, very quickly. I need to step out 2 steps, hire a hero just so I know what's going on. and then soldier on. Can you hear me furiously clicking, like trying to make the game go faster? Must go faster. I had to like slow down when I was playing the Colossal Caverns playthrough on the old Heroes 2 Gold AI. You can hear me clicking a little too fast. Like, come on, Phixfox, be just a little bit more patient. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, we're gonna trade these troops over so that way Troyan can always run. And we're just gonna take everything. We're gonna give her the compass because it'll make her fast. Everything else is gonna stay put. Yeah, that seems good to me. Okay, and back she goes to get me more treasure and gold. Some troops fell overboard, very sad. Math Obsessed says, if you can program, the chat GPT is pretty good. AI is incredibly useful for analyzing and compiling data like sequencing genomes, determining bioelectricity patterns. Yeah, we're on the same page here. Compiling new proteins or molecules for materials with specific properties, etc. AI can brute force match theorems that people were struggling with solving analytically, and so on and so forth. Absolutely. I'm 100%. Everything you just mentioned there is exactly what I mean when I'm talking about the value of AI. And so I'm glad that I'm not crazy here, because I don't consider myself, I consider myself to be middling when it comes to being able to hear evidence-based research and then draw conclusions from those studies for myself. I can make it happen. Like, I'm not a worthless consumer, but I always hope to be better. And thus always kind of like a little bit of a fear of mine is that I'm going to miss an opportunity. I'm going to misunderstand somebody's conclusions from their research, and then I don't care nearly so much about appearing foolish as I do about wanting to understand for myself what's right. And so those were the conclusions that I drew based off of the evidence and the research I've seen. I'm glad to hear that I'm not the misunderstanding in that regard. What happened to this hero? Wasn't there a hero right here? Did he just die to a pack of I think he just died to a pack of gargoyles. That's really sad. Oh, geez. Boreas sure is going to go get some sleep. Boreas sir, thank you so much. Thank you again for the many months of subscriptions. Thank you so much for the time and the energy and the positive interactions. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Go have yourself a real good night's sleep. Take good care. Mushan Keepat saying, yeah, all-star positions are interesting. Barbarians are really close to the action, but have a gold mine and the stable at the start. As you can see, I'm not using the stable very much. I thought about that a couple of turns ago. I thought to myself, I wonder what SandroThePeasantKiller thinks about me not using the stable. If you start there on day one, it's going to be exceptionally good for you for the full week. It's just like an extra hoop to jump through, trying to squeeze an extra advantage out of that opportunity. It's the kind of thing I think I should be using better. I'm just not using it as much as I should. By the way, real quick, can we just all appreciate very much how beautiful the map is? Like, for example, this little mountain here, this little S-shape Tetris piece of mountain, like, you could have just done another tree there, but that was a specific and purposeful decision to put the mountain there, and it adds variety to the map. And sometimes as you're doing the tactical side of the game, your eyes just slide from one adventure map object to the next. This is what adds beauty. This right here, this adds beauty. I always struggle when I'm making maps to make sure that the edge of the map looks nice, because you can't put trees and mountains right up against the top and the bottom and the sides of the map. So anyway, I just want to congratulate SandroThePeasantKiller on making a beautiful map, a fun tactical map, but also a beautiful map. Yeah, having tons of fun with it. It's a level 1 knight, and with one peasant, of course, Mushanki Pet says. Hey, everybody's got to start somewhere. And then let's see. You'll see, I'm not sparing the tips for now to not spoil the game, but at least I can say that every prison has to do something with the storyline of each faction. Oh, so I might find not the barbarian's cousin, but I might find somebody else. Interesting, very interesting. That's a feature I've struggled to do for the map's gameplay variety. Variety is always good. So it's kind of interesting when you're trying to figure out what the relevance is to the other faction. Like, if this is the prison for the sorceress, for example, am I going to know that it's the sorceress prison's hero? Is there going to be some text that's going to let me know, even though I'm a barbarian, what's going on there? That'd be interesting. A stone statue of a warrior holds a silver shield. As you remove the shield, the statue crumbles into dust. +2 to our defense. Lovely. It's day 6. Don't forget, we are still trying to get into the green tower. Oh no, we need the nest. I did not notice that we were short the nest, so we were a day late and $1 short, but here's where we are. And then Mushanki Pet agrees, yeah, he mixed different terrain types and trees and hills pretty well. Definitely. Yeah, making a beautiful map is not easy to do, so I really appreciate the efforts there. Thanks, you're welcome, absolutely. And Mushanki Pet continues on, looking at Sandro's and Fitzmerlin's maps. I'm inspired to get better visuals as well. You can do so much with so few. I agree. I mean, you've got trees, rocks, tile sets, adventure map objects, resources, monsters. There's so many things that make a map interesting. And I really got a little bit more of an appreciation for it than I did prior when I was trying to recreate the Broken Alliance map. For those of you who are interested, I have ceased working on the Broken Alliance map because I could not make it a one-to-one. I was trying to recreate it in the FHeroes2 game engine because it felt like it was going to be worthwhile. But if it's not a one-to-one, it feels kind of bad. The old Heroes 2 Gold AI map editor, you could place things in positions that you just shouldn't be able to, and so a little bit of a difference there. And there was enough differences that the map did change significantly when you're not able to layer certain things like trees and rocks and such like that. Oh, you thought I was going to gift you? I did. For just half of a second, I thought that we were going to be friends. Sandro the Peasant Killer, you got me. You got me. It's not quite the time that Steeson's kids got me with that interesting little sign, but you did get me, and I really appreciate that. Vesper's not too far away. I'm going to make sure that we got the right artifacts on my hero here. I do want to take over the stealth shield here and here. Don't have any spells to cast at the moment. Our luck is good. I think that we've got the advanced leadership, so we're going to open up a slot there. And we're full here. Do I want the +2 spell power? I do have the spell book now. I do have the spell book, so we're going to do this. And hopefully Phineas can carry on. I'm going to ignore this artifact for now. Let's just head south. And maybe we're going to pick up an obelisk. Maybe we're going to work on that earlier sort of ultimate artifact. Maybe we can get that sooner rather than later. Another golden bow. Tell you what, I'm a little bit weirded out. Some maps, I don't know, some maps, for example, at every single graveyard, it's my understanding that Heroes 2 will try and have unique artifacts in every graveyard. They will try and have unique artifacts on every Shipwreck Survivor. I'm not feeling that so far. We've got multiple heroes, and we've got multiple Medals of Distinction, for example. We've got multiple four-leaf clovers. We've got multiple fire cloaks, multiple golden bows, multiple enchanted hourglasses. I mean, sure, there's just that many Shipwreck Survivors on this map, but there's a lot of artifacts that are still kind of unaccounted for. I'm still waiting to find like a holy hammer or something from the Battle Garb of Andrin, because I really did think that at some point I read that it's supposed to be populated randomly and supposed to be populated with a unique artifact as often as the game can do so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I seem to recall reading that in the wiki somewhere. Somewhere. Okay, but we're at month 2, week 1, day 7, and we're getting to the point soon that we're actually going to be able to take this Dragon Utopia, and I think we're going to be able to use that very quickly in order to move into more dragons sooner rather than later. Folks, it is Week of the Dog. We're at month 2, week 2, day 1. Remember that we only have 5 months. This is a unique scenario because we have to castle the capture of Fon's Dives. We have until basically the beginning of week 6, so we can't just go indefinitely. We do have a little bit of our back is up against the wall. We have things to do, places to be. I'm hoping that we don't run afoul of that time frame. It'd be very nice if I could find this castle. Is it over here? Is it up here? Is it in the middle of the map? Time will tell. And we're going to continue to use our heroes to explore until we find what we're looking for. But as Sandro the Peasant Killer already mentioned, we do need to get an excess of quality stats, so that way we can defeat whoever the final enemy is. But I want to know what the final enemy is, so that way I can make that decision for myself to make sure I have a strong enough army when the time comes. Lots of archmages. I think that Phineas is close enough. He can take over this for himself. He does not need Atlas to do the dirty work for him. Charity's just going to hang out. Observation tower. Oh, it's a bone dragon guarding this there. Huh. Don't want to deal with that. I do need another hero. I might end up just getting rid of some heroes. Vesper's a pretty good hero. Let me hire one more hero. Whoever I hire today is going to take the worst of the artifacts and then just disappear for me. It's kind of strange when you need to do that, but there's so many artifacts out there that I just don't care. Gold watch, for example. I don't want that. Ankh, I don't see that being useful. No, no. Nope. Nope. And then, so yeah, in just a second, Dawn is going to meet up and then she's going to disappear. Charity's going to stay put and on to a new day. Are there any other buildings I should have been purchasing? It looks like the answer is no. Marbleberry does need some additional help, though. Blue is not too far away from the Dragon Utopia. They're not too far away from my second Warlock Castle also. Ah, blue has landed. Oh no, they've marooned themselves. When somebody else summons your boat away from you, that is a pretty bad feeling. And so Zam is just chilling here, staring down lots of Titans. Ah, that's pretty bad. Don is in the chat. Heroic greetings, sire. Heroic greetings to you, sir. Very pleasant to have you here, as always. We're playing some FHeroes2, and this is SandroThePeasantKiller's map that is former Rivals34. Not long ago, these forgotten lands were abundant and wealthy, kept away from human debates and pointless conflicts, at least until now. It's XL size. We haven't defeated anybody just yet, but I think that we've broken Red's spirits. I think that they're having a really bad time. But we don't have to defeat everybody. We just have to capture the castle of FOUND FONS Dives before month 6. So we do have a little bit of time to continue on. And in case you haven't noticed, Dawn, we have lots of room to run here. And Troyan is making the best of this opportunity at picking up shipwreck survivors. I'm hoping for the very best of artifacts. Bottle. Gotta pick up the bottle. But once I do, I think I'll be in a good position. I just don't want the enemies to get something nice before I can get it. This is Lord Kilburn, by the way. So Phineas was kind of trending in this direction for the +1. I think Atlas can stay alive. I got time to go out of my way for the +1 defense there. Whoops. Bad. Don't do that. And then Sandro says, poor Zom. Yeah, that's got to be a very awkward sort of conversation with those Titans. Like, hey, so I'm stuck here, you're stuck here, we're stuck together. Do we really have to be enemies? I'm sure that the Titans say, no, not unless you really cause us any kind of grief. Astrolabe will keep. These are all kind of bad, which is... Or this hut or hat is good. Keep the hat. Oh wait, this is the keep side. This is the get rid of side. Get rid of, keep. Get rid of, get rid of. Keep, keep, keep. Get rid of, and I don't know. It could be useful. We'll keep the Book of the Summoning Elements for now. And we're going to say goodbye to Darlena. Yeah. I don't have energy to deal with you. Oh, we see another jail. Oh, I definitely want to get that. How close are we? I mean, we're really close. Lots of Titans. We'll have to come back later. Well, we will come back for sure. We're not feeling any kind of pressure up here. We haven't seen anybody land. We haven't seen anybody do anything else that's really drastic. I think we have 6 dragons waiting for us here. Just 3. We'll bring those up to the front soon. I do need a sulfur mine. Let me actually send Ector out there to go grab that. I've kind of neglected lots of the adventuring on this side, and that's obviously to my detriment. There's no reason not to go out there and grab that, because it's my territory. I fought tooth and nail to get this from the Red Wizards, or rather the Red Warlocks. It'd be a real shame if I just ignored my opportunities from there. Oh, look. Zom did find himself a boat. Good for him. Very good for him. Troyan, by the way, is right staring down Zom I think we might be able to escape if we just go this way. Pendant of Free Will. Not good, but not bad. Here, and he left me the bottles, which I'm very happy for. Oracle. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. So, army strength, we are pretty low, actually. Orange, yeah, we are second to last. We are small potatoes. Ooh, yellow's got a really nice hero with Sabu, 17 attack, 10 defense, 3 spell power, 5 knowledge. Representing the Knight faction, I suppose. So he'll be a force to be reckoned with. Purple has done the smart thing, and they're using a might-based hero to back up their Titans. That's a good decision on their part. And everything else is just kind of holding steady, hoping for the best. Huh, very interesting. I like to see the AI do that. I don't think that they necessarily should every time, but I think it's an interesting moment when they do make that decision to go into a might-based hero. Aha! There's a sorceress castle somewhere on this map. And there's ocean here. Let me check this out one more time, because I'm feeling like I should be able, because this is ocean and ocean, I should be able to find this rock, and I should be able to find this sorceress castle. Not there. Over here, maybe? This is a rock. Is that the same rock? Nope, different rock. Plus there's this, so I have to remember, I have to keep those in mind, plus there. But I think it's got to be similarly along this sort of coast. Maybe up here? I could spend all day looking for this unique feature. Maybe in here? No. No. Up here? Ah, Sorcerer's Castle. We found the ultimate artifact, my friends. So, that took a little bit of effort, but here's this rock, here's this castle. So we're looking for this rock right there. Okay, have you guys seen Geoguessing? Where people get like a brief picture of some place in the world, and then they have to try and tell you where it is, and whoever gets closer to that actual destination wins. Yeah, I feel like I just did some geoguessing here, but I can pretty much guarantee you that the ultimate artifact is right about here. Near these bottles, funny enough, which SandroThePeasantKiller, did you do that on purpose? Are these going to tell you that the ultimate artifact is nearby? Time will tell. SandroThePeasantKiller does say, by the way, I think that he is a good board chatter, hence he landed there with his zombie buddies on purpose, knowing that his boat will be stolen and he's got an eternity ahead of him. Well, I think that he originally had that plan, but then he just got bored. Maybe there was going to be a mutiny with his mutant zombies. Just because two words sound the same doesn't mean that it's funny. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right, Charity. We are getting a healthy amount of these Cyclops. What? Has it only been 2 weeks? Why am I going so slow? It feels like I'm dangerously slow, just in general. Why that is, I can't say. Let me make sure I've got a marketplace everywhere. I do. So I don't need to go to the trading posts anymore to trade. Looks like that purple enemy is going away from the bottles, which is good because I want those bottles. I need to know what's happening there. And maybe the Sorceress Castle is actually the final place. If I could just get dragons, and then if I can just get Cyclops, I think that those two forces might be enough to help me overwhelm my enemies. And that might be enough for me to just win the game outright. Okay, let's go here for experience. Gonna take this castle, hope that we don't lose. And I will go out of my way for the Shipwreck Survivor very quickly. Another Statesman's Quill. And what do we have here? Snake ring. I hope I don't get attacked. I don't think Zom can reach. We're gonna grab both of these. We're gonna get a good spy on this island. Aha, there it is, folks, we found it. We found it. Legion of the Titans, Zounds of the Black Dragons, a Legion of the Phoenixes, a Legion of the Magi, and a Legion of the Red Dragons. And I have 6 months to do this. Sandro the Peasant Killer, I have several questions. If there's a hero giving additional stats to these creatures, I mean, how do you catch up at this point? How do I catch up? How do I win this scenario? I have to take this castle. I've got 3.5 more months to do it. In 3.5 months, I don't think I can get the troops necessary to win. Huh, math obsessed? I agree. What in the world is this? With an absolute stink face. Yeah, hold on. I'm screenshotting this because this is probably gonna be my thumbnail for later. Yeah, I guess you're right. We're gonna need a lot of artifacts, a lot of really good artifacts. And we haven't pulled a lot of really good artifacts. Maybe the AI has pulled them, but I have certainly not. So let's do the best we can with what we have. Worth noting that because those are all, I mean, dragons, right? You can't lightning bolt dragons to death. What's the best way to win? I don't know. I would say that the Legion of Magi is bad enough. I don't disagree with that. Tell you what, these, okay, you know what it's gotta be? It's gotta be these prisons. It's gotta be these jails. These jails are probably gonna give you the troops necessary to win. That's what it's gotta be, right? Right? It's gotta be that. Oh, if you can beat lots of Titans, then you get enough forces to be able to maybe overwhelm your enemies here. That's the only thing I can think of. Because otherwise, just through natural growth alone, I don't think that it's, I don't want to say it's not winnable, but my goodness. Trenlo says the spike shield is a great find, but Legion of Titans, geez. Yeah, seriously. We are gonna move some of these artifacts over in just a second, by the way. But yeah, goodness gracious. Huh. Sandro the Peasant Killer, what have you cooked up for us? Very interesting. Okay, I do want to get, I might as well upgrade the maze. And by the way, we have one of each thing except for we don't have gems and we don't have mercury this whole time. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. You can't get rich if you're not flagging mines. And gold and wood, though it is abundant on the open sea, it's not going to win you the game. Yeah, I think that we just got to go hunting for prisons now. That just makes the most sense to me. And if I'm wrong, so be it. But I really hope we find something awesome there. Okay, let's make sure we pull over. Let's see. No time for luck. Spiked shield or stealth shield for +2. Golden bow, not necessary. And we already have the archery, so we don't need this golden bow either. I'm still gonna keep this. Statesman's Quill, I'm still gonna keep that. I'm gonna try and put the worst artifacts to the front. And then the best artifacts at the end. So that way, if I'm defeated, then they don't go over there. So we'll see. Sandro the Peasant Killer, the map maker speaks. He says, yeah, well, there's more than one way to do it. Some of them are really tedious and abusive, though. That's why I had to put so many. Can tell you that if you want to know, but I also have left some really decent prisons around. I think it's going to be the prisons. Yeah, that's the way that I'm reading this map. That's the tea leaves that I'm reading, and so that's my thought process. I think I'm going to have to go and give this jail a find, and if I do, then I can probably roll that into this upcoming prison over there, and then I'll just have to go hunting for prisons. That's what I'm planning on. That's what I'm planning on. I'm also planning on not letting these enemies run away. This hero, who is this? This is the blue hero. It's going to be Lord Kilburn, 4 attack, 6 defense. He might have some good artifacts on him. I do have a blind, so that might be useful for the Orc Chieftains. I'm actually going to leave the Orc Chieftains alive until the end, just that way I can potentially avoid letting them escape. I could kill 2 of the Bone Dragons. I could kill a bunch of these Earth Elementals, 4 to 5 damage versus the 25 to 45. There's no question. It's got to be the Bone Dragons that you attack there. Are we going to eat a blind? No, we're going to eat a slow. Power Liches have already gone. Let's see if we can kill one more Bone Dragon here. We do. And there's only 38 HP. Maybe my Orc Chiefs will take them out. I kill off 4 of these Vampire Lords. Retaliation's there. Those are fine. I do have 20 spell points. Maybe I do the blind right now. Maybe I do a disrupting ray and then a blind up there for this next turn. Let's try and kill these single stacks where we can. 236 HP left on these black dragons. Not a problem. Lightning bolt, damage. It's really going to come down to making sure I can kill these creatures all at the same moment. There's a little bit of damage there. You'll try to do that in just a moment. Ooh, getting spicy. Getting spicy. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna cast the blind right now. And I'm gonna hope that I can bust through the wall here in just a moment. We're gonna kill the power liches. You are blinded, you cannot run or surrender. And then I got one more blind actually, so I can kill most of you. I do. And this should be enough to prevent the enemy from running. Call it a day. So 1 Cyclops, 3k experience, and we're gonna pick up the wisdom. I think that we're seeing that, I mean, over here we've already got mirror image, resurrect, view all. So if there's a wizard that becomes available to hire in a tavern, I'm gonna wanna hire them just so I can use the view all pretty quickly, by the way. Okay. If someone can find this message, I'm Sir Robert the Sweaty, a former lord and explorer of the Empire. Recently, my entire ship brigade collided with a reef, meaning we probably lost our lives. If you read this, don't bother saving us, but be aware, you might get some information that others could even die for. Those untamed waters are certainly hiding some priceless artifacts at the east coast, dropped from heavens by the gods. Ooh. So the eastern coast, there's eastern coast over here, a little bit over here. I think that sorceresses are here. Let's go to the ivory coast, the golden coast as it were, and try to find some really nice artifacts. But you cannot sail through these slim waters because the rocky coral chains blocks the path. Only a powerful caster that masters the arts of dimension strolling can get over them. It is also said that somewhere beyond those dangerous blockades, you can spot the citadel of deities, the one consigned to oblivion long time ago. During the wars between the immortal spirits of nature and the ruthless yet forsaken divinities. Interesting. I like this. I like this a lot. Oh, and there's even a red, wonderful. So there's actually a red barrier here. You'll have to do a bit more in order to get where you need to go. I like this. I like this a lot. We're gonna land. If there's any other enemies here, so be it. We will lose, and we'll try and rehire Troyan with her artifacts. But I think I can start digging. I think I know that the ultimate artifact is somewhere here. She's landed. Let her dig. Let her hope that Zom doesn't land, and then we're gonna go up here to start trying to find some nifty stuff. We've seen purple dimension dooring all over the place. Purple might be very strong. They might be very strong, my word. Real Phixfox, as I said before, the stats will matter very much for that particular fight. That's also why I filled the map with so many goodies in the water, as well as a lot of nice artifacts. I appreciate that. No, and so, yeah, trying to make sure that you can get what you need in order to be successful. Yeah, I like the way that you've designed this map. I think that this is the right design, and I really like the intrigue. I think that the story elements make this very fun to play. So I'm having a lot of fun right now. I can tell that I might need to take like a 5-minute break in just a moment, just so I can kind of catch my breath. But I'm not going to call it for the day just yet. Yeah, I'm not ready to give up, as it were. There's more to be done. There's more playthrough to be had, I think. Atlas is still a pretty good hero. I'm not going to hire another hero. I'm going to have Phineas go back, sit in the Mage Guild, hang out overnight. Adobe, sure, why not? Yeah, and then we'll see what's up. Especially since some of the guards are immune or resistant to magic. I like the hint you just dropped there. I like the hint you just dropped there, and I heard that loud and clear. One sec. I was gonna sneeze. It'll come back later. Okay. No, I hear what you're saying there, because there is one very golden artifact that could potentially make some dragons cower to even something as simple as a lightning bolt. So I hear that clue that you just gave me there. But now my question is knowing that purple's over here, unless the artifacts are somewhere else, I am afraid that they might have been stolen from me by a better hero. And that could be a little bit of an issue. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. But again, let's go and try and track down some more of these prisons. I think that the prisons really are gonna be the best thing for me. At least that's the strategy I have in mind. Okay. But yeah, when there's zounds of phoenixes, zounds of titans, zounds of all these other creatures, there's no way that we're going to be able to just sneak that castle out from under us. Red player's been vanquished, by the way. Did you notice? We're gonna have Atlas Pick up this observation tower. Oh, Aragon's here. Hello, sir. Nothing in particular. Pyramid, I don't have the expert wisdom just yet. Maybe I'll get it right now. We have to go and defeat this enemy, which we do. And then we actually have to head north because Castor is... Oh, excuse me, Myra is kind of in this area. I want her to go south. I want to get this Dragon City. I've just got so many priorities right now. Should I just dig? Digging beach okay? Could you imagine if the ultimate artifact was right there and I just couldn't reach it? Can I dig here? Nope. Okay. What else is here? Let me do this one more time just to make sure. That's mostly correct, mostly correct. Yeah, it might be right here. Digging on the beach is okay. But it's in the same spot every time you say, so that way it's not going to be in a weird spot. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's right here. I'm going to have her start to dig, and I'm going to hope that the ultimate artifact is not in just the wrong spot, because I've seen that happen before. And if that happens, that's okay. That's just part of the way it goes. Okay. Charity is hanging out. Vesper, good, good. Still exploring with this gentleman here. West to the Dragon Lands. Oh, good, a Dragon City. I need to pick that up very soon. Yeah, we need all the dragons we can get, and as quickly as possible. You're staying put, staying put. And by the way, folks, I didn't mention it out loud, I don't think, but red was just vanquished, so lots to be done on this map still. And just a little bit scared of what it might take to finally beat this scenario. It's going to be definitely a photo finish, no matter what the point is, because with only 6 months to do it, you can't just sit back on your haunches. You got to be very aggressive, I feel like, in order to make this scenario work. Okay. You know, there's a little, did you see that? There's a sign on that island to the west. I know we want to go to the coasts on the east, but there's a sign to the west that is a little bit intriguing. And lastly, an honorable mention for the computer. Ha, you got me. Yet again. Over here, yeah, there's a sign. I wonder what's over there. We didn't actually land there last time. It could be unique, it could be interesting. It's day 7. We're gonna try and get Hector back up to here. No, it's time to dismiss Hector. Gold's not that important. We're gonna leave Celia. No, we're gonna hope for Sir Gallant the Knight, level 4. He's got logistics, and he surrendered somewhere to someone. He's gonna pull these forces into his army as we're dismissing some other troops to make way. Yeah, and he's gonna purchase troops tomorrow and send them all down. And then Phineas has got to, again, he's got to head north. Rangers want to run their free experience. This is an interesting artifact. Being able to see with the golden bauble, it's pretty interesting. I defeat Myra, I think, for sure. I think that there's no doubt that I beat her. I'm going to go chase her down. She's probably going to run into me right about here and then try and run away. Several Titans is good, but my attack skill is just so very good. She'd have to be an awesome hero. And she's not their best hero, so I think that we're going to be fine to deal with her. Nope, nothing. Where could it be? Grass okay, grass okay. That's all I can say for now. The rest is for you to figure out. It has something to do with the bottle messages you got from the water regarding the ultimate artifact. Oh, were the bottles regarding the ultimate artifact? So maybe the ultimate artifact is right over here? Maybe the eastern coasts are not up here. Maybe they're just over here because we had red, yeah, orange, blue, yellow, green, and purple. So everybody kind of has their own biome. This big spot here makes me feel like I need to go exploring. There's probably something in there I need to go find. Atlas is gonna do that for me. Let's have him start to explore. Actually, are there any forces he can purchase? Nope. Well, yeah. We're gonna have him go tomorrow with whatever forces he can pull, and then Atlas is gonna try and explore into this area of the map. Sir Gallant is waiting. Thundax is trying to evade Airy. I think south is gonna be the best way for me to do that. Not gonna be enough. So Airy's about to go down, or rather Thundax. We don't need for him to retreat. but I do want to take a look at this hero. Looks like it's going to be 14 bone dragons. Jeez. So blue's got at least 14 bone dragons on Airy. I do believe that Airy is their toughest hero. We just looked in the Thieves Guild, and that was the face I saw. So that's their toughest hero. But they're doing lots to wander around here. Yeah, blue is very active on the map. Very active. Green's got Dimension Door. What's purple going to do, though? Is Myra going to go south, or is she going to go north? Maybe she's going to try and go back to the boat and run. That could work. Nope, she sees me, or she almost sees me. Oh, purple's got the Magellans maps. That's not good. That's really not good. And folks, it is a new week. It is month 2, week 3, day 1. And this map is just cruising by as we go as fast as we can. The enemy's fled. 7 Titans are going to go down. I don't want her to run. I think I got a couple of artifact slots left. Yeah, I got a couple of artifact slots. I just want to defeat her as well as I can. 15 attack, 16 defense against 2 attack, 4 defense. She does have the 5 spell power, the blood morale, but that's not going to be enough for you. What's my best disabling spell? I could Disrupting Ray the Titans, and that would never be able to be turned off. I could curse them. That would be pretty significant. Tell you what, let's actually curse them. Cursing the air elementals is actually probably a good play too, because there's 2 to 8 damage. That's a huge swing in damage. But this might save me a black dragon, actually. So we're taking 50 points of damage there. We just killed 1 Titan. There's the cure. And 142 HP left still. I still have 142 HP to deal with. Oh my goodness. I'm going to kill all your halflings because I don't like them and I want them to leave. And then I want to kill this stack because I can. Still got a dragon, 106 HP. Kind of want to haste. Like, I kind of want to haste if I have it. I could slow the air elementals. I could curse the air elementals. That'll actually save me a bunch of damage. And then I could do this double hex attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not going to work out as well as I would have hoped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Cyclops are going to get this double hex attack off. I am going to curse the air elementals. Oh wait, I can't curse them because they're elementals, aren't they? Never mind. And then I'm going to continue to do damage here. Air elementals do 10 damage. Nice. Yeah, your hero's a banger right now. Good fight. Yeah, no, this is... I'm just trying to save the troops with 58 HP. I think I can save the troops. Unfortunately, the orcs are going to have to defeat this halfling in just a moment there, because I want to prevent the enemy from running where possible. Never mind, I'll do it like this. Somebody's got to kill him. Just trying to make sure I can get out of this fight in the best way possible. 6 to 9. 43 HP. I think I just do it like this. I think I attack, I kill the whole stack, and I think I just need to do the damage. So I can kill 1 to 2 right here. Just about 21 HP. That'll do it. And so Myra's going to go down. It's going to cost me the 1 Cyclops, 3,900 experience, Skullcap, Medal of Honor, Spiked Helm, Power Ring, Everhot Lava Rock. Not good artifacts, but we have seen up to this point that the AI tends to put their best artifacts up at the front. So I don't think I really lost any artifacts there. Not truly, anyway. Charity's got a couple of slots left open. Yeah, she's going to go and try to get these freed off of my main hero. And it's day 1. Let's send my man and yours, Senior Atlas, across the battlefield to explore and flag a couple of mines. Well played. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it turned out to be a pretty okay fight. Really, I do like that the FHeroes2 AI, that the team has tried to make sure that they are good at knowing when to run. Knowing when to run is a skill that's pretty tough, and making sure that the AI wants to run, I think, is just such a good choice. It adds a lot of difficulty to make sure that enemies don't just peace out on you, but it is probably one of the best things I could hope for. It makes the map feel really high quality. It makes the game feel more high quality when I have to deal with that. So it's a challenge that I welcome. Why are there 2 Everhot Lava Rocks in a row? Sandra, did you do that, or was that just random artifacts? It just happened to be weird like that. Interested to know. Okay, Troyan is on another spot that she can dig. Yeah, she can dig right there. Wouldn't it be funny if the ultimate artifact was right outside of the red gate? Like just like in front of it? That'd be kind of interesting. No, just random? Okay. RNG. We talked about how RNG can be very fun. This is fun to me. I'm happy to see those fun little things that the map decides to do. That's cool. Too bad they don't stack. Yeah, too bad they don't stack. No, they don't stack. They don't stack, but I just thought about something. Oh, I just thought about something. Folks, I'm having a thought. I'm having a think. I'm having a big think. As Mushanki Pet reminds me that they don't stack. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if we had genies that could just half your stack of defenders? Wouldn't it be nice if we had one Phoenix and like a haste? Wouldn't it be nice if we could kill hundreds of these creatures at a time? I think we need to invest in getting either champions or phoenixes and then hire these heroes that have a spellbook and haste so that we can do this scenario in a fun way that nobody expected to have happen. I'm not saying this is going to work, as SandroThePeasantKiller says ... I'm not saying it's going to work. But if you leave genie lamps out on the map for me, I feel obligated to do my best to take advantage of those. I mean, it sounds like it's cheesy and breaks the map, but really it's kind of similar to the way that Broken Alliance. That's totally why those genie lamps are out there on that map. Like 100%, it's got to be. It's part of that opportunity to get a nice swing in your artifact, or not in your artifact. It's a nice way to get a swing in your troop composition, I think, anyway. And so, yeah, we're gonna give that a shot, and we're gonna see if that'll work. Glorious victory here. I'm gonna accept this. Amazing how many losses I took, all things considered. Well, I tried that too, Mushanki Pet said. Okay, so I'm not a genius. I just discovered something that you already knew about. You found the tedious and the boring one. I'm sad. Don't worry, it's not going to be our primary strategy. It's just going to be one of the strategies that we use. So no worries about that. I do want tons of sulfur, but I'm not going to get it anytime soon. I'm sad. Okay, focus. We got to go to the prisons, though. We got to go to the prisons. And we have to hope that nobody lands and accosts Troyan. She's got exactly one artifact slot, and I want it to be full up with one final ultimate artifact. It's what I want. I don't think I deserve that, but I hope that maybe I can get just a little bit lucky. Nice to see that the AI is fighting each other. That suits me very fine. Once I can get up to the expert wisdom, I am going to go for this pyramid. If it has already been attacked and defeated, I'll feel bad, but I'll still need to do it. Glorious victory there. We'll take the logistics. And I'm going to send Charity up to still take some additional artifacts. Yeah, Genie Lamp there, ghosts. Man, what if there was one barrow mound on the map? That'd be nifty. I hope that there's not, though. That would be a little too nifty. I don't know which are tougher. I don't know if Medusa are tougher or if mummies are tougher. Either way, I'd like to continue on in this direction. I don't know. Atlas is not as tough as I'd like for him to be. 10 ogres. Lots of Medusa. I'm going to have whoever this other hero is. It's going to be Crag Hack. I'm going to have Crag Hack come back and bring these barbarian troops south. I've kind of tried to wait on that so far, but I think it's time to send them on over. I'll purchase everybody but the green dragons. I don't feel like it's a good idea for me to purchase them just to try and rehire them later or upgrade them later. Whoa. Oh no. Did I mess everything up? Okay, good. Occasionally, I play in windowed mode, so that way I can read chat on the same screen as I play. And so I have windowed mode and I have the game a little bit smaller. Sometimes when I'm clicking near the top of the map, I accidentally drag and pull the top of the map in a way I ought not to. That time, that's exactly what happened. I'm glad I didn't mess everything up. Interesting, okay. But we're about to take this Dragon Utopia, so it's gonna be an additional 1 dragon a week, which is gonna be useful, gonna be good. We're gonna go for, there's gotta be level 5 mage guilds that have Dimension Door out there. It's just gotta be. Definitely in like the purple territory. We pick up the Trunk of Gold. I didn't read that, but a lady in waiting gives us this Trunk of Gold for being nice to us. We've defeated the dragons. We want to recruit dragons, but we just can't at the moment. It's going to be Charity that just sits and stays and waits and picks those up for us. It's day 4. And we're going to pull on over this Trunk of Gold. So we got 2 Trunks of Gold. I know that you can't double up on these artifacts. I don't actually know if I need to put this Endless Bag of Gold on a different hero to get the effect. Does having 2 Endless Bag of Golds in your hero's inventory, does that only give you the effect of having +1 Endless Bag of Gold? I don't know the answer, and there's not like an easy way of telling. Bags of Gold stack correctly? Okay. This is why I'm glad I have you here, Mushanki Pet. Thank you very much, because that's a question that I didn't know the answer to, and I wasn't sure if I needed to move that on to another hero quickly or not. So thank you. I'm glad you did the test. Oh, and somebody mentioned earlier if I had thought about doing a tier ranking for the different artifacts. I probably could. I probably should. I haven't done a lot of tier rankings recently. I did them earlier on because they seem like a pretty consistent way to just get some thoughts out there, and, you know, just for people who maybe have happened onto the channel, they kind of make for easy listening, easy watching. Because the reason I enjoy tier lists is because I enjoy being able to get some more information about a subject I already know something about, and then have someone share their opinions and thoughts, and then I can think about and I can evaluate what they're saying about it. It's not something I need to listen very hard to. If I hear a really, really weird opinion, it's fun to listen to it and hear about it. And if there's really good opinions, it's just kind of like confirming what I've already known or guessed or suspected. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all to be able to do that, to enjoy a tier list like that. And so I enjoy tier lists in that way. I don't know if everybody else does or not, but that's part of the reason I enjoy tier lists. I don't think I can reach. We are just shy of reaching, and that's a little bit concerning. Let's have Charity purchase dragons. Let's have Phineas chase in this direction, and we're gonna have my other hero, Sir Gallant, just be waiting in the wings, because I couldn't reach. This is actually probably a little bit too close. Yeah, this is probably a little too close. I'm gonna go to right here and hope that Ari doesn't turn around and fight me. We'll see about that though. Bags of Gold do stack correctly, and Pixo made me want to do a spell tier list for Heroes 2. Tell you what, I highly encourage you to do that. So Steeson and I did start on the tier spell list, and we had so much fun doing it. When we went to do part 2, there was like a storm or really bad internet connection. I don't recall what was going on, but there was some reason why it didn't work out the way we hoped. And so I'd love to see other people's opinions, because I think it's such a deep topic. I think you can find lots of very interesting things to discuss with that. So yeah, if you make a tier spell list, I would highly encourage you to do it as a tandem with both of you together. And I would love to watch both of your thoughts and opinions, because then you guys can disagree and also agree, and very interesting to see that kind of back and forth. Another suggestion that someone had made for an idea for a video was also doing sort of, what do you call it? Interviews with people about the FHeroes2 project and what their experience has been with it. I'm considering doing a video like that. I haven't really nailed down my vision for what I think it would look like, but I think it's a great idea. And so I'd like to give that a shot at some point down the road, but when that'll be, I don't really know. And what that'll look like, I don't know. But it's always nice to have smart people come up with new ideas for good looking maps. SandroThePeasantKiller says, but as I said before, I tried to prepare a variety of other winning and fun strategies on this map, such as prisons, for example, and a few more. It's not that scary as people would like to think about it after all. Mostly after just seeing the middle map jump scare. Oh, don't worry, I am jump scared very, very much. So I'm happy to hear that there are alternative routes. That's good map making design, Sandro. So I appreciate that very, very much. And I appreciate that you're looking out for your player. There's some dungeon, like if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, there's some DMs that just want the world to burn, right? They just want everybody to suffer. I appreciate that you're not wanting people to suffer. Really, truly. You could make sure that we have a real bad time on this map. but that wouldn't be fun. So committing yourself to providing an enjoyable experience, that's a good map maker right there. Mushanki Pet does continue on though. I learned a thing or two, like how you could farm the haunted mines for XP. I haven't actually done that in a game, but I'm really hoping I get to do that at some point because it's a unique and interesting strategy. Just gotta do it. Just gotta dive in with both feet. And there's actually a few maps in the Price of Loyalty campaign that I could see that actually being exceptionally useful for. I don't want to spoil my thoughts on that, but there's some places I could see that being useful. I could. I'm going to, let's see, I want to keep the gargoyles here. I want this double hex attack. Gonna kill here, and he's gonna run. I thought I could maybe keep him from running. Didn't happen. But yeah, there's a couple places that I've identified as potentially being exceptionally good for that sort of deal. Okay, we've got Hydras here. I'm going to still use the Hydras to walk very slowly, but we're going to finally go for this jail. Because after we do, I think we're going to find glittering prizes everywhere. Let's do this. Not a full hero swap. I'm going to take these creatures here, and here, there, and there. I think we can just, yeah, we'll do it like this. We're going to have Atlas go just far enough away. I think Crag Hack can still reach him from here and get the ogres into the army. After we do that, we'll be feeling much better. Troyan's gonna dig, nothing. All right, it's gotta be right here. It's either right here or it's right there, but I don't think I can reach there from a boat. So I'm gonna assume it's not there. It's definitely something that will be part of a future puzzle map I might do. If you do another puzzle map, I will be maybe not first in line, probably second in line in order to get that puzzle map. I'm sure that there's a couple of other wonderful individuals that are going to be chomping at the bit to enjoy your map. But yeah, your map was exceptionally well done, and I really appreciated it because I could tell that you had to reverse engineer exactly what things would look like, and you did a tremendous job in making sure that the attack skill and the defense skill were always going to be in the appropriate way, so that way the ranges of damages would be correct. It was excellently done. It was a terrific map. So I really appreciated your map. I hope you do another one, although I know that it's tough to do and you have to have some ideas for some of those puzzles, so I get that. No worries. So no pressure, but if you ever do one, just know that I'll be there. Only for the computer. Sad. Very sad. Also understandable, but very sad. I'm going to use Sir Gallant to hold on to these Hydras back and forth. They're the slowest creature here. And then when we set off tomorrow, we'll put those creatures back. Yeah, 1560 movement points. That'll be good. Atlas is going to have to backtrack just a tiny bit. And now I think we're going to be able to go through these Medusa. Troyan is going to dig right in front of Fon's Dives. Fon's Dive. And with as few castles as I have, I don't have any purchases to make. Like, everything is in a good spot. I don't think I have to do much else to build up my castles. Troops are accruing. What more could I ask for? I could ask for another sulfur mine so that way I can get dragons upgraded. I would like to get that other... Oh, I'd like to get that other Dragon Utopia, the one on the southwestern side of the map. I'd like to take over some of these other castles. I'm really staying away from purple in a major way, and I don't know. Am I going to have to fight them? Time will tell. Really, I'm going to have to see what these prisons hold before I can make any big decisions. I have to hope that the prisons have tons of troops. Otherwise, I don't know how I'm going to defeat this map. No promises so far. I still need to find a few good ideas, but I've saved some good ones. Great. I'm very much looking forward to it. Nothing. Where could it be? If it's right there, I'm going to be sad. Okay, we're going to attack these Medusa. Glorious victory, no problems. Expert leadership, always a good time. And I don't know if I can get through this area, but I hoped I could before. We're going to have to wait and find out. These forces of the Crag Hack are going to go up. Charity's doing her due diligence. Sir Gallant to here. And you're asleep. Go asleep. Blue is threatening that other barbarian castle again. I may have to defeat blue before I move on to other things. They're just being a little bit too annoying. just a little bit too annoying. I would like that Dragon Sword of Dominion for the +3. I would like the Traveler's Boots. But before we do anything else, this is really going to be a little bit of a fight. So here we have 15 attack, 17 defense, 6 spell power, 2 knowledge. We got 16 spell points. We're probably going to end up casting... We still don't have a haste, huh? Nice. Probably going to be a Disrupting Ray. But we're going to defeat these Titans, and then we're going to go on from there. It's not going to even cost us a Black Dragon. I'm not going to fight the fight. 9,300 experience, so we're going to take that. Expert Wisdom, finally. And folks, for the first time, we're going to hit this jail here at month 2, week 4, day 2. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who, in return, pledges loyalty to your cause. This is going to be Count Orlok, the Warlock. He's going to have some amount of dragons. He's going to have the Medusa. He's going to have the Endless Sack of Gold, Legendary Scepter, Arcane Necklace of Magic, good. And he's going to come with the Curse, as all good Warlocks do. That is worth it. That's absolutely worth it to me. It's not as many forces as I thought that there would be, but I can absolutely work with this. You better believe that I can work with this. We are never going to retreat. From here on out, we're just going to overwhelm our opponents. So let's hold on to that for now. Let's actually swap dragons here. I really love these Medusa. Those are a quality unit. Or yeah, Medusa are a quality unit. Average speed, they're going to be as fast as these green dragons are for now. Yeah, I'm very happy for this. And I think that the +4 spell power is never going to be bad. Let's keep this Endless Sack of Gold. Let's get these Hydras just to Marbleberry, so that way they can defend perennially, forever. And then, yeah, let's just go attack. We're probably going to end up leaving, let's see, Sir Gallant. Sir Gallant's probably going to go south. It's going to be his job to follow Phineas and make sure we pick up dragons every single time. Next prison, by the way, on the hit list is going to be here. So we got to go there pretty soon. We got to get into a boat. Did we ever pick up Summon Boat? We did pick up Summon Boat. And we got a boat right here that Troyan's not using at the moment. She's got other stuff to do. Yeah, okay, I like this though. I like this. And if we can find a couple more prisons like that, I'm gonna be pretty good. I don't think that I need this hero as like my main hero. He's just not nearly good enough to overthrow Phineas for that title, but that's how we get stronger, piece by piece, play by play. We are gonna lose this Barbarian Castle here. Oh no, it's Zom. We are not gonna lose this Barbarian Castle here. I thought I was. I was wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. But yeah, I think it's time to go try and defeat some Necromancers. Oh, we had an enemy land. Because they've probably got the 5th level Mage Guild already anyway. So let's go and just seal their Mage Guild. I don't think I've seen any Necromancers teleporting all over the place. The Dimension Door is definitely for purple. I might have to go defeat purple just for the Dimension Door. But all the more reason why picking up this Legendary Scepter is nice for the +2 on the knowledge. Obelisk, we've already got that. Let's grab this gold mine since it's right here. Free experience. Good. And we have not visited the arena. Oh, interesting. I thought we had. Is there a boat over here? No, we'll have to go to the coast and summon one from right about there. Okay, Crag Hack is back, ready to save. And I don't know if this hero's there. Golly. Troyan, girl, you are scaring me, but I really want this mobility compass to get back later. Feels pretty rough. Doesn't feel great. There's a green dragon guarding this. I'm just gonna attack him and steal his stuff. Charity's done what she needs to do. Let's go drop these Hydras, as we've already discussed. I guess if there's this boat here, no. We'll probably just go south and then hit the prison. I would actually really like a castle that's on the seashore, so that way I can, you know, set sail again. Like I can buy more boats if necessary. I don't see a castle on the seashore though necessarily. Which I suppose it's possible that the AI, like you could fight the AI back and forth and they could lose all the boats. And then you have to rely on Dimension Door to island hop from place to place to place. I suppose that's possible. I just imagine that that's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. One interesting thing here to note, where are you? This guy is really tough. Sabu. Ah, there he is. Sabu. He's not picking up these 2 artifacts. He's got a full load. This guy is a load. Maybe we can find, I don't know, maybe there's going to be a nice hero that just shows up in the tavern at some point. It's possible. I'm going to pick up defense here. I want the dragons. Again, down. Through. Can't go over it, can't go around it. We got to go through it. And Zam is obviously too tough for me to deal with, unless there's like 100 halflings here. There's 82. With Bless, we got Bless. Blessed halflings. The gargoyles will be on me like white on rice. I don't think I want to fight that fight, but I won't worry too much if he wants to try and attack me. These are the Wellspring lands. Search carefully down the river and you may find some unique reward. Down river. Down river? Down river. Okay. Maybe, oh no, Sandro, are you the kind of map maker that puts little event bubbles in random places? Event bubbles in random places, so I have to like find massive treasure that I can't see on the map. Yeah, the imprisoned heroes hold some good artifacts too. There should be one exceptional prism on the map though. Hope you'll find it. I'll find it, 100%. I've got a couple of months still, but what I'm worried about is finding those event bubbles just in case. If that's your style, I completely support you in that, but man, I don't know if I'm ever gonna find all the secrets on the map. I think that there used to be a limit, actually, now that I think about it. I think that there used to be a limit in the number of events that you could place on a map. I wonder if that is still a thing with FHeroes2 or not. I don't know the answer, but I'm interested to know. Kinda, if you pay attention to the signs and events. So, signs and events so far, like, we just mentioned downriver, and I'm seeing a river here. I'm gonna have Troyan grab this and then head in this direction just in case there's a different river. Maybe there's a different river that I'm not expecting. Oh, we're gonna pick up these air elementals and then we're gonna turn on Zam. Is there another river? Another river. I don't know the answer, but I'm gonna keep an eye out for that. Only specific ones. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. But that's good to know that there's interesting work that's been put into making the map beautiful and diverse in that way as well. I say it as if it's not a fun mechanic. It's very fun. I really do enjoy that sort of deal. So please don't hear me and think that I don't like the idea of having to find these event bubbles. It's just when I'm doing my strategic gameplay, I can't see them, and so I can't guarantee I'm going to step on them. And there's a part of me in my heart that feels so bad if I miss out on some of those quality adventures. So I just hope I don't miss out on any of these beautiful features that you've put into this map. Our forces suffer bitter defeat. I'm not sure who this is, but with 11 bone dragons, they are tough enough. It's going to be a barbarian. It's going to be a blue barbarian. Ergon, 10 attack, 6 defense, 6 spell power, 7 of the knowledge. It's going to be normal morale and great luck. So 70 spell points. Oh, there's no way we're going to take down a single enemy there. But they are in the middle. Ah, there is my blue friend. And they've taken my pyramid. Maybe I should have put a higher priority on that pyramid. Very unfortunate. Well, there's nothing to do but go into this prison, and then we'll go into blue, into Sorrowdale, and more from there. Is there a way to get to the coast? If I summon this boat here, I'm going to assume that I can summon it and still have access. I do. Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, man. I hope I don't give you any headaches with the details in this map. No. These bottles, for example, I thought that they were the coast over here, maybe is where the shipwreck was. But then it makes sense that, okay, here's the shoals, and so the ultimate artifact is what it was really referring to. So sometimes I worry I might misunderstand. I'm sure that I do that plenty of times. I hope to do that as little as possible, but no, that sort of thing, it doesn't give me a headache. It just makes me feel bad when I miss out on unique things that you're trying to include in your map. There's no way we can defeat Ergon. Charity needs to be aware that if things get too hot, she has to be able to run. So I'm going to move her over here for now. Pick up my red dragons in this dragon city. Lovely. And cycle back around here and hopefully find out whatever's right there. Okay. Ah, he's going for Charity. It's a good thing we got a guy with a single gargoyle who's going to be really fast, who can maybe steal those troops away and just evacuate them. Please don't land. Wow, that purple hero's got tons of movement. And they just got to where I thought there might be an event bubble at the mouth of the river. I think that they had to attack green dragons to do that, though. That's pretty nifty. Only for the computer. Ah, that's okay. I don't feel bad about it. I get it. I get it. It's going to be 9 of the Griffins goes down, so be it. We're going to take the navigation. And then I just realized we are going to have to find a way to get another boat, unless this hero has a scroll with a summoned boat on it. Maybe, I don't know, we'll have to see. I might have to erase a hero very quickly because, well, Charity's probably going to get erased very quickly anyway. But if I'm going to steal that back, I'm going to need a hero to go down in just a second. I'm going to assume the Charity's going to stay alive. I'm going to have her go to here, and then I'm going to evacuate the dragons from there. So no pressure. You're not even that late for the timer, only month 2 still. I appreciate that, because that is really the lost condition for this scenario. Here. And sulfur, finally. We've needed that forever. I was hoping Troyan could make it to this air summoning altar, because 3 months in, which is where we're pretty much at, I mean, there's a lot of troops that you can find in those little areas. Ah, Medusa, that'll work. 15 Medusa, we're absolutely going to take that. And at this point, I'm going to take the experience for her. Basic logistics, sure, why not? We can't take the Dragon City, but if there's one more little patch of creatures to hire, maybe we could, I don't know, maybe we could defeat Zam before this hero over here cleans up. We'll wait and see. Okay, this is empty, it's day 7. On to a new day. Blue does have Dimension Door. They've taken my gold mine. Oh, and it was green. Oh, it was the green sorceress. And either she died to the phoenixes or she Dimension Doored away right after defeating them. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. Nice. Okay, well, it is Month of the Plague. And that is great. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. Because I wasn't stockpiling dragons. Me stockpiling dragons, I would never do that. Come on. Come on. I did thankfully purchase most of them a little while ago, but that cost us at least 3 dragons, tons of cyclopes. Yeah. Not great. Not great, but at least we know it's not going to happen again. That's actually not true. I think it can happen again. I think that you can get Month of the Plague multiple times in a game. It just usually doesn't happen, of course, because usually you don't play long enough for it to happen multiple times in a game. There's a Sphinx. Oh, Sandro, we're going to do it. We're absolutely going to do that Sphinx. You better believe it. Oh, is Phixfox going to play careful? No. Absolutely not. We are going to take that Sphinx. I'm going to have a real good time with it. Okay. Yeah, I think that... Oh, no, they defeated the Phoenixes and then they just town hauled back. Very cool. Very cool. Hey! Hey! That's a great use of this. That is exactly why we use... Or exactly how we use the Sphinx time emote. That makes me so happy. Thank you so much for spamming that in the chat. I really appreciate that. Sandro says, holy, good luck. Really? Holy? Is it that bad? Is it that tough? Hope not. We're going to dismiss Charity because we do need this hero here. We got to find out who this is. Got to find out who this is. Dazzling display of daring. It's going to be Nosferatu, the vampire himself. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody at the library is looking at me like I'm crazy right now. I don't care. Let's go, baby. 200 ghosts. You think we can make good use of that? That is awesome. That is sicky tight. Okay. That is awesome. Just toying with my emotions? Nah, you're not toying with my emotions at all. You just gave me this present, so I am thrilled with anything else that happens from here on out. That is sicky tight. Good stuff. Whew. Good stuff. We just had a follow. Who just followed us? That was BLOD. Blod. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate having you here. We just had a nutty moment, and I am thrilled for it. 200 ghosts. That is exactly what I needed to see. And I think what I do is this. I think I'm just going to move them over immediately. I'm going to move this over. I mean, this is cool. We're going to try and get Nosferatu off of this island when we can, but for now, we're just going to steal these ghosts and just go, baby. Just go. I think that the Vampire Lords, if we're going to have the undead in the army anyway, you might as well bring these Vampire Lords over. We're going to keep the rest of these forces. Again, try and get Nosferatu off this island when we can. Oh, that's sick. That's so cool. Summon boat. I could summon another boat because this is my boat right there. That's my boat. So actually, let's do it like this. Let's have him go into this boat, and let's have this boat get summoned. And we're gonna make it sweet. That's awesome. Finally, the game changer, SandroThePeasantKiller says, yeah, that is the way that you counteract. What did I say earlier? I said one barrel mound. That would do it. Absolutely. This is gonna work out great. Now I just gotta find all these little throngs of nomads, hordes of crusaders, throngs of elves. Oh, we are going to rain an unholy terror on this map. This is sick. Mushanki Pet says, you know what's funny? In my run, the AI got this hero, but he didn't have a boat, so he stayed stuck on the island. Oh, that's nuts. That is bad, but I'm glad it worked out in my favor this time. I needed that for sure. And yeah, Blood, greetings to you. We're playing this Heroes Might and Magic 2 just for the update. This is formal Rivals34. This is from SandroThePeasantKiller, who is here in the chat as well. So we have the map creator. We've killed red, the Warlock. We still have purple, yellow, green, and blue. We are orange. And we got to capture Fon's Dives by the end of month 5, week 4, day 7. So when it hits month 6, we have to defeat this area here with legions of the Titans, Zounds of the Black Dragons, legions of the Red Dragons, a legion of the Phoenixes. So this is not a guarantee. We really needed, dare I say needed, 200 ghosts in order to make this map a win. So we're going to do it, but all of a sudden this is going to be pretty nutty. Awesome. Oh, and Nosferatu, he is part of the Necro story. Thank you, Sandro. I appreciate that. So hopefully I can play this map again in the future. I can get more of that story. That'll be excellent. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. All right. So everybody is just kind of waiting because we've got our win condition now. Oh. A couple things I need to find, though. I do need to find Dimension Door. That's going to make this map go much better. I do want to still defeat these enemies, like these neutral creatures, as much as I possibly can before the scenario is over. I mean, before the enemies get to them, really, is what it comes down to. Because every enemy that they defeat before I get to them is one less creature that I can raise into my undead ranks. I'm going to have Nosferatu land here and see what's on this side over yonder. And where's the best place to land? Probably here or here. Let's explore this kind of coast for just a moment. Just a moment. There's got to be some other creatures over here I can defeat on my way to the Necromancers. I'm going to land right here and go through in this direction and see what I can find. Yeah, because I just want to make sure that I can get this all done. Great, mate. It's nice to see people playing Heroes 2. I'm watching from Spain. Welcome all the way from Spain. Yeah, we love Heroes Might and Magic 2 around here. I've talked at length about why I love Heroes Might and Magic 2. There's a lot of valid reasons about why somebody might love Heroes 3 the most, or why they might love Heroes 5 the most, or 4. They all are valid opinions, right? When it comes down to it, for me, Heroes 2 is the key because it plays so very beautifully and wonderfully. The gameplay is very much straightforward. in a way that I enjoy. It doesn't take away from the depth, I feel like. And everything on the map feels balanced in a way that's meaningful and significant. There are differences, of course, between the factions, like these barbarians we started off as versus these warlocks, but I really do enjoy the interplay between the different factions. I think that that's actually a good thing instead of maybe a drawback, as some people might think it is. So Heroes 2 has a very special place in my heart, and for some reason Heroes 3 stresses me out just a tiny bit, not a lot, but just enough. Whereas Heroes 2 feels relaxing, even when I'm losing, which we lost earlier in this playthrough, earlier in this stream, we did lose. It's still more relaxing to me, even in a loss, than in a victory. So, yes and. I can't wait for the and. Oh, stables. It's day 3, so that's going to be exceptionally useful. I don't know, maybe let's have Sir Gallant see if there's something else over here. I really want to get these ghost stacks up. There we go, hordes, yeah, let's go north. Before we defeat our necromancer friends, let's get the stack strong, and then we'll carry on from there. And Ergon is catching up to us. I don't know if we can stop him. Warlock is still the best hero at the moment. We're gonna drop these forces, take these guys, and Warlock is gonna mount the most successful defense he can. I don't know if he's gonna be able to do it, but with 3 dragons, it's more likely than not that he can make this happen. Let's purchase everybody. That week of the plague really hurt us. And then let's just hold steady and wait for doom to come to us. The pixel art is the most, and actually relaxing is the word, absolutely. Vibrant colors in Heroes 2, Trendlow says. Timeless, yes. Yes, the pixel art is absolutely one of my personal favorite things about this game. And I make no apologies for it. We're gonna lose? I lost? I can't possibly lose. Should split the ghosts up to cover more ground. You're probably right about that, especially against like the tier or like the speed 6 creatures. I think that that's a good decision there. Good decision there. Absolutely, says Blood. Yep. It probably won't matter once the stack gets going. It probably won't, but I would prefer to not find that I've made an error. I would like to do it correctly and hope that bad things don't happen. That's not good. I've lost, let's see, that's gonna be 150 points of damage every turn I'm gonna take. Yeah, I don't think I can actually win this fight at this point. Medusas, when they are blessed, they do a bunch of damage. I'm gonna bless the halflings now. I can kill 1 full stack here, I will. 23 halflings go down there. And then I'm gonna drop this gargoyle down. I do want to bless the Medusas now, so that way if there's a retaliation they can take it. We still got 11. We've got to kill these mutant zombies. Let's kill these goblins first. Good. I mean, we were going to kill the whole stack anyway. And we're still going to have the damage from 22 halflings. That's not terrible. We can only kill 2 there at a time. How many can we kill here? 5? Let's try and, if we hit twice here, we might be able to get out of that whole stack's worth of damage. 8, lightning bolt. Medusa better attack these mutant zombies. That's great, actually. Kill the rest of the gargoyles. Okay, and I think we're actually in a pretty good position. We gotta hope that the Medusas can do exceptionally well for us. We're gonna have 2 more turns here. Let's make sure we're blessed up. It's not gonna hurt my feelings. We got 2 more turns here. I think we can get out of this fight pretty well. We might as well attack now. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Let's take the retaliation onto the gargoyle. Hope for good luck. Nope, didn't get it. Can't kill them all. We got, yeah, so he's gonna get to lightning bolt and run if he wants to. Oh boy, there's 26 HP here. Nice. Nice, good stuff. Glorious victory. It's going to be 1,000 experience. I really like these small fights because you get the little bit of stone skin or good luck, good morale, the bless, Mushanki pet, bless on the halflings. Where have we seen that be effective for us before? You get to see the small choices in these little fights. The tactics tend to matter a lot more than when there's 100 black dragons in a stack. Like nothing kills 100 black dragons in a stack, but here we get to see the opportunity of these little nuances go very, very well for us. Spade of Necromancy, we'll take it. Advanced Wisdom, sure, why not? And we own this little continent again, which is great, which is good. We don't have many forces to back this up, but we're going to go back and we're going to keep digging. Going to keep digging. Let's see. And yeah, we got the stone blog. Yep, absolutely. Hardcore fight. Yeah, nicely to watch from afar. You did that well. There's those. You did well there too. Those are not that easy as it looks. It turned out pretty well. I really got to say, it really came down to those campaigns for FHeroes2 and Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I think that those are part of the reason why I've done better in these fights than I used to do in the past. There's a video that has been uploaded to YouTube right now, and it's for Heroes 3. It's the Unholy Alliance campaign, scenario 1 with Yogg. It's currently uploaded to YouTube. It's just sitting there. I'll release it after this video is done. And it's something I mentioned there where I say that I'm better as a Heroes of Might and Magic player in Heroes 3 because I did the Heroes 2 campaigns. Sounds weird, but it matters, you know, those little decisions. Good decisions matter in small numbers as well. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're on the same page with that. This small island, although well known for its luxury and the growth and culture for wheat, also has a bad reputation thanks to the ghost stories told from other generations. I see some ghosts. I also see some gems. What else will we find here? 2,000 gold for the +1. I'll take that. Looks like maybe 2 gold mines, maybe 1. And let's see where this goes. I'm still flying high over feeling all those different ghosts. Oh, and McFall in the chat with the "We're So Dead" ghost emote. Nice, nice. That's why we have those emotes. Lovely. Yeah, we are so dead, or they are so dead. Maybe my army is so undead. Ah, perfect, perfect. What a fun map. What a fun map. That's maybe the nicest compliment I can give anybody, is I can just say, hey, this is a really fun map. Phixfox wife, what's your ETA? We're good, just checking in. Oh my gosh. Oh geez. I didn't even realize how late it was. I'm so sorry, dear sweet Phixfox wife. I can tell everybody that there's almost no way that we're going to be able to finish this whole scenario today. It's just not going to happen. So library is going to close fairly soon. Yeah, what is my ETA? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. I'll plan on being there in about half an hour, my dear sweet wife. So yeah, I'm not gonna be able to finish this whole scenario. It's gonna be a part 2, but I got stuff that I need to take care of with you and my dear sweet kids. So we'll do that very, very quickly. Okay, so we slowed there. Ghosts are gonna try and get their stacks bigger, but I also don't want to take the double damage from these Crusaders. That just feels kind of bad if we do. So taking damage here, doing damage there. Blah. And call it a day. Oh yeah, definitely call it a day. Expert luck and deal. See you in a while. Sounds good, dear. Okay, we got this throng of red dragons. Okay, this is gonna sound crazy. No, we don't have the diplomacy. There's no way that they would want to join us anyway, right? We're gonna have to go back to that later. I do still want to get the ghosts stronger before anything else happens. Sir Gallant happened upon these wolves just a moment ago, and hydras and pikemen. Perfect. What a little creature bank ready for us to plunder. Sometimes when you're doing necromancy, you try and steal people's calcium. In this case, we're just trying to steal their souls, which is reminiscent of the Mortal Kombat movie that was an absolute disaster, if anybody remembers that. Yeah, it was pretty bad, but fun. It was fun. It was a disaster, but it was fun. And Shao Kahn just goes, "I'll steal your soul." It's the best acting in the world, but it's very scary. Okay, we should win this fight, no problem. Abandoned mine, 2 of the liches goes down. We're gonna pick up the +1,000. Ooh. Nice. Okay, Sandro the Peasant Killer, I see you. I see you. During the time of your walking among these aged forests, you discovered an abandoned bag filled up with a fair amount of resources and a pair of dusty old boots. Apparently someone left them here for some reason. Maybe the Santa's sack of rubber was too heavy to carry on. Nice. We'll pick up the traveler's boots of mobility and all these resources. The wood, the ore, that's nice. I'm good for that. And this is one of those times where I hope that I never miss one of your bubbles, even if it's not about the resources. It's more about the storytelling. The storytelling from the sign, the storytelling from the bubble. I hope I don't miss those awesome opportunities. And Trenlo, the old one? Yeah, the old one. I forget who... Man, I kind of forget who did... Forget who did the start in the original. Let me Google that real quick. After I see what happens with blue, they turn away from my barbarian castle. Good, good. I don't even remember if there was anybody who was like a very famous actor who starred in the movie, but it's the only one I remember. I didn't know that there was like a new Mortal Kombat movie that had come out anytime recently. For Street Fighter, if you recall, there was a live action Street Fighter movie that was made, and that one was wild because it was one of the best acting jobs of, what was his name? Raul Julia. If you recall Raul Julia, it was the last movie he did before he passed away from stomach cancer. He was well known for his role as Gomez Addams from the Addams Family. And he did the movie, and he was the villain M. Bison for the Street Fighter game because of his kids. He wanted to do something nice for his kids, and so I can really identify with Raul Julia in that way. Of course, that's kind of the reason I started doing videos here, just in case something happened to me. Don't worry, I'm not sick, I'm not hurting, but just in case something happened, I always wanted to make sure that I had something for my kids. But the other Street Fighter, not the Street Fighter, but the Mortal Kombat movie actors. Who acted in this? Louis Tan, Robert Shaw, Kevin Michael Richardson, Ed Boon, Christopher Lambden. Yeah, I don't know any of these names per se, but it was back in, I want to say it was not 2021. 1995 is when it was originally released. Bridget Wilson played Sonya Blade. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Just fun to see that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, I love that one with the Street Fighter Trenlo. Yeah, rest in peace to M. Bison guy. Yeah, Raul Julia. Yeah. Tell you what, if you know that things are going to happen in that sort of way, I just appreciate the work he did to try and help other people enjoy life and enjoy fun things. So very appreciative of the people that come before us and try to work on their craft and do things that make the rest of us smile. So, yep, happy to see people do good things there. Oh no, we lost a ghost. Oh, wait a second. We did exceptionally good on this retaliation. I don't think, let's see. I think we're going to lose one ghost at a time. Yeah, 2 ghosts perish there. And we pick up 32 more. Yeah. Oh yeah, that feels great. I don't even really need the gold or the experience, but that feels good. And then Sandro the Peasant Killer, happy you're getting better to find those. I'm really sorry I gave you the trouble with the late hour. Hoping your beloved wife won't question harshly later on. No, my dear sweet wife is a sweetheart, and there's no problems there. Yeah, there's no problems there. If I was really worried about time, I probably wouldn't have redone the first little bit of the game. If you recall, we had to restart after an hour and a half. Yeah, so no worries there. This is a XL map, and so doing a part 2 does not hurt my feelings at all. Very happy to do a part 2 on this map. So I appreciate that you've given me such a good map to do a part 2 on. Thank you. Thank you. Trenlo says for me it was Wednesday. Oh yeah, it was Christina Ricci was the original Wednesday Addams, I believe. Yeah, and she did, I mean, I don't want to, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying she was like my original crush, especially not from that movie, but Christina Ricci and Casper, when you were an 8-year-old kid, she seemed super cool. I said what I said, and I make no apologies for it. I said what I said. Tell you what, though, my tastes in aesthetic beauty has changed over time. First off, though, I have to start by telling you this story. I was once in the home of some people who I knew through like a church sort of deal, and I was a young man at the time. I was like 17, 18, 19. And we're watching soccer on their TV, and Hope Solo, the goalie, pops up because she's going to save the goal. And of course, she was famous at the time. And the husband just turns to his wife and just goes, "She's beautiful." And she doesn't look at him, and she just goes, "Yes, she is." And it was the weirdest interaction for me as a 19-year-old kid, because I had in my mind what romantic really looked like. And I had an idea in my mind about what relationships looked like. And I thought that that was very odd at the time. But I realized later that that was actually like a really pretty healthy thing that they were doing there, where they could talk about something like that. And she could just be like, "Yeah, it is. She is what it is," you know? For a young man, that was a very weird interaction. But now as an adult, I realize that that's probably the most healthy thing that a couple can discuss, is like, wow, objectively, that's a good looking person. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. But my standards and my beauty beliefs have changed over time. For example, I know as a young person, I thought that Jennifer Gardner was like my original crush, and then it turned into like Avril Lavigne, and then it turned into whoever else, and yada, yada, yada. And now I just think that my wife is the most beautiful creature in the world. And I make no apologies about that. And I know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but like, yeah, I've changed over time, and that makes me happy, actually. Makes me happy. Just fun to see how things change for us humans, as we're going through this existence. Enjoying every second of it. Yeah, anyway, okay. We're gonna go and go back to these stables. It's day 6. We'll get there on day 2, and then we're gonna go defeat our enemies over here. We've got 400 and something ghosts. The best way of getting lots of enemies to join our ghostly ranks is by just fighting them. Sabu and so on. Oh my gosh, Sabu is so good. Look at these low-level creatures. They are juicy. I'm sure he's very defensively oriented, but we're gonna take him out as soon as we possibly can. I'm gonna sit here. Crackhack is waiting. Troyan is digging. We picked up an artifact, I forgot. We killed the enemy hero, and he had the Spade of Necromancy. Ugh. I'm so sad. We're gonna hop into the boat and we're just gonna go. I'm distraught. Can you tell? Can you tell? Anyway, back to all this. Hope you don't mind the bad jokes. Nah, I never mind the bad jokes. Never mind the bad jokes. I'm all for it. Okay, picking up the Mercury, picking up this. Staying away from Rasputin. Oh, Sandro, did you notice Rasputin is here? Was he in a prison somewhere? Should I be concerned? Should I be worried? You tell me. And I don't know. I think Nosferatu, I think he can kind of move enemies from the outer edges of the map back towards the center. I think we can use him to drive enemy forces into the center of the map, or we can defeat them with Phineas. That's my hope anyway. We'll see. Everybody else is sitting, is waiting. I see ... So Rasputin is a somebody. You don't want to ruin it for me. That's okay. I appreciate that. Tobal4HU. Hey Tobal, haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? Nice to have you here in the chat. Hey Phixfox, hey chat. Glad I could catch you before going to bed. Yeah, hey, I'm out of here pretty quickly too, so I'm glad that we're catching you now. We're gonna be here for another, I don't know, another 20, 30 minutes sort of a deal. And then I'm gonna have to head on out here. Only for computer. And so yeah, glad to see you. How you been? How things been for you? Rasputin is the greatest of all time? Oh no. Well, he just dimension doored over here somewhere. He was so good, he didn't even want me to fight Atlas. He didn't even care about Atlas. That's scary if he's that good. Oh no. Not good at all. Well, at least I know that this map is over because I can't defeat the greatest of all time. I'm sure it's not that bad, but I'm sure it's not that good either. We are going to finally give over this true compass of mobility. Those with the Traveler's Boots, I'd like to keep those around for a moment. I'm going to drop, let's see, I'm going to drop half of these Medusa, just so that way, yeah, just so that way Troyan's got some support just in case bad things happen. And definitely want the golden bow for these liches. And we'll keep this for now. And then Troyan's going to go back and continue to dig. That worked out just about perfectly. Atlas is continuing on. Whoa. Well, hello there. Can't defeat you, but I wish I could. And then let's start to soldier on up. Do we go left? Do we go right? Let's go to the right. Observation tower, beautiful. And it's going to be Rialdo here in Sorrowdale and Zom and Burnhamheim. We can reach either of these castles in one day, but not both. We're going to go here to Barenheim, so that way we can defeat a castle, and then maybe we can roll that into Sorrowdale shortly thereafter. Very interesting. Good. Very good. Tobal says, thanks, I'm good. How about you? Is the little one healthy? Yeah, little kid's doing great. As you can see, I shaved recently, and the little kid had sort of taken to running his fingers through my beard and grabbing and pulling, and now guess he doesn't have a beard that they can pull. That's right. My kid. Oh no, this is bad. But he's doing great. He's healthy, he's happy, and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, every indications that he's doing fine. So I'm very, very happy and proud as a papa of two beautiful kids. Very happy. Agar the Warlock, 6 attack, 8 defense, 7 spell power, 7 knowledge, 9 spell power, 7 knowledge. Count Orlocks got nothing. Let's Cold Ray you for 120 points of damage because sure. I hate genies. We're not going to get out of this fight. These dragons are basically useless. We didn't lose half the stack though, and we took out all the... We did not take all the genies, but I'm guessing that is Resurrect True, so that's a little bit unfortunate. If you're going to Resurrect True all your forces, I'm just going to leave. What do we have? We've got good stuff. We need to surrender. 2,000 gold, joke's on you. We're going to get all that back very, very quickly. And did you notice that was actually the 4th level spell, Resurrect? I know that because the genies did not return at the end of the battle. So that's pretty darn good. Nosferatu. Zoop. And then, baby, give me a Dimension Door. Resurrect True, not bad. Weird that you got Resurrect True as your 5th level spell in a Necromancer's castle. That's pretty bad. That is an absolute rickroll because it does not work in that castle. You cannot resurrect true undead forces. You can animate dead them with the level 3 spell, but you can't just bring them back to life for nothing. So very unfortunate. Oh no, it's Siegfried. My barbarian brother. Sandro, that's my barbarian brother. What? I'm a little bit scared now because is he gonna dig? Should I land or should I not land? I think I need to wait to see where he's going to go. If he goes in this direction, I'll land, but I'm going to wait for now, and I'm going to see what he does. Very unfortunate. There's 2 main prison heroes off the map, unable to be claimed by me. So Troyan's going to wait. Everybody else is just kind of hanging out. Yeah, very unfortunate there. Oh no, the traitor. The traitor. Yeah, my cousin, the traitor. So sad. Don't understand the AI decision for offloading his main troops on the secondary hero, SandroThePeasantKiller says. In which hero were we thinking of? Because I think that... I mean, do you mean that, like, Ergon? Tyro? Rasputin? Who do you think is the secondary hero, and who did you think was the primary hero? And Blood says, there is a castle with a dimension gate, right? I think that there's got to be one in Sorrowdale, because we have seen Blue do some hip-hopping all around. So I just believe that that's the case. I don't have any reason to guarantee that, but I think that that's true. Every indication I have is that that is correct. We'll have to wait and find out, though. SandroThePeasantKiller says, the computer always either amazes me with lucky RNG rolls or disappoints me with the poor micro decisions. Either way, it's going to be a struggle, and that's part of the joy. The point is not to be perfect. The point is to struggle and hopefully win eventually. I am going to stop in because I want the 5th level spell. Wait, do I have? Yeah, I've got the Expert Wisdom. So Animate Dead would actually be very useful. I would be very happy for it. I'm just saying. That way I don't ever have to lose ghosts ever. Obelisks are kind of useless at this point, but I'm continuing to take them. Oh, a sign. I love signs. Let's see what that is. And Siegfried didn't really commit either direction, so I'm going to wait one more turn because I don't want him to commit into me. And Tobal says, it was D&D night tonight. By the way, ages ago you asked me in stream what class do I play, but I couldn't answer. So my favorite class is Wizard, of course. Aw, right on. Good. I like wizards in general. I like that you don't have to rely on some Cthulhu-like creature granting you powers, as warlocks tend to do with their cantrips and whatnot. So yeah, I like that wizards just get really smart and they go to their local library in order to learn spells. I think that that's pretty nifty. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. We are close to this area here. We've traded basically our barbarian castles for our necromancer castles. I really don't want to give up Marbleberry though. Wait a second, did I ever hire? Whew, that was close. I didn't hire my gold back a while ago. That guy's worth like 2 gold mines. You're still not moving far enough away from me. I'm gonna wait one more day to land and then I'm gonna land. Okay, this sign, you are now in the vicinity of the Central Desolation. Grand Master of Flowers. That was the monk that I always hoped that I would someday get, by the way. I always hoped that I would get a monk up to Grand Master of Flowers as his title, but it just never happened because as cool as it would be to make that happen, my dad, who always did dungeon mastering for us as kids, he did a very nice thing where he would not just simply give us what we wanted. We did have to work for it and earn it. And I'm sad to say that I never actually earned the title for my monk, which very sad, but it was my fault too. You can't level up if you're not consistently playing Dungeons and Dragons with your family when you're supposed to. That just makes sense. Okay. But good, I'm glad that you as a wizard are doing great. Oh, it was the goated Rasputin. Rasputin is the #1 character in your opinion, Sandro. So yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm happy for it. Whoa, you want to fight me? Aragon wants to fight me? Tell you what, we're gonna fight here. I'm gonna see if I can save the ghosts. We're gonna attack probably these mutant zombies. 16 of them. Yes, we're gonna do it just like this. Oof. Oof. A little bit of damage that goes down the ghost. 7 creatures perish. Yeah, and the ghosts are going to get it all right back. Mutant zombies, sure. And then 3 bone dragons here. And no ghosts lost. Instead, that was a positive, net positive. Okay, Dimension Door? Dimension Door. It's on, baby. It's on. Dimension Door is happening. You might have forgotten about the Sphinx. I forgot about the Sphinx. Sandro, I forgot about the Sphinx. There's a holy hammer and I forgot about the Sphinx. Oh, it's because somebody landed and I got scared, so I ran away. That's what happened. But yeah, I got to pick that up as soon as possible. And I definitely got to go kill this guy. How much movement points do I have? I've got 110 spell points. Is there a magic well around here? I'm sure that there is. But where? There's one up here. That's worth going out of my way for, I think. So tell you what, I'm going to do it like this. I've got 1 dimension door. I'm going to attack Aragon. I'm going to win. He's going to flee. I'm not going to let that happen. Well, I'm not going to let that happen to where he flees without me doing some seriously terrible damage to him. How about we do this? Let's kill bone dragons. Lightning bolt. And then you just run? You are such a coward. What a coward. And then we're going to go fight Sabu right now. Oh, buddy, I feel like I need to like split up these ghosts so I can kill all these creatures. This is gonna be fun. The enemy's fled. Trust me. You can flee if you want to, but black dragons are gonna kill paladins here, and then my ghosts are gonna clean up every single one of these other troops. Nobody else is gonna do any damage. Oh no, you slowed my ghosts? It'd be a real shame if I couldn't just haste them. Skip. And let's see, biggest stack is these archers. Yep. He didn't want to feed me. You would rather sacrifice 250 orcs and 62 rangers rather than continue to fight me? It's the right move, but wow. You cost me a couple hundred ghosts there. Goodness gracious. Wow, goodness gracious. Wow, your dad was your first DM. You got such a cool dad. I really do. I really do. I'm sure everybody's got a nice dad. I've got a really cool dad though. So yeah. Mine was my first literature teacher. Oh, cool. That's, you know what, and you never forget your first like foray into Dungeons and Dragons. And even if it wasn't the best experience, because some people don't have a great first experience, it's just fun. And I'm just so glad that you had a fun experience. That makes me happy. Fearful Guardians, we get the bad luck. Oh, did I actually show you that? Here, you come upon the pyramid of a great and ancient king. You're tempted to search it for treasure, but all the old stories warn of a fearful curse and undead guardians. Will you search? Yes, I will. You come upon the pyramid of a great and ancient king. Routine exploration reveals that the pyramid is completely empty, but we do now have bad luck. Maybe we have bad luck times 2, actually. No, you can't get more than -2 luck. You can't visit it twice and get like really bad luck, which is okay for me. I was worried for a second I would have like -4 luck. Glad we did not. Blood says Lich's dying equals top sound in the game. Blah. And then they crumple into a little pile. The new olden era Liches, from the screens I've seen, they die so very dramatically. It's like, okay, I actually kind of hate it. I'll tell you what happens. It's like 5 seconds of Lich animation dying. I don't want to wait 5 seconds to see a Lich die. Like, I want to play this turn-based strategy game as fast as I can. I don't really love it. I love the art, the showmanship that goes into it. I love the artwork that goes into it, but it just felt like it was a little over the top, and 5 full seconds for a dying animation feels like a lot. Blue player's been vanquished, folks, so we are now down to only 3 of us. There's now green sorceresses, yellow knights, and orange barbarians. Wait, what? Never mind, wait. Blue necromancers and red warlocks, those are the only 2 that are out. There's 4 of us. Oh, my mistake. My mistake, never mind. We're going to take camera forward because it's super close, and we've got Dimension Door now. So we're going to attack. Glorious victory. These forces are so low in numbers, I don't need to actually defeat them with the ghosts. And let's continue to Dimension Door around. There's 1. There's 2. And I do want this horde of elves. Here. And this pyramid should actually be fair game because the elves are guarding it, so you couldn't have just stolen the pyramid from somebody else. Which is pretty nice. Here, here, or here. Let's take one more look at the puzzle map. One more time. Rocks, coast. Yeah. So I feel like it should be right here, but you can't dig here. You can't go there. That's not a place. Maybe right here? Let's go right here. We're gonna dig there, then there, then there, and go from there. Because the ultimate artifact is so close. I can taste it. I can feel it. Just gotta find it though. Nearby paladin, he's dead. And let's see. SandroThePeasantKiller. Wow, finally now we're rolling with the spell on the map. Yeah, with Dimension Door, this map should actually go much faster. Ultimately, though, we're still going to have to be able to defeat all these creatures, but the ghosts should start to accrue in numbers very quickly. Still, it's going to be a part 2, but if I have any issues, like if some enemies attack, say, my dragon creating mines, I'll be able to deal some sort of damage to them. Wow, look at you go. You go, girl, with your 3 titans and your unlimited movement points. I better hire all the troops I can. If purple is going to Dimension Door in the blink of an eye, I'd better make sure that every castle is defended by somebody. So let's actually do that now. Let's upgrade dragons here. And dragons there. Sure, let's do it like that. Okay. Oh, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we already mentioned that we were going to be leaving because I just felt my blood sugar drop. I don't have like major blood sugar problems, but I can tell when it's time for me to take a break. And we ultimately did soldier on in this playthrough, which I'm glad for. I'm happy we did, but it's also almost time for me to take a break. So in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to wrap this up. It's a dangerous thing because in case you didn't already notice, I said once already, oh, we're about ready to wrap up. And then I didn't wrap up because this game is addictive and I can't stop. And you always need just one more turn, and that's okay. It's okay to like things, people. It's okay to like things. I hope that nobody ever makes you feel bad about liking things. That's all? I need way more than this. It's not worth it to me to fight this fight. Yeah, it's just not worth it to me to fight this fight. I'm gonna just haste the ghosts. Boop. And then I'm gonna hit Q. That's gonna ensure that I get some amount of ghosts. Summon Earth Elemental. That's actually a really nice spell. For 13 spell power, you can get a fair amount of Earth Elementals. 39. Let's keep working on spell power because then we can get even better. Okay, but we gotta get the Sphinx. Before the end of this playthrough, we gotta get to the Sphinx. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And we're gonna fight these mages, no problems. And folks, we need everybody in here for this moment. The Sphinx has a riddle for us. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and we shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? You better believe that I sure do. So, the Sphinx asks you the following riddle. Waging war, yet toils alone, mastering crime, but the same for all. What is our answer? Rise Truant says, oh man, I fell asleep midstream and I woke up to see ghosts. Can't wait to rewatch this on YouTube. Was there a barrel mound? You're just going to have to rewatch this on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. There was a hero. Yeah, those prisons are actually pretty important. So good stuff there. Hopefully I didn't ruin it for you. Sandro the Peasant Killer says, fighting your own people. When you said barbarians instead of wizards, I probably did. I misspeak all the time and I crave your pardon. Not if, but when I do. Tobel says, is it possible that the ultimate artifact is under the red door? I hope not. Sandro the Peasant Killer. I don't think you can layer those like that, can you? Can you layer those like that? I don't think that you can. I don't think you can do that. It's been a while since I used the map editor for that sort of thing. I'd like to find out. So we'll have to check in later. If you managed to do that, well done, Sandro. Well done. Speaking of dying sprites, I say that my top are crusaders crumbling into a pile of metal. Champions sound very realistic, like a heavy horse thumping to the ground. I agree with that. I agree with that. Favorite dying animation? Yeah, because the liches are top tier. Crusaders are awesome. Champions, yeah. Bone dragons are pretty good. Phoenixes just dissolving into a little pile of rubble. It's kind of nifty. Yeah, there's some good dying animations. There's some good ones out there. Folks, waging war yet toils alone, mastering crime, but the same for all. New favorite sprite, however, is the Colossus guy in your last video with the Sparta kick. That was pretty sick. I really liked that. That was really cool. Yeah, the Heroes 5 stuff is pretty great. Waging war yet toils alone. What creatures kind of go solo? Master in crime, but the same for all. I hear master in crime and I think of the rogue. But the toils alone part is kind of nifty. So it's going to be like a creature. It's going to be something that fights, something that does damage. But it toils alone. So it's not the peasant, that's for sure. But the same for all. I mean, musketeers, all for one and one for all. I like the halflings moaning as a dying sound. Don't get me wrong, I find it funny. Then they just, yeah, gone. Waging war yet toils alone. Folks, I don't think I have the answer to this one. I do not have the answer to this one. Crag Hack could be a story reference. Master in crime, but the same for all. Crag Hack, you think? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, if only we had the creator of this riddle to help us out. Really, I'm stuck on the fact that it says Master of Crime and then same for all. Okay, so hold on. It's got to be a creature here in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, right? Right. So let me just pull this up. Let's see, creatures in Heroes 2. Let me go through the whole list of all the creatures you'll find in Heroes 2. We've got the Cyclopes, Troll, Goblin, War Troll, Wolf, Ogre, Ogre Lord, Orc Chiefs. Okay. For the Wizards, we got Halflings, Rocks, Golems, Magi, Titans. I don't think it's anything like that. It's probably nothing in the Necromancer Guild. It's probably not like a peasant or an archer or a ranger or a swordsman or a pikeman or a champion. It's probably not in the Sorceress's Guild. And then amongst neutral creatures, I mean, we got the Genie. We got the Genie, Rogue, Nomad, Medusa, Air and Fire Elemental, Water Elemental. Am I just like way off base here? I might be just way off base here. Ghost, Rise Truan says. Waging war toils alone. The same for all kind of is a little bit interesting there. Same for all. I'm going to have to go, because it says Master in Crime, the Rogue is just like the best creature for that. It doesn't feel like it fits the other parts really, but it seems to work okay there anyway. Dawn says it's a pawn, like from chess, a pawn. I like that idea because they're waging war, toiling alone. Okay. Armageddon, Blood says Armageddon. Interesting thought there. I can give you a clue, but then it's too obvious. Not that hard to guess. Tell you what, let's give it a clue because I don't want to hit the autosave here if I get it wrong. My guess, if a Sphinx is looking me in the eye and he's wanting to fight me, I would say it's probably a rogue. That just makes the most sense based off of what we have here, and I haven't seen any other clues. But what say you, Sandro the Peasant Killer? Give us a clue. Give us a hint, my man. Give us a clue. Help us understand what's going on. Of course, to the person that's giving the riddle, it's not that hard to guess. And then the rest of us are like, oh, gotcha. Oh, you know. I will humbly and patiently wait for your hint. In the meantime, as we are wrapping up, just as a reminder, so this video is not going to post until probably Thursday or Friday. We're not going to be streaming on this upcoming Friday. This Tuesday stream that we're doing here is going to replace the upcoming Friday stream. Maybe we'll stream on Saturday. We'll see. There's no guarantees. It just depends. I got other things I'd like to spend my time with, to be honest. I got family that I'd like to really invest my time in. And so as much as I want to do this, that is my priority. And so we'll see about a Saturday stream. Probably not, but we're going to release the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 video today on YouTube. And then this video is going to post on probably Friday for the Heroes 2 playthrough. So that's just kind of what you can expect in the next upcoming little bit as we're winding down in this playthrough because we are almost here to the end. Because it's almost that time to call it a day and say goodbye and adieu. Sandro the Peasant Killer says, it's mostly like a hard fact. Almost wrote fart instead of hard cuz of my broken keyboard than having any references to the game. Oh, so it's like a hard fact? So it's not game related. You see, and so my answer of rogue is probably immediately wrong. Waging war, toils alone, mastering crime, but the same for all. Well, at the end of 4.5 hours, my brain is officially swamped. Does that clue help anybody else as an occurrence? Or a phenomenon? Death, Tobal 4HU says. Sandra, what is obvious to you, my friend, is obviously not obvious to me. So unfortunately, I will disappoint you and you will think very much less of me in the near future. And you'll say, oh, I thought he was much smarter than that. One way or the other. I'm sure that the right answer is unique. Tell you what, I might end up doing is this. I might end up just hitting the autosave and we'll save it off at the autosave, and then that'll give everybody time to think about the Sphinx's riddle, and then maybe they can come back, and then maybe somebody will have an answer in the near future. But for now, I can't possibly guess what it is. This is our primary hero. It'd be a real shame if we lost 718 ghosts to this Sphinx. And so this is going to end as a cliffhanger where we're not going to get the right answer. Everybody's going to have to take some time. And on the Phixfox Discord, you can let me know what you think the answer to this is. So Phixfox Discord link should be in the description of this video. And you can go and let me know what you believe the answer is. Maybe, Sandro, I know you're already a part of the Phixfox Discord, you can provide some additional hints. But until we get the right answer, for now, I'm going to just simply put hero. Blood says, we have guessed incorrectly. The Sphinx is smiling. The Sphinx swipes at you with a paw, knocking you to the ground. Another blow makes the world go black, and you know no more. 718 ghosts. What a terrible way of losing those creatures. But we're going to go back to this autosave here. So before I lose anything permanently, we're just going to hit save game. We're going to save this off as Phixfox, and folks, with that, we're going to call it a day. Until I see you again, please take very good care of yourself, your friends, and your family. The pleasure is always all mine to be able to spend this time with you. Until I see you again, I'm hoping that everything goes exceptionally well for you. Until that time, do good stuff, make good choices, remember who you are. My name is Phixfox, and I appreciate everybody so very much for the stream. I'll catch you all next time. Take care. Take good time.